come over and you guys touch me and smash off your opponent. For the main event, you guys made it perfectly, so the first, second, and the first two tables on my left, on your right, over here. The super round will start at 10 a.m. It's still open on Eventbrite if you'd like to sign up for that. If you do want to drop from this main event, you can go do that with the scorekeeper Richard at the scorekeeper's desk. There is a raffle and a starting option going on for the two adult heroes. Raffle specifically Eventbrite with special tickets. Starting option go up to the scorekeeper's desk and they'll run that over there. Raffle is for Prism. Option is for Prism. I can never pronounce that right. That one. And that will close just before we cut the top 8. So between the last round CC and top 8 cut, we'll do that. On screen again, I want to thank John Gordon and our caster Matt, I believe. They've done a really good job yesterday, and I'll continue to do a good job today. Please just be mindful of noise and running around the equipment and technology. Your first screen match today will be Fahad and Sam. So I'll be waiting for the day off. Any questions or concerns, same goes for yesterday. Raising hand, your charge will come over to you straight away. Awesome. If there's no questions, you guys can kind of stretch, use the slide putting, check your decks, whatever.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships for 2023. Day number 2, our final day of amazing Flesh and Blood action. My name is Matt Brandwood. I will be your host and guiding us through all of the games from the day. I hope you all had a lovely rest of your evening and welcome back, as we are going to have some of the best Flesh and Blood available in the Australian region. So get excited for that. So what does the day for us entail today? Looking at our schedule here, we're starting off, we have 3 rounds left of Classic Constructed, and that's it. We're only going through Classic Constructed for the rest of the day, which is really exciting. What are we going to see? We've got a very, very diverse and a very, very interesting meta that we could actually shape up here. We've got some we've got the things that you're kind of expecting. We've got a lot of Lexi, and we're seeing a fair amount of Bravo as well. We're seeing a lot of Iceland, a little bit of Icelander and stuff like that. But mainly, the big thing coming out is going to be that Dromai representation. Definitely a lot of Dromai that we're seeing. There is an Arachne player running around inside there as well. Don't know if they've made like the main event or what they're doing, but it's still very, very exciting. And it looks like we have a first match just about to sort of line itself up. So as the players get themselves situated, and I get some information for you, we are going to be jumping into round number 1 of day 2. Please get really, really excited. What's going to happen is after the 3 rounds, we are going to take a little bit of a break just so we can make sure that we get situated for the top 8. I'm going to get a co-caster in here with me as well. So get really, really excited, everybody. I'm going to cut down into the games now just so we can have a little bit of a look and see. And based on what he set the life total to, I'm very, very excited about what we're potentially going to see here, because it looks like we've got a Kano. And if you didn't know, I myself am a huge, I mean huge, Kano fan. I think Kano is just like the coolest hero in the game, other than Icelander, of course. And we're going to have, starting off towards the top table, we're going to have Fahad Rhinar versus Sam Sutherland. Now, if you didn't know, Sam Sutherland is the Calling New Zealand champion. Won that event on Dash, which is very excited. And then Fahad Rhinar, we had him on stream yesterday. We had him on stream for the draft portion of the day, and he played Prism into a. He played Prism into a pretty hectic deck from Haydendale on chain, where he had just some absolutely insane banishes. Let me just update this stuff here for you guys. There we go. Just while this is doing its thing, I'm also just going to put a message out to say that we are live for people. Just a moment, sorry guys. Have I gone live on the right thing? I have. I was gonna say I thought I went live on the wrong one. Right, there we go. Wonderful. So yeah, it looks like we've got Sam. Fahad is on Kano, which I'm very excited about. Dash, a deck that I'm not really surprised to be seeing here, which is great. In regards to Sam Sutherland, a deck that we know he loves. And look at that gorgeous Marvel Dash signed as well. So beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Yes. That's right.
Alrighty, I'm just posting this in all of the groups. Wonderful. Alrighty, players look like they are shuffling up. We're seeing a blue Voltic Bolt sitting on the bottom of Fahad's deck. So we definitely look like we are getting into some. We're gonna get into some fun. As I was saying before, Kano, a little bit of a love of mine personally. I think the deck is just so cool.
It's now 9 a.m. You may begin to present deck to your opponent.
You can surprise me with an
Good luck, everyone.
I actually present this and then we start the game and I turn it over. There's an induction chamber on the other side.
I don't know if you saw that, but yeah, the Dromai sitting on the bottom. Using the Dromai sleeves, just really cool stuff by Dragon Shield. This is round number 1. Like I said, we're going to have 3 rounds of Classic Constructor before we cut into something different and into that top 8 slot. There are a couple of other events going on today as well. We've got a Blitz PTI event, we've got a Super Armory, and then just a lot of people just hanging out. This matchup is very interesting. You can see the Tech Life Pounder has already been presented by Fahad. Sorry, by Sam. But Dash is a deck that inherently just has so much Arcane Barrier built into its equipment. It doesn't need to sacrifice. It sacrifices one slot, being that head slot, to have that Arcane Barrier 3, which can make the matchup a little bit challenging for Kano. Sometimes the deck sort of relies on these axes of abusing the fact that people don't pack Arcane Barrier, but in saying that as well, it doesn't mean that you're never out of it with Kano. You always have the opportunity to sort of jump in and deal a ridiculous amount of damage. It's all about just creating windows and creating these sections of time where you can just sort of burn them out. But we'll see how that goes. Dash, another tech though, that definitely knows how to just slam people with damage. So be on the lookout for this one to potentially be a real quick one. Players sort of shuffling themselves up as we get started. Just remember, guys, today is also brought to you by flukeandbox.com. Use code OZNATS all throughout the weekend to get 5% off of anything of the store, singles, as well as those, as well as slabs, which is really cool.
Genuinely, I mean, you got a pack. So
I was the worst person because I was surrounded by 2 and 2 so the Luminar's almost like safety.
Yes.
You can kind of hear Fahad talking a little bit about his deck yesterday. If you didn't catch the games, he was playing Lexi and happened to draft Luminaris.
Yeah, I played a mirror, and I go second. Just the first thing I do in the game is I play red frontline scout from hands, look at their hand, I've got a popper, then play red prismatic shield, and then for the rest of the game I have at least 1 shield on the board.
So much.
And they just die. I don't play them in them.
They usually go first. Look at 2 cards, particularly red cosmetic.
Yeah.
So for 2.
Yeah.
But time it cleared it, use the other one.
I love just like having the audio here as well, and just listening to the players sort of talk amongst themselves. Just sort of really makes you feel like you're in the room together. Both these players as well are from Victoria, so I'm pretty sure they know each other very, very well. So just having them chat, which is nice.
Intense quality player.
Alrighty, players look like they're starting to shuffle each other's decks. So, looking over on the dash side, we're presenting the Teklo Pounder. We're not using the Hanabi Blaster, but we have the Teklo Foundry pistol alongside of the Visiatronic headpiece, Achilles Accelerator, the Goliath Gauntlet, meaning that we're going to be doing some big damage, and then the Teklo Foundry Heart. And then from Kano, I'm assuming we're going to see the weapon that is his playmat, the Crucible of the Aether Weave, alongside Ragamuffins, Tunic, Metacarpus Nodes, and of course the Storm Striders is what I'm going to guess. I wouldn't be surprised if we're not using the Tunic. Let's just hear who goes first. I wouldn't be surprised to see if it's not the Tunic and see whether or not it's going to be. Yeah, I was going to say Spellfire Cloak. So Spellfire Cloak, if you didn't know, gives you a resource if it's on your opponent's turn at instant speed. But if you break it, and the wonderful thing about that is that you don't need to necessarily get to turn 3 to have that Tunic counter. Now, the only downside is that it doesn't block for anything. We're going to see, first of all, just loading up that pistol. As you notice, Sam does have some pretty unique tokens, which I think is really cool. A very important card, though, from Fahad. He's found Blazing Aether on the start of the turn, which is really, really interesting. Looks like he's going to pass. Going to activate Crucible. Ah, I see. Okay, so he just loaded Arsenal Pass. Yeah, activate Crucible just to get the cycle of the card out of the hand, play the Energy Potion. And this right here is kind of the start that you're looking for when you're playing Kano. You really just want to set yourself up as early as possible. Didn't take any damage for doing so as well, because sometimes dash players will just push on turn 0. Teklo Pounder kind of disincentivizes that because you want to have the 3 turns of ripping cards out. But I kind of couldn't look for a better start, really. But that's always a scary start. When we're breaking that Goliath Gauntlet at the very start of the turn, the throttle boosted, getting rid of the Spark of Genius. So this is going to be for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage front loaded at the start of the turn. This is always so scary as well because he still has 3 cards in hand. Sam reporting that it's 55 damage. I'm pretty sure if my maths is right, it's 10, but hey, they might have buffed the deck by a lot more than I thought. So he's just going to take the one, blocking with 3 cards, and that is always quite scary when you're still facing down 3 left, particularly if he wants to keep that card in hand. One of the things that he always has to be a little bit afraid of is that card right there, Pulse Wave Harpoon. That's a little bit of an unlucky advantage there with the Pulse Wave and the Combustible Courier Red, because they're 2 of the most important cards. Whoop. Players accidentally messing around with the life total here. Gonna take another damage as well, just off of that blue zipper hit. So probably not the most aggressive hand here. It is going to be another blue zipper hit, so taking a little bit more, and then finally shooting that pistol towards the end, setting up the 5-card hand. And that is one of the more important parts of this deck as well. You want to play as many of those 5 cards hands as possible. Now, the other thing that Fahad will know is that because of Teklo Pounder, he might be enacting a game plan where he kind of just wants to block out the first 3 turns and take as minimal damage as possible. You generally speaking as Kano, you can't kill from 40 without your opponent getting very overzealous and tapping completely out, and you sort of get a bit lucky off the top with Tomes and usually double Lethal Wildfire. Yes, there's going to be 6 here, threatening the Dominate. One of the cards being blocked with there, which you will see, is going to be the Scalding Rain. So it does look like we are on the combo version of Kano, like the full just Aether Wildfire combo. We're not doing anything kind of shifty, I don't think. Red zipper hit going to come down now as well for 5. Pulse Wave Harpoon. The second one getting ripped from hand as well. Blocking. Look at that hand. A little bit worried about the shuffling coming through here for Fahad because that is the exact same thing. It's double Scalding Rain, double Emeritus Scalding Blue. Leaking a little bit of damage here. Down to 18. But you're not actually too afraid of that if you're Fahad here because you've got the card set up exactly how you need it to be. He's just going to block this out. And this is the last set of Teklo Pounder. Pitching the blue Combustible Courier. High Octane though. That's a scary card. 2 resources floating. Going to draw a card now. Every single time he plays a boost card, he's going to be able to Teklo Plasma Pistol an additional time. This is where you start to really chain through that damage. And T-Bone's going to be the first one to come out. Coming in for 5 damage. Front loading a little bit there. The Aether Flare and the Chain Lightning. Aether Flare is the best card that you can get in between. And he's just got a Spark of Genius here. Now, getting the second Teklo Pounder, this is where you start to get a little bit worried, unless he's only just going to find... just the core. Okay. I thought he was going to pitch the 2 resources, find himself another Teklo Pounder, and just really start to go through. But Teklo Core is a very scary card for Kano. Just because it front loads the start of the turn with 2 additional resources, which can be enough just to sort of stump that turn. Those 2 additional resources can be a really big deal, particularly early in the game. The reason why is that with Kano, you want to try and get as much out of your opponent's hand as possible before you start pumping the damage in. And that's just because the less cards they have, the less they can interact with you. Did he draw the card? There we go. Yep. So because he boosted already, draws a card. So still has an action point as well because of that Teklo Core. 2 resources floating. Oh, sorry, because of High Octane. Going to be a blue throttle now placed onto the combat chain. For 4 boosting. Taking 1 here is that Aether Dart. Oof. Taking another one from that zipper hit. And then he's going to shoot him 3 times. Tapping himself completely out. 10 plays 40. Now, if you're not super experienced with Kano, the thing to know is that this game state is not as bad as you think for the Kano player right now. 40 plays 10. But Sam's had a lot of really big turns. That's sort of how Teklo Pounder works. And front loading all that damage. And we kind of just need to find the Aether Wildfire for the side of Fahad. Teklo Core is going to tick down 2 resources, immediately going to be floated here. Starting off with a zipper hit, taking the damage. This is where you start to get a bit nervous here, okay? The moment the Kano player just snap takes damage, this is where you start going, uh-oh. Damage is going to start to happen, but is that what I think it is in the side of his hand? Going to go down to 1. Teklo Foundry hard here. Hits a Teklo Core, but doesn't really matter because at this point, the damage here is just going to be a little bit... I think that's a Pulse Wave Harpoon in hand, and that can be a real problem for Kano. Yeah. So, Pulse Wave Harpoon threatening to rip cards, but the problem is because it's only played on the second part of the chain, yeah, so he only has to reveal the 1, so it's not a huge deal. He's going to take the 4 damage here. If he'd had a way of setting that up where he can go a little bit later on down that combat chain, it is one of those things where it has the ability to rip a lot of stuff from hand, but tapping out to the point where it can rip the key card is a little bit hard when doing so puts you at the complete mercy of Kano. This is a really interesting point. Fahad's putting him in a situation where if he passes, he has the ability to do a lot. Spark of Genius, X equal to 0.
I can search.
So the thing with Spark of Genius here, so he's going to find another Teklo Core. You saw him checking his banish zone to make sure he hadn't banished the 3rd one because he did hit one of them there, but the thing to know here is that Spark of Genius is 2 triggers. So you have the search trigger first, and then you have the trigger to draw a card.
Sure, I'm gonna take a look. I'm okay.
Ooh, okay. So Kanoing here in response to the draw trigger. Now, it has the Eye of Ophidia as well, which is the one thing you're really afraid of hitting. So that's got to give him a bit of resurgence. But the okay. We're going to start going off. Blazing Aether. He's got another one in his arsenal as well, and he kept the other card on top. Now, what that would generally indicate to us is that the Ragamuffin's hat, yeah. So he's going to activate Kano, leave 2 floating, and he's going to activate the Ragamuffins, knowing that that top card is a blue. So he's going to put it there. Going to put this card back on top. I'm going to assume when the Kano resolves, it's going to be an Aether Flare. So it's not going to be that Aether Wildfire. Kanoing. Oh my god, and he hits the Aether Wildfire off the top. Okay, so now we're in a really... That was a blind flip as well. Who has double Blazing Aether, Aether Wildfire, and the Aether Flare. He has enough resources to do this as well. So the Crucible of the Aether is going to come down. He's going to break this, so go back up to 2 resources. Aether Wildfire is going to be pumped through as well. And then he's going to activate Metacarpus nodes. So he's going to have 1 resource floating. No, cracking that potion as well. So he had 1 resource, goes back to 3.
No, resources correct.
This is not yet paying.
Is that correct? He had 2 resources floating. Yeah. He's not paying for the nodes, so he's going to block.
No, 2. What do you want from me? There's a 2.
Okay, so 2's going to go through here. Now, this is the scary one as well because of how this is going to work. So the Aether Flare is going to come in for 5 because of the Aether Wildfire. So 5's going to come through.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
So 5 is going to double it to 10 and then 14. He's going to crack the boots.
14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22.
Oh my god, and the second Blazing Aether is going to come through for 20-something damage. Where does... Oh my god. The blind flip off the top to reveal the Aether Wildfire there.
You had... What was your hand? It was the...
My hand was this one. Well, it was
this in hand.
Yeah, and off the top he saw the second Blazing and the blue, so had the perfect opportunity there. 40 damage. Going through.
I have a wildfire, and I was like, the only way I was going to win was if I came on Holy, and it's a wildfire. It's not a wildfire.
I mean, you haven't seen it.
That's it. That's it. And when I had an eye, I'm like, I can't block you anymore because, well, you know, you played against me before.
Oh
like,
my.
if I'm at 40, I have 3 resources.
You died. But remember, what changed from last Nationals is I run red flares.
Yeah.
I never did, remember?
Yeah.
And also, there's another thing that changed. That I blocked out your counters. I blocked your counters.
Yeah.
But I had no choice.
Just listen to the players here a little bit.
Sorry. Thank you.
It is. Yeah, I'm fine. I don't know.
GG's being called there. It's, you sort of heard it from Fahad himself, but the only way that he won that game in that situation, because he had the Eye of Ophidia, so he couldn't block out anymore. And you heard him say it himself, the only way I win this game is if I blind Kano and it's Aether Wildfire. And sometimes it just is. And so the fact that it was the Aether Wildfire into the red Aether Flare, it's this really interesting situation here as well, where what he could have done, and I definitely think it's right just to Kano and find the Aether Wildfire, but can you imagine, just imagine if you threw the Aether Flare first. I guess you don't know how many resources you have to commit, so that's why he's done it, and he's gone through and he's made sure that he has enough resources. And that was the thing as well, you notice that he didn't spend anything on the Aether, he didn't use the Metacarpus node on the Aether Wildfire, and that's just purely because it meant that he had all his information, and so he didn't have to look through and do anything. But when it comes to Kano, that's the sort of stuff right there that's going to get you into the top 8. It does what it does. You're exactly right, Devin. It is just one of those decks where sometimes they just have it. They just have it. And what an excellent game to start us off with. We've got some really exciting stuff coming as well. One of the 5 Kano players, I believe, floating around the room. but my God, from 40 life, it quite literally was an OTK. Aether Wildfire into red Aether Flare. Yeah, Aether Wildfire into Aether Flare, and then Blazing Aether. That right there is insane. I'm not sure what they're counting currently on the stream. They're currently counting down the life total for whatever reason, but that right there, that's great stuff. That right there brings me a lot of joy as a Kano player. Just sort of identifying and knowing what and when you need. That's just, beautiful, beautiful stuff. We've got plenty of Flesh and Blood action coming through the rest of the day. Just while we've got a little bit of time, let's just run through a couple of little things from yesterday. The number one thing is we're just going to go through that split once again about what sort of heroes and how many we've got. So, most represented deck is going to be Lexi, unsurprisingly, with 21 players on that deck. Dromai coming in second with 13, and then we have Icelander at 10, Bravo at 11. And then we sort of have the other decks: 8 on Briar, 7 Katsu, 7 Dash, 5 Dorinthia, 4 Bolton, 5 Kano, 8 Leviah, 4 Azuri, 2 Viserai, 5 Prism, 1 Arachne, 3 Azalea, 3 Fai, and 4 Rhinar. So a couple of really interesting meta calls there. Australia, obviously, people are just going to play whatever they want to play a little bit too, but really, really great stuff. A really diverse meta, and we're definitely going to be seeing some more incredible games as the day goes on. Will Rosetta LL, I've heard that in the American National Championships, they have a player who is currently 12-1 on Briar. So, I mean, there's always a chance. Can someone break down the damage from last turn? Absolutely, we can. So, if we were to take, I'm just going to pull up a notepad here. So we had Aether Wildfire, which came in for 5. 2 of it was blocked, and that was the only 2 arcane damage that was blocked. So, 3 of it was blocked, so that's going to be 2 damage on the Aether Wildfire. From there, it was then the Aether Flare, which is 3 plus the 2, so that ends up being 5. So then the Aether Flare then busts out the first Blazing. So the Blazing Aether checks for the amount of damage that's done throughout the turn, which was 7, but then it gets plus 5 from the Aether Flare, which ends up being 12, and then plus 2 from the Aether Wildfire, which is 14. And so then so far we've done 14, 16, 21 damage. And then the second Blazing Aether checks the amount of damage that we've done. So we've done 14 plus 16, so 14, 16, 21 plus 2, which is then going to be 20. 21, 22, 23, 24 damage. So overall, the last two blazing was 24. The one before that was 14. So just the blazings themselves did 38 damage plus then the remaining damage as well. So it ended up being a total of 45 damage that went through on that turn. You're very welcome, Evan. As a Kano player, it's something that I've done the math a lot. So yeah, 45 damage on that last turn, just pushed through into the dash. And again, you heard it from Sam as well. He was saying at 40 life, he with 3 resources floating, he wasn't afraid of dying. And it actually had to be that exact sequence of cards. When you think about the resources available too, it's not like he could have done some Sonic Boom line. I mean, I guess he could have, but it would have been challenging because it would have meant that the Aether Wildfire would have only been for 4, meaning only buffs up by 1. So there's a couple of other lines that could have saved him there if it was off the top. It wasn't the Aether Wildfire, but regardless, it's one of those situations where sometimes Kano can just get it. So incredible stuff. That's going to be our coverage of round number 1. This is the schedule, like I said before. So we've got 2 more rounds of CC before we cut to that top 8. We're going to take a little bit of a short break. I'll let the audio from the room play out as it happens. And then we will be back in just a little bit with round number 2.
what just happened on stream? Sam Sutherland into Farhad. Sam is on 40. Farhad on paint on 3.
I'm watching it right now.
People are going to analyze that shit for a while. I don't have it.
Sam too lazy and nice. Starts with 9.
And Sam didn't have like 3 and AB3.
Prevents 3 takes 2. There's a flare. 5. Takes 5. Lazy. 2 plus 5, 7. 7, 14. 14. And with lazy enough. Look, when he pitched ice, not lazy. Has flare in hand.
Yeah, but I think no blazing is illegal, right?
Yep. Pitches high, doesn't see anything.
Are they out now?
No, he's like
No, that was they were both X1. They're probably still gonna play unless Sam loses both. Yeah. If he loses both, he's X4. He might still bubble in.
yeah.
And then we still have champions. Yeah, but they're lower. Like that was 20.
Yeah.
If he wins out, he still may not make that. Yeah, Nick is dropped. Tommy dropped. Tommy dropped. Phil is here. Yeah, he's playing.
First row table. He just played last 3 CC games.
So what did you do with Dory?
It's kind of funny because Justin and Remy are playing like the same matchup but on opposite ends. Because
Attention players, if you do finish the game and you do not have the next league, please make both players take away the recording to record the result. If you have finished the game and you left the next league yet, please both players show to Richard, the scorekeeper, to record the result. And there is just over 27 minutes now. There's just over 27 minutes now. Prism players, there is just over 15 minutes left in the round. There is just over 15 minutes left in the round. Attention players, last ball super on the side up. Last ball super on super. Attention players, that is 9 minutes. Attention players, that is 5 minutes left in the round. 5 minutes left in the round. Can someone do table 22 or 24, please come up? Table 22, 24. Potential players, international, and the Super Army, your round will be paired now.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you heard that call, but we are back with the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships for 2023, Day 2, Round 2, being paired right now as we're about to jump back into some incredible Flesh and Blood action. Round 1, we saw a Kano quite literally OTK a dash player. And when I say OTK, meaning one turn kill, I don't mean like 36 life and killed. No, he did 42 damage in one singular turn. So that right there is how we're starting the day off. We are starting off hard and fast. We're getting the damage flowing nice and quickly, and we're going to very slowly start to have players that wander their way over to the table. But just remember that this is all brought to you by flukeandbox.com. Please use the code OZNATS for 5% off any of your orders throughout the weekend as well. Massive shout outs to the guys hosting the event in Sydney, Australia as well. We're really excited. This is round number 2 of our Swiss portion of the event. After this, we have one more round, and then we're done. We're cutting to the top 8, and we're going to see who's going to be crowned the Australian national champion. Now, I know for a fact that currently I know Hayden Dale, our original Australian national champion, is still around and is still definitely playing in the event and has the ability to make the top 8. I'm not sure if I've heard about Nick Butcher as of yet, but I'll find some information as well, who is our current national champion and reigning across. We're getting some players brought over to the feature match area now, and we're very slowly. I'm going to get some information on exactly who we're going to be getting as well as we jump back into this one. But who do you guys want to see up on the stream? We've seen some Kano. I love Kano. Wouldn't mind to see some Iceland personally, but I really want to see some Leviah, or I want to see that Arachne player. I want to see what this contract man can do, but we got a special treat for you. We got my personal friend Darren going to be coming up on the stream. He's playing Fai, reigning in from Victoria. We're going to see who his opponent is. Doing incredibly well. Really great medical from him with Fai. Able to sort of take out some of these Guardian players who are prowling around. I'm pretty sure Fai has a pretty decent matchup into Lexi as well. Players starting to get themselves situated, as I'm getting the information from the other side as well. Let me just update some of these titles. Darren, of course, reigning in from Victoria. And then Benjamin Ryan from WA, who is on Lexi. So let's cut back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to see Ben versus Darren. Ben coming in from WA, Darren coming in from Victoria. And we're going to have a Lexi versus Fai. A matchup that was definitely something we saw a lot in the previous meta when we had Fai in that sort of rampant mode. Lexi in that rampant mode, as Fai sort of took a little bit of a back seat. For whatever reason, just the deck kind of struggled. It really ate up the Icelanders a lot of the time. But with Lexi losing the bullseye braces, this might be a bit of an interesting one. Look at that beautiful cold foil signed Fai as well. Both getting themselves situated. This one here is going to be an aggressive matchup. We're going to see a lot of damage flying around very, very quickly. I can't imagine we're going to see a huge amount of blocking unless we're presented with a devastating on-hit. And that is one of the things with Fai. It's not really going to present those big, scary on-hits frequently. You know, Snatch is a card that's in there, so the threat of drawing. Plus, if he's running the Mask of Momentum, that's something else as well. But it's one of these things where we are going to see a lot of damage potentially flying. Some of the cards getting cut as our players move to their sideboards. Just making sure. I think I spied that. I saw a Command and Conquer get sideboarded in. Probably the number one card that you want versus the Lexi. Really just disrupts. I think I heard that Darren is going to be going first. Pulling from table 6 here as well, so we're definitely still on the top end of the tables. And every single round here, every single match is going to be that difference between whether or not we make it into that wonderful top 8 or not. Just remember as well, when we're talking about that top 8, we're looking at a variety of things here. Winner obviously gets that beautiful national championship trophy as well as the gold foil, but also gets an invitation to Worlds. Now, anyone who does make the top 8 is getting a Worlds invite, not a PTI, but we are getting a Worlds invite. But yeah, the top 4, I do believe, are going to be getting themselves gold foils, which is pretty incredible. What round are we in? We are in round number 8, so 9 rounds total. This is the second constructed round of the day. Sorry, round 11. Yeah, so there were 9 rounds yesterday. Round 11. I don't know where I got round number 8 from. It's because yesterday the second to last round was round number 8. So yeah, round 11, sorry. Thank you, Greg, for making sure that I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, so round 11 overall, round 2 for the day, and our 5th round of Classic Constructed. Nothing wrong with a good pile shuffle. Really make sure that the cards are getting mixed up. See that Phoenix Flame in the graveyard already. One of the worst things that you can do as a 5 player is accidentally forget your Phoenix Flame towards the start of the game because, yeah, it's a May ability. You don't have to start with it in there. Alrighty, equipment being laid out along the side. Flipped over and pretty standard, I think. Yeah, the Hornet Sting coming through. Trench, though, not using the Tunic. Snapdragon Scalers and the New Horizons. Then Mask of Momentum, Flame Scale Furnace, Tiger Stripe Shukos, and then also the Snapdragons. But, and really importantly, using the Kadachis. So we're not using, we're Kadachi Fai. We're not actually using the Searing Ember Blade, which means we might not be getting some of these bigger Draconic Chains, which is interesting. Here we go. Yeah, I believe Fai is starting. No, we're going to have the Lexi start. Has a premeditating hand, so I wouldn't be surprised to see load of the Voltaire. And then, yeah, so, has a Rain Razors in hand as well, so could potentially look to push some damage initially. Has the Ponder token, also has the Heat Seeker, so does have ways of pushing the damage and maintaining the arsenal, but you don't get as much setup as you would probably like. Yep, so he's going to load the Heat Seeker, and then he's going to move to end. Because you have to remember as well that technically, Fai can activate and pull that Phoenix Flame into hand at the start of the game, but I don't think that Darren's going to want to look at doing that. So, double Arsenal slot here coming through. Right. Puts the Phoenix Flame into hand using it. I can't remember the exact name. I was going to say Rising Flame, but that might be wrong. Let me just double check that one. Rise from the ashes, not rise in flame. Yeah, we got there. We got there. There's plenty of options available here. So you have to remember as well, the Kodachis does mean that he is able to sort of chip through a little bit more damage than you would normally. Obviously, it is less damage, but here we go. So because it was a red rise from the ashes, means it's going to give it a +3. So that rising resentment is going to come in for 6. Has the ability to go for the trigger, declines it. See, Salt in the Wound going to be pitched here as well. So 1 floating. Going to chip him with that Kodachi. We're immediately going to throw the Hornet Sting. So is a bit afraid of the Mask of Momentum trigger and going to take that singular point of damage. Not too relevant here in this matchup, but it is still important. Phoenix Flame coming in for 1. Going to take it. Now Darren can actually throw the Kodachi, but instead no. It's just oh, what an absolute beater there. You want to talk about Command and Conquer? You know what's better than Command and Conquer? Having the ability to do 2 of it. That is a breaking point. That is going to be Chain Link 4 as well. So yeah, if it hits, it does actually destroy the cards in Arsenal. So yeah, throwing that Hornet Sting a little bit early, afraid of the Mask of Momentum, and yeah, the breaking point comes in for 5, forces a block here. And we also premeditated there. We also know that there is a Rain Razors in hand. Going to get pitched instead. Loading through Voltaire. So the Falcon Wing is going to come in for 6. Has the ability to make a Ponder token off the top. And we'll see. Now, Darren did commit the entire hand here, so doesn't have the ability to... of course, sorry. For 7, going to load it up with +1. So doesn't have the Arsenal, which means that this turn... this is the thing with Fai. Just consistent damage chipping through with the occasional on-hit effect. But having essentially access to 6 Command and Conquer-like effects is really, really strong. Particularly towards this Fai deck. So great sort of awareness from Darren there. Just to bring in that breaking point. Thinking about a block here. And I guess the question that you sort of come to is, yeah, take the 7 here because a Ponder token, you're not going to be able to block out the entire turn. So he's going to take the initial damage, that Ponder, and then if he's going to block, he's going to block out this Heat Seeker because this is the difference between a single and a double Arsenal potentially. Okay, so yeah, just taking the damage. Thinks he can chip back with equal amounts. Yep, so he's going to trigger the Ponder. And then the Heat Seeker. Oh, 3 of a kind being immediately thrown into that Arsenal face-up. And then he can look at the Ponder, move to Arsenal. Potentially, yeah, he's going to Arsenal that card. So this is the terrifying turn now. Because Darren needs to push and needs to have a way of disrupting that Arsenal. Because if he can't present enough damage... he's going to potentially look at, just absolutely just smashing through with this 3 of a kind. But we sort of talked about this a little bit yesterday. 3 of a kind doesn't necessarily need to be a card that is played for these huge hand. It can just be used to sort of refill it after blocking. Yeah, and look at this. Probably trying to disrupt the Mask of Momentum trigger. He's going to throw the Trench immediately. Oh, okay, so double strike now coming through. Takes the 1, going to throw it again. Banish it. Take 2. This next one is going to potentially trigger Mask of Momentum, should it be required. Oh, Warmonger. What a card! Oh, Warmongers here means that it is going to sort of turn off this big 3-oak turn. Because if he names non-attack, he can't throw any of attack actions. And the other thing as well is that with the bow... Okay, interesting. So he's gonna, what a blowout there as well. You see, he activates the Trench in response just so he can cycle that card out. He's obviously chosen to activate War, but the interesting thing is, does War actually allow you to reload a bow? Might just be looking to... Okay, so bow can be activated.
Go again. Hamstring shot for 5.
So plenty of damage sort of being slung back and forth. While that wasn't the biggest damage turn, it really did turn off that massive 3 of a kind. That's what we're most afraid of here. So hamstring shot essentially gives a frostbite. The first thing that they activate is going to be for 1. So it's going to be an endless arrow for 5 here. Now, endless arrow for 5. Now, yeah, no blocks being determined. He already has a card in hand, so he's going to be able to set up the 5-card hand anyway. So a little bit less value going to be there from that having that. I'd be interested to see probably Arsenal the premeditate here. Just so that way again he can oh no, doesn't Arsenal the 3 premeditate?
So the trench would have been destroyed by the time the war happened.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't have been able to finish that up.
He said that he was, yeah, he said that was legal.
Because I asked whether it was alright if I trenched in response.
So because you would have had to have closed the combat chain to get to that point, the trench would have been destroyed.
Oh, I can remember.
Yeah.
Give me 1 sec.
Sorry.
Interesting. So if you don't know if you guys heard that, so in order to close the combat chain, yeah, so in order to close the combat chain whenever you play a non-attack action, you technically have to close the combat chain in order to do so. And trench, because of how it works, it's blade break. When the combat chain is closed, it is destroyed. So he was able to trench in response.
I think playing non-attack breaks the chain.
Yeah, because it is the combat chain.
Did you then not respond?
No, because I think when you play a non-attack, it's automatically the chain gets broken.
Yes, you have.
Yeah, automatically.
Oh,
Playing a non-attack breaks the chain immediately.
Yeah,
Oh,
that is
I
correct.
thought
Yeah.
there was a window that you could.
I mean, look, I didn't know that.
I
You
asked
and you
because
got
I
told
had
that you
no
was
idea.
not allowed. I know, yeah.
Yeah, so we're having a bit of
I
a judge
thought that
discussion
was
here.
What it was, but I trusted the judges.
Yeah, I had to double check because I didn't know. I honestly.
Yeah, so we're having a little bit of a judge call here just to sort of see exactly what's going to happen as a result of this. I don't know if they're going to roll the game back technically because a full turn was taken or what potentially we're looking at. Because, and this is the difficult thing, right?
Well, you knew what the card in my arsenal was anyway. It was a blue serum shot which I revealed anyway. Off the Hornets thing.
Yeah, but the point is that you wouldn't have been able to like just fight in general. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, the worst case I would have had to do is like 5-2.
you would have been only able to find that in
Yeah, hit snappies and then do it. This is probably what I'm going to have to do.
Yeah, so I don't know, so it's a little bit hard to hear, but essentially what they're saying is because it was an attack action card in the arsenal, he wouldn't have been able to trench away, and he did that in order to clear up that arsenal slot so he could actually fire multiple arrows. As a result, if the game state had been sort of maintained in the way that it should have been, he would have had to use Snapdragon Scalers because he would have had to clear that arrow initially.
So I've
Listening.
a bunch of arrows at me.
It's like a full turn pass.
Yeah.
Would you guys be happy to continue as is?
Not really, because I was under the impression that was how it worked, but
Yeah.
the judge said otherwise, so I kind of just like, I assumed the judge knew what he was talking about.
Yeah.
But I know that at the very least, he would have had to commit snappies if he wanted to play that turn out. Right, that's what I thought as well, if he wanted to shoot an arrow. So, like, I don't know what's the way to proceed from here.
Yeah. Okay. Give us a couple more minutes.
And I think that, and the thing with that is that is completely fair.
But I don't mind going back.
If there is a game state violation, this is a professional level tournament as well, meaning that we are using professional level rules. So if
I wouldn't mind if we just got rid of snapdragon and we just watch it like that, I guess. It's just a little bit unfair on my end because that's what I thought I was doing.
Yeah. But the only thing is, and I've also got like this, like a third arrow that I get to shoot as well. Because I'd have to shoot that searing shot, snappies, and then the hamstring shot.
Well, you wouldn't have been able to get that Would you be able to get that screenshot anyway? Because like you wouldn't have been able to change, and you don't have the resource.
No. Because I didn't write it off.
Okay, you didn't, yeah.
No, because I
Yeah.
had the full hand. All I did was trench the series shot, and like worst case, if I couldn't trench, I'd play the first series shot, snappies.
Yeah, it's just listening to the players sort of talking it through as well. But yeah, definitely a difficult situation.
What was the end of that?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, they. Yeah, we don't know, and this is the thing. We're going to leave it up to the judges. I'm not a judge myself, so we definitely can't look at. I definitely can't make any sort of comments on that sort of thing. As this judge call is gone, and we'll cut it back into myself. So definitely a difficult game state situation. So the judges sort of conferring, trying to decide exactly what they want to do to go about this. We just sort of want to give it a little bit of time, let the judges sort of confer, figure out the best way, if a rewind of the game state is going to be the correct thing, if there's a penalty that needs to be implied. I think it's a little bit difficult as well, though, because there was a judge call involved during the play, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's no like IP penalties imposed. But again, as someone as someone who's not a judge, I kind of can't comment on this sort of thing. Yeah, exactly. So I think in this instance, you just sort of keep, and that's sort of the thing. And for those of you who sort of haven't gone to many professional level events, or even just many events in person, particularly those things like your RTNs and your Pro Quests and that sort of thing, never be afraid to call a judge. Calling a judge doesn't mean that you're trying to like string your opponent along or they've done something wrong necessarily. Just calling a judge just means that for whatever reason there is a question, something to do with the game state that you want like to inquire about, and you just sort of want some additional information. But yeah, it's one of these things, just sort of like the judges know best, and they, at the end of the day, the people enforcing the rules and the ones that if something goes wrong, they're the ones that will sort of be informing you. Yeah. But yeah, it's one of these things. Sometimes it happens, and Flesh and Blood, to its absolute benefit, is a complicated game. And
I thought there could be like a window of opportunity.
Yeah, just listening to the players sort of talking as well.
It probably comes in because you played so much against like.
Yeah, bro.
But yeah, it's just one of these things. Sometimes it happens. Like mistakes happen from all parts, be it from everybody. But that's why we have the judge team there, and why they're easily available to sort of talk to you through it. But whatever happens needs to happen, and that's okay. And so the judge is going to confirm. We'll jump back into the table.
Whether there was a window of opportunity for me to use the trench.
I think there was.
Yeah. No.
Why don't you bring your life pad? Is your life pad you guys wrote down?
No,
we're using the phone.
Okay.
Yeah, so I had so I had that there.
So they're currently going through. I'm going to try and get some confirmation on exactly what the judge call ends up being. Alrighty. They're currently going through and sort of like speaking about the game state and sort of determining what exactly is going on. So as the players sort of talk it through, yeah, just remember this is the sort of thing that happens, you know, like, and with these complicated games, sometimes it takes a little bit of time. What character is red and blue? I'm not sure of that question, but yeah, if you guys have any questions or anything like that, please let's pop them through now. I'm getting a little bit of confirmation. I will be getting some confirmation on exactly what the judge ends up being. The thing to know as well is that oh right, so yeah, so Fai is blue. So we're returning to the table now. Yeah, I think once again they're just sort of taking a little bit of time. I think they just need to hear sort of what the whole story was. I do believe extra time will be allocated to the players. Again, with an aggro mirror like this, it shouldn't be necessary. But again, when we talk about judge calls and that sort of thing, if anything does take time, you should ask for additional time to be allocated, particularly if it's as a result of a judge call. Yeah, one of those things just takes its toll. But I think the big thing is going to be here, regardless of whatever the outcome needs to be, both players need to be able to shake it off. It happens, you know. Obviously, it was not malice intent or anything like that, and so you just need to be able to sort of just be like, okay, let's just move on, let's just continue, and let's go from there. And we'll sort of see exactly what that call ends up being. But yeah, I hope you guys are having a fantastic day. We've got some incredible flesh and blood coming through. I will say, like, again, I'm not a judge, so I'm not going to comment on that sort of thing. So whatever the judge call happens, or whatever the outcome is decided, that is the decision. These things have a lot of back-end stuff that needs to be taken into consideration in particular as well. Even just stuff along the lines of, like, consistency throughout the day, what's happened and that sort of thing. Yeah, if we talk a little bit about the equipment suite as well, it is interesting, right? Because Kadachi Fai, I would imagine, would really love to have the tunic available, because having that additional resource is great. Oh.
So based on the game provide like the interact too much has transpired since that turn. It's hard to kind of rewind or make any amendments to any game state beyond that. So we actually will have to keep game state as is. And so we can play. You guys have any questions?
I mean, I guess it's not really it's not unfair if he gets to play out that turn and not have to finish that on a turn where he wasn't allowed to go, had to go within the word. Yeah, I just.
Yeah, like we apologize for not getting this one. And apologize for the miscommunication with that. But the whole turn played out since with life turn of cards being played on cards. Revealed from different hidden zones. It's hard for us to rewind any game state for that. There'll be no warning given or anything like that.
Okay. So you heard it here. Essentially what's happened is just due to the challenge of what it would be to actually rewind that turn, the fact that an entire turn played out, they're just going to continue. So Snapdragons does not need to be committed from the side of Ben, and the turn will continue as normal. It's a little bit of a challenging one, like I said, and it's not the call that we get to make. But like I said, needs to just shake it off, sort of continue on, play it out like if that was exactly how the play was supposed to go. And then go from there. So, that is a great way to start, though. Looking at the Art of War. So we're going to be able to banish a card and then draw some stuff as well. I see a Blaze Headlong sitting in the hand as well, which is definitely one. And then definitely some absolute power cards. I think that is... Yeah, so that's... wow. Okay, so yeah, we've got the Art of War. I'm assuming we're going to name +1 and also banish, draw 2. So really able to refill that hand. Brand with Cinderclaw is going to be the initial play, and the thing you want to sort of keep ahead of is how much we're committing in regards to like the red cards. We're going to have the Kadachi come through as well. Lava Burst is another card that was banished, and also another one in hand. So that's the second one in a row. Vain Loyalty, because it is the second Draconic Chain Link. This one will have go again. Committing 2 cards to block here. Is a little bit afraid, obviously. Just of the draw. Karachi's going to come through as well. Looking through the graveyard. Just going to activate Fire's ability, put through the Phoenix Flame. This one is going to be for 2 because of the Shukos. And now he's just thinking about whether or not he wants to block this out. And again, it is one of those situations where taking the damage, this next attack, which is this big Blaze Headlong for 4. Oh, sorry, for 5. Oh, of course, everything's plussed up because of the Art of War. So this is going to be 5 on hit, draw a card. Is that another Blaze Headlong he's just ripped off the top? I think it might be. 17 plays 17. Oh, it's just going to be the Lava Burst instead. This one's going to come in for 6. Goes to 11. Sets up the Arsenal card as well. So a very massive turn there coming through from Darren. So it looks like he's been able to shake off a little bit of what happened there anyway. Has the Arsenal card set up as well. And also the big thing as well, has plenty of stuff to block with. Here we go. Premeditate though into the 3 of a kind. These are the scary turns that we're looking through as well. But you have to remember, because he committed cards to block. Oh no. Okay. Does find a couple of arrows as well. So not going to be a big deal. He's going to flip over that endless arrow that we knew that was in there. Has 2 arrows sitting there as well. Also has plenty of resources available. This first one is going to be the buffed up one, Frostlock. Okay, so the fusion's going to come out. So we're definitely going to see a card committed in block. Because otherwise it sort of turns off those Kadachis, because you can't pitch or play 0 costs. And the one thing Fai loves is a 0 cost. Yeah, you can block up with the equipment, but it still doesn't cover up the whole thing because of the premeditate's the problem, even if he commits the Mask of Momentum. So I think he's going to have to commit the chests and the Shukos, and then potentially a 3 block if he has one in hand. No, so it's going to commit 3 cards. Yeah, so it's just going to commit the 3. Really can't turn off that Frostlock. And again, if he just goes like Kadachi, Snap, for example, that's going to be a really good turn as well. The Heat Seeker going to come in for 5. 5 and then 4 is going to come through. So another 9 damage presented here. Darren does a pretty healthy life total, so can tank it all should he choose. But he could also instead just cover up this Endless Arrows. Whoop. But it's not really important again, because all it does is sort of gives him a little bit more information about what he wants to put in his arsenal, because he's going to draw a card off the Heat Seeker and put that face up anyway, and the Ponder token as well. So a big turn here, but the more important thing, and this is sort of the thing with Lexi, not only is it a big turn, but it strings together a whole bunch of stuff, because he is going to be able to get additional cards. So Heat Seeker is going to trigger first. This is the interesting thing, right? The Frostlock's going to be there. Yeah, so it's got to be a non-attack action in the arsenal as well, because otherwise he sort of soft locks himself out. It's less important at this life total as well, because the Snapdragon Scale is there, so you can just sort of like play this 4 or 5 arrow turn. Correct. He did block with 3 cards and then the equipment as well. So if this is a Snatch and Arsenal, and then a blue card available, Darren can go like Kadachi, Snatch, Snapdragon if he needs to as well, just to sort of try and pump some damage through. But again, it's just been back-to-back 6 card hands for Ben. The Art of War. Rising Anger. And that's just going to be passed. Needs to put something through, and I do like that. Having to pitch the Art of War isn't so great, but again, that on-hit effect from previously has a Warmongers in hand now. So this is an interesting decision. If he decides to commit the Snapdragon Scalers here, yeah, so the Snapdragon is going to be sort of, it's definitely going to be committed because he has to, and this This raises a very interesting decision here for Darren, where he can potentially look at soft locking him out using that Warmongers, assuming he gets the double arsenal. But you can't really rely on that, right? Like, you don't know the texture of his hand. So let's just take a moment to think here. This one is Withering Shot. And Withering Shot creates the Frailty token on hit as well, which is really devastating. Darren taking a little bit of time here just to consider his options and everything. So yeah, Darren's presented with this really interesting situation. He's got the Warmongers, but he's looking at a Frostlock here. Now, I'm pretty confident Darren's aware that the Frostlock probably doesn't have an easy fuse target, because one of red was pitched, and also the fact is that if it had a fuse target, you'd throw it first, because you kind of want to push that through, because you know that Frostlock's on hit effect when fuse is absolutely devastating, particularly to Fai. So we see an E-Strike in hand as well as the Warmongers. So the Frailty token will come out. Now, that does kind of soft turn off the Kodachis. Just because obviously they lose the damage. I don't know how this shot had go again. Yeah, I don't know how this shot had go again. Because Snapdragon Scalers weren't committed here, and he had the 5-card hand.
Oh shit! Hold on, Judge. Hold on.
Yeah, I was gonna say he didn't Snapdragon.
I did this, but I didn't snap this. Judge. Yeah, I didn't go again.
Yeah, so
I didn't Snapdragon.
he didn't Snapdragon the attack, which means that this shouldn't have go again, which means that he's left with plenty of cards in hand. So Darren can really potentially just look at maybe turning the corner here. He did keep all 4. Now the Kodachi's been turned off.
I'm so sorry, man.
Yeah.
Yes.
I get it.
So everyone's done it. This is one of those things that everyone has done. The classic forgetting to actually Snapdragon. You sort of map the whole turn in your head. Yeah, like you map the turn in your head already, and you know that it's something that is available. But then yeah, you forget to activate the Snapdragons. You know, we've all done it. We've seen people in grand finals of callings forget to Snapdragon their own stuff before.
When he hit me with a really shot, I took it. Yeah, that was from Arsenal. He didn't place it.
No damage to be taken.
No damage.
No card to draw.
Nothing.
And that was from us.
No, this is from here.
From here. But you,
So,
Lexi, you bit like low ability.
So he loaded
so
it.
yeah, I loaded this, and then I tried to shoot it. And then I noticed I didn't snap his.
Yeah.
Shot.
Yeah. So that will go. The loading will happen since that's a legal
Yep.
thing.
And
And then if you got. That's it. Yeah. Unless there's another incident or anything that plays.
no, that's cool.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay, so because the loading of the arrows and instant is a legal play, so that has to continue. And then the turns pass over to Darren, and Darren feeling very good here because has 4 cards left in hand. Snapdragon Scaler is available. Has the ability to go E-Strike, draw a card, Snapdragon that, present a bunch of damage here. The Kodachis have been turned off, but he also is sitting on a Warmongers as well. Knows that there's 2 arrows in the arsenal, but there's also a Codex. Now Darren, this is not the turn that he was expecting as well. He knew for a fact that he was going to need to block something because obviously he's sitting at 3 life, and his job now is to strip as many cards as he can, try to do as much damage as possible. Because those Snapdragons are still there as well, so on the next turn he is going to be able to clear out that arsenal slot and shoot probably a bunch of arrows. He's going to start off coming in for 3. Brandwood Cyndaquil, the perfect way of actually opening up the line, because the next card's going to be Draconic. This is an interesting thing, because he can go E-Strike for 7 as well. Force cards out, Snapdragon, and then Warmongers. Plenty of lines here available. Or he might not even want to play the Warmongers. He just might go 7 and then do something else towards the end as well. Now, there's going to be no chance of the Mask of Momentum trigger unless he opts to draw a card. But presenting a life total is pretty good. So I believe that's coming for 7. You noticed already, you saw that the little hand movements down reach for his Snapdragons. He's not going to make the same mistake that Ben did there. So 4 damage will leap through. Yep, Snapdragon Scale is committed. Correct, that is a Frailty token. 3 life remaining. He's going to be able to force at least one more card out here, assuming... Yep. So it's going to be another 3. So he's going to be able to force another card out. So it means just the 2 arrows on the crackback. Has plenty of equipment is the other thing as well. He's going to have the Phoenix Flame. So leaking up through another point of damage here. And that one is a Draconic E-Strike. So it's not costing him anything because of the ability where Brandwood Cyndaquil gave E-Strike the Draconic keyword. He's going to throw it in Arsenal instead. Wants to set up, knows that he needs to create these links into the next turn. Has 1 card available here, so he knows it's going to be an Endless Arrow into a Frostlock and has to clear up, block at least some of the damage. Now the Shuko, that's a hand though. Blaze Headlong available. He's going to go probably, I would not be surprised just to see whether or not he just throws the 2 pieces of equipment here. And look, Salt in the Wound as well. Salt in the Wound not as impactful here because he's not going to be leaking a huge amount of damage. Yeah, so Shuko's a Mask. Clear that one up completely. Not going to forget it this time. Snapdragon Scale is committed. Codex here. This is one of those one-sided codexes, so Frailty is available. Has a Ponder as well. It's going to load one of those 0-cost arrows. Probably the Falcon Wing. No, he's going to put in the Endless Arrow. Yeah, so smart. This forces a card from Darren's hand because even though he has the chess piece with 1 more block available, it goes to 3. So yeah. Yeah, you see the Warmonger. Oh, is that a Warmonger's in hand? Yeah, it is. So Warmonger's here. Seals up the Endless Arrow. There's a Ponder token available. He can take 1 here, technically. But it depends on whether or not you want to give him the Endless Arrow. Plenty to consider here, but that is a gas hand as well, because you have the Phoenix Flame in the arsenal. I thought he just said take the damage, and I got very confused. I'm like, you do that, you die. Warmonger's being a blue 0 block. Blue 0 cost 3 block is such a powerful card in these ninja decks, and might actually be the reason that pushed him over and went to Kadachi's instead of the Searing Emberblade. Yeah, I'm going to take 1. Card will then bounce back to hand. Technically, it's still on the chain. He's just going to pitch it. It's a Rain Razors that's been thrown into the arsenal, though, so needs to sort of kill Darren here. And that was a really heads-up play there as well, because the fact that that card was drawn instead, really great. Has a handful of 3 blocks. Blaze Headlong for 4. You saw the Phoenix Flame was the first thing getting committed there, so that's why it's going to leak a damage through. Second Blaze Headlong, though. Another damage leaking through a singular point. That Frailty token is going to save him. Salt in the Wound. It's going to come in for 4 as well. Because both of those attacks... Well, technically, no. So the way that works is that even though the Phoenix Flame technically did go unblocked, it doesn't hit. No damage was dealt. So Salt in the Wound is only going to be pumped up twice, but it is still pumped up twice. That's 4 damage. Doesn't have another Phoenix Flame in the graveyard. I believe that in this matchup, most Fais will sideboard out their extra Phoenix Flames just because they don't want the non-block. It's a really dangerous situation here. Just considering whether or not... I mean, I think he has to throw both the cards, right? But I guess if one of them is a non-block... Yeah, one of them's a non-block, so he has to block with the New Horizon. Loses it. And this is terrifying now because you're going to pass back. That could... If it's a Codex of Frailty, that is a big card. No, it's just another arrow. He's gonna activate. Needs to flip. Hits a rain. Oh my god! Hits the endless arrow off the top as well. Gonna come in for 4, but you see Darren here. Yep, just gonna commit the armor. Doesn't want to have him have a card here now, because now this is where you start getting grinded out. You have the Kodachis, and this is where you start to get Kodachi lock because he's at 1 life. Does he have the blue? Nobody. Oh, I think he does. See, he's gonna be able to Kodachi lock him, and you have no frailty. Here we go, double strike as well. It's going to just strip every single card here. The second double strike going to come through. Take the third. And then the snatch for 4. And that's going to be game. What an absolutely tight game from that judge call. There was a lot of stuff going on, but a fantastic bounce back there from Darren. Just a little bit towards the end, just being able to strip all the cards. What an excellent game and a really great way to actually look at closing out round number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to cut to a really short break and then don't go anywhere because we will be back with the third and final round of Classic Constructor before we cut to our top 8. What a game. Don't go anywhere.
I really lost my Codex.
You know, I was thinking
I
about
totally would have lost it.
I was thinking about, but I'm just like, why if I don't he's not gonna die anyway.
Man, I thought I was so dead because when I had like the Frostlock and Withering Shot in there, I'm like, if I draw 1 blue, I'm safe. I do like 4 reds and I'm like, oh no. I'm like, bro, I can only make like 1 or 2 arrows go whoosh. Nah, that can't cut it.
I thought that as well. The judge here said it was beautiful. That's why he did it. And I'm like,
Oh, did you say that?
and I said, is it? And he goes, yes. And I'm like,
Attention national players. Round 12. The last round of the week has been paired.
You heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. Round 12 has been paired. The final round of the Flesh and Blood Australia 2023 National Championships. Final round of Swiss. My name is Matt Brandwood, bringing you the action. This is it. This is the one. This is the one where the people, they are going to be as nervous as can be before that top 8, because we have a lot of people playing for that win and in spot. But we are just waiting to see who we're going to get on our feature matches. The players get themselves situated. Taking a look at the schedule here, after this round, I believe there is going to be a little bit of a break. So players are going to be able to grab some food, probably. Depending on what time, the stream will be down for probably about 45 minutes or so. Oh, sorry, hearing the judge calls coming through. So there is going to be a little bit of a break. So just be aware of that. That is something that is going to happen before we cut into that top 8. Just remember, guys, that the stream today has been brought to you by flukeandbox.com. Please use the code OZNATS for 5% off any of your purchases on the website throughout the weekend. Super exciting. We just saw 2 nail-biter games come through, and now we're going to wait and see what happens in this third round. What are we going to see here? What's playing on those top tables? Are we going to see a lot of Dromai? I heard there was a fair amount of Dromai floating around those top tables in round 1. 6 of those top 10 tables had a Dromai player, which is pretty hectic to think about. Dromai really making a resurgence, and looks like we're going to have Ryan Taylor up on stream. Man on Bravo. Going up against someone else. Now, again, I'm going to be as unbiased as I possibly can be, but just know that Ryan is a man dear to my heart. From South Australia, one of my boys, one of the people I test with.
Hello, friends.
How are you doing?
Yeah, that last game.
So you're
Let's see what happens.
8-3?
I'm 8-2.
Hearing through, so Ryan's currently sitting 8-2 and draw. Let's see who his opponent is. I'm not sure who's the opponent.
I said hurry up.
I'm Dromai too.
They would have they were 2 minutes turn, try throughout the game and told them how fast we were like from me.
It is a long game.
About to jump into it. So Ryan Taylor on Bravo, sitting 8-2 and 1 at the moment. I think we might be looking at another mirror match, maybe. I'm not sure. Remy, so it's gonna be a Remy. There we go. So jumping in, I thought we were on the game. I'm so sorry, guys. We're going to see Ryan Taylor versus Remy. Table 5. We'll see what's Remy playing. And Remy is on Dromai and is from New South Wales. Beautiful. So after this game, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to cut to a break. We're going to have some lunch. I'm going to grab myself some lunch as well. You guys should grab some good lunch, and then we're going to go from there. Bit of an interesting matchup here. So yeah, Dromai versus Bravo. Definitely one of those ones where we're going to see that ghostly touch and see whether or not we get to that pitch stack where we can do the double ghostly touch. It's going to be interesting to see. But can the Bravo pump through enough damage to actually go from there? Definitely an interesting matchup. Now, in regards to making the top 8, we don't specifically know what the score needs to be. So it's going to be definitely an interesting announcement once we get to it.
So you made it, make dragons on the dragon side? Yeah, is it alright?
Alrighty. Taking a bit of time. This is definitely a difficult matchup for the Dromai. It's definitely not like... It's not a matchup that is unwinnable by any stretch of the imagination. It's kind of like... If you remember what it was like playing Prism into Guardians, it was miserable. This is not as bad because obviously the permanents on board are poppable. Instead of, you know, having to have Phantasm. But it is still many situations where Dromai can have like 3 or 4 dragons and, you know, give some of them the ability not to like have Phantasm or have multiple action points. So
Yeah, that's right.
what are they doing?
Yes. No pressure.
You heard it first. Ryan saying important match definitely is. Potentially looking at making top 8. There's no guarantees, obviously, for anyone because we don't know what the final records are looking like, but definitely important. Really interesting comment. You hear Ryan asking immediately how many cards in deck. He was aware of what the game plan is. He was aware that he's going to be sideboarding and a lot of extra stuff. Interesting thing. Technically, it's supposed to happen before you sideboard. But that's fine. Yep. Anathos being the hammer of choice here. You really want to be able to have the option to kill all the dragons with the hammer. Regular equipment. Interesting. Running the Null Room Boots. Null Room Boots super important here. Just so he doesn't, Remy doesn't have the option of just trying to kill him with the arcane damage towards the end of the game. Ghostly Touch, Snapdragon Scalers, Flamescale Furnace, and of course Crown of Providence for the side of Dromai, Sand of Sandakai.
Oh, Lexi, sorry.
And then looking here now, letting Bravo Star is certainly always a bit of a scary thing. I understand why he wants to do that because he wants to steal tempo as much as he can, but he's going to Thunderquake. Warmonger's getting pitched to the bottom of the deck as well as the Terra Sunder. There's going to be lots of damage coming through here. No, just wants to sort of start pressuring as well. Warmonger's here, and then we're looking at pitching. Oasis Respite as well. So it's going to be 7. So 1 damage is going to leak through, I believe. Which is all Ryan can ever ask for. Makes an Ash more importantly as well. And then probably just going to look at Arsenal. Yeah. So take the 1, and then looking at ending the turn here. Yeah, we're going to Flame Scale here with Asvalite. Make 2 Ash, and that's sort of how you get started here. Look at those beautiful Marvel Ash coming through. Oh, sorry, Marvel Dragons coming through from Dromai. That's the #1 thing that we want to be looking out for. Oh, and that's a scary card that's top of the hand. Now, this is interesting as well. Can he play it? Tomultai sitting there, the Marvel Tomultai. If he can play it, even though... Yeah, it's just going to be the Sweeping Blow. Going to block it out with the Warmongers here. Now, the thing with Tomultai is that he can look at blowing up the Null Room Boots. Not pitching it. Yeah, just going to make the Ash using the Flamescale Furnace and Arsenal. Didn't have much that he could do there, so Ryan's going to play with a full hand. Activate the Tectonic Plating, 1 resource floating. He's going to pitch, just swing Anathos for 6. 2 floating here. And this is the thing, because Ryan, I believe, has probably got less cards in deck, he's going to try and be a little bit careful by swinging these big 6 attacks, because you do only have a limited amount. Bravo obviously has a lot bigger limited amount than most decks, but swinging 6 damage here. Fate's going to come through. Taking 2 damage here. Using those D-Reacts early, though, is something Ryan wants to see. He's going to activate Sigil as well, gain 3 life. And that is the thing, though. When it comes to Bravo, you have to be very careful about how you spend your card economy, particularly those defense reactions. Already on Oasis and a Fate Foreseen being used. So that's 2 of those key cards out for when these big dominated attacks come towards the later end of the game. And that's what Ryan's going to be pitching for. Necria, that's a scary card, though. Necria is going to obviously allow for a bunch of Ash generation, and is one of those things that is very important. Yeah, not attacking with the Necria, and that's a smart idea. Doesn't want to allow Ryan to pop the Seismic, and we're going to see whether or not he decides to clear the Necria or if he's just going to smack in for a lot of damage. Look at this, pitching the red Chokeslam already, so he knows that his blues are there. He also has the Crippling and the Rouse, and he's going to destroy the Necria. Yeah, so Necria has 7 life, but because of the -1, takes the 6 damage and is going to die. So you know, it's the Chokeslam and the Crippling. Doesn't want to start using these big power cards early. He's going to put them together now, so he knows that whether or not he's pitching into them, if he hits that second, he's going to keep that Spinal in hand as well. You can see both players are aware of how this matchup is going to go. It's potentially going to go very long. And so the big important thing is also to keep an eye on the timer. Yeah, Ryan already sort of aware of what he needs to be doing in the long game. Big hand though. Dominia. Seen two of those big Marvel dragons already. Seen that. Sorry, big majestic dragons. Lots of thinking happening here. No ghostly touch counters yet, though. Dominion getting pitched here. Wow. One of these. Oh, the new illusion is closed. It's kind of the Phantasmaclasm ability. Just trying to remember what the card is called because it's one of those newer ones. Creates a ponder. Yeah, so creates a ponder. Rips a card but gives him a ponder token.
I'm going to send this to you.
Dust up for 4. Interesting because he knows he has to sink below in hand, so he's just going to sink. Let's play Sigil, gain some life. Probably going to then pitch away, unless no, he wants to have the Arsenal card instead. Importantly, ponder and does it at the end of turn. Pitching a red makes a seismic surge token. And it's just going to pass. Had the Commander Conquer in hand, but one of those things where it might have been a Dudley popper. Doesn't want to risk getting blown out with no poppers. That's one of the most important dragons. That's one of the ones that Ryan's going to have the alarm bells going off. It's one that disables Phantasm on your first attack. Another Necro as well. Necro is going to be able to swing in here. Yeah, so this is where you start to get a little bit worried when they start to build this board. But on the next turn, Ryan's probably just going to mitigate damage. Going to block with 2 pieces of equipment here. The reason why he's blocking here is because he knows that, generally speaking, he's not ever going to be in a game state where the Dromai is going to really be aggressing super hard, just based on the nature of how the 2 decks are constructed. So he's willing to trade the equipment here to kill the Mirror Guy. He's probably got like a Zealous Belting in hand to like trade with both potentially. Oh, look at that, the quad red hand. So that's why he has to trade those there. That's alright. Does take care of the key card.
Your deck is all red, mine is not.
Seeing a lot of other red as well. Ryan though, definitely one of the players more than happy just to laugh it off. Probably the big thing he's worried about there. It's more the fact of I don't think you save it for Kyloria purely for the fact of more likely you can pop the Kyloria. Yeah, Ryan's second cycle's already been set up a little bit, but yeah, that quad red hand might come back to bite him. So look at this. So Uvia, the Uvia Necria setup is here, and this is one of the scariest ones. Ryan's got to determine whether or not he wants to pop this, which he will. Ends the turn early. He's going to be able to deal with both these dragons. Ghostly Touch sitting there. Sigil gain 3 life. So currently both players are ahead on where they should be life-wise. Yeah, so just triple pitch.
No, that's right. Yeah, it's taking that nice.
Next to all those reds, yeah.
Yeah, so that right there is just Ryan being polite. You know, he's just showing to make sure that he was aware of the pitch stack. Make sure he's aware of the pitch. Because that is something, you know, if you play too quickly, at any point your opponent can stop you and ask you what you pitch because it's just common knowledge. Just clearing off those dragons. Uvia, one of those ones that gets too much value for Ryan to let stay around. Rake the Embers, again, another one here. So 3 more of these little Ash Rings coming through. Wouldn't be surprised to see a pop and then the Necro killed on the following turn. Get rid of these key dragons. That is a Dromai though, and that one there is a really scary one. So he's going to swing with Dromai, Ryan will pop it. Has an extra action point though. Command and Conquer here. Definitely interesting one. Now the awkward thing for Ryan is the fact he does have the 2 block and the D-React in hand. Necro is not going to be able to be killed here, so he's going to block for 6, including the equipment. Yeah, Ryan just indicating he doesn't want to actually move it across, but indicating with the equipment here. Just going to kill an Ashwing. Doesn't have enough to kill the Necro, so he just want to clear off as much as he can. Another Rake the Embers, so a bunch more of these little Ashwings.
I'm going to pitch to the furnace to get the rush. I'm going to acquisition.
So Ryan just sort of considering how he wants to navigate this. He is going to pop it, obviously, using some of those blue ones. There's Macho Grande as well. Definitely cards you would love to keep in your deck. In terms of card quality, probably not one that Ryan's super excited about in regards to what he needs. So make a Seismics, swing the hammer at Necro. Get an Ash once again. 6 damage will kill the Necro. Another Sigil. Yeah, gain 3 life, so 46.
No, we're going the wrong way.
As we're talking about before, players probably a little bit worried about time. And it's weird to think about.
Yes. Yeah, 46.
Not used to be 46.
It's just one of these things where it's just going to be a slow, grindy game for both the players. But eventually what's going to happen is Ryan's going to get him to a point where he's going to turn the corner. And he's going to get back to that pitch stack. He's just going to start slamming. Break. Dust up this time as well. So not going to give him an option, but then has the Fate ready. Gain more life.
And pitching to the furnace to get
Seismic, kill it again. See.
No, that's good.
Ryan's just trying to clear out these dragons, and this is the thing. Once it starts getting cleared out more and more and more, he's going to be able to just relax. Taking a little bit of time here. There you go, popped. Popped. This is the scary thing with this ghostly touch, constantly just ticking up. Passing turn. That way there was another Oasis Respite being pitched. Make a fresh one. Gain more life, so 49 and pass. No more life gain though in Ryan's deck, I don't believe. But yeah, 49 plays 46 currently. We have a game on our hands. That's an important card that you see though. Passing Mirage on Remy's side. So I can't imagine the pass Mirage is going to be played out here. But the interesting thing as well though, with the boots, we're not actually running the we're not running the Mage Master boots, meaning that we're not going to be able to do like Mage Master's Ghostly Visit. A Ghostly Touch, sorry. Oh, he did take 3. Right. That's a scary hand. He's going to take the blue most likely. So ripping the blue here is going to create a ponder token for Ryan. That card is Lost in Thought, by the way, that he's been using. So you pick an action card, put it on the bottom of the deck, and they create a ponder token. So Lost in Thought being here used just to sort of like, obviously, there's going to be plenty of poppers. But the Lost in Thought just sort of allows him to have some information, start ripping things from hand. And in particular as well, he does put a blue on the bottom there, but you can use it to ruin a pitch stack. Put a red when it's not supposed to be, that sort of thing. If he starts tracking the opponent's pitch stack, obviously incredibly hard to track a pitch stack when it's not your own. Incredibly hard to track pitch stacks anyway, but there's an option there as well with that card. 6, not going to bother popping this last Ashwing. Going to start going face now. Cleared out the board, navigated that really smoothly. Now he's going to start to try and pressure. Another one of these reactions. Sand cover is going to come through. A little bit of damage shipping away. Oh, yeah, no, you're right. What's for 4? Oh, I don't know. Quite possibly, I'm not sure. Something that could have been easily missed. Kalora, that's a scary one. Pitching that third Lost in Thought. You're going to swing for 1. Ryan might let this through. Going to block with a pummel. Yeah, I was going to say Zealous is pitching there, pop the Kyloria. Not picked up by either of the players, they're all the judge, so it's one of these things that we're just going to progress on. Some, you know, as you can imagine, playing very fast as you have to, these things do sometimes get missed. Make another one. This time it's 6. Again, using all of these D reacts really early when he knows that Ryan's pitch stack a lot of these big attacks for later as well. I'm trying to get the timing round available for you guys as well. Pitches a blue. Sweeping blow. Blocked with Buckle. Buckle is a really scary card though, because if he blows up the Ghostly Touch, it's kind of like the game plan over. Mirror Guy's going to come through, no more Phantasm. Block with the second Buckle. Oh, that's right. If it has a -1 counter, it's destroyed, so it can't actually use that destroy. Just going to pop the Pass Mirage. Smart plan. Loses the double Phantasm. That one there is the harder one to deal with, but because he didn't have a way of giving it bigger, he decides he wants to deal with that because he can pop dragons better than he could destroy those auras. And we talk a little bit about like the fluctuation of game plans here, and you notice Ryan, when he's in the position where there's not many dragons, he's going to start pressuring really hard into face, as opposed to when there is dragons, that becomes his priority. Yandrai is going to be the play though for Remy. Remy's really starting to establish that.
Yeah, one. Yeah, I put the 3 prevents.
sorry.
Yeah, it's 3. Prevent the first 3.
Yeah, it's just prevent. Yeah.
Whatever. One endurance counter.
So just sort of determining how the endurance counter goes. So yeah, really setting up this board now. This Yandrai is going to come in for free. No pop, obviously, but it kind of indicates that his entire hand is full of poppers, which isn't surprising for Bravo. And another Passing Mirage. Again, though, the scary thing about doing this, we did see a Passing Mirage pitch before, but this is the second one. Second Mirror Guy, second Passing Mirage. I'll remember it, we know is available. Kill the Passing Mirage again. Ryan definitely has plenty of life to play with.
Fast.
Yeah.
We're playing first enough.
Players talking a little bit at the time there as well. I'm getting a round time update for us all as well once available. Is that the third passing mirage? No, it's burn 'em all. This attack's on a different axis. Ryan might be willing to take a little bit of damage here to the burn them all. He does have the arcane barrier in the boots, but it's really difficult. It's really difficult to sort of block the arcane comfortably. Committing an entire card to block that arcane isn't the best here, but it means that he doesn't have an endgame where he can just die to the arcane. But yeah, that Billing Mirage is gonna come in, full blocked. Andrad's gonna attack with no Phantasm here, and then probably the Asher gonna get popped. No life gain, though, is the important thing as well here, as he blocks with the blue Fendel's Fighting Spirit. A little bit of tech coming through. The third passing Mirage is going to come out. Now,
that's when you want more dragons here. So this one is linked to Arsenal. I need to banish one red card to keep the burn away.
yeah, now, it's weird to say because we've seen two Remembrances pitch through, but Ryan's probably pretty happy to see the three passing Mirages come out here because he knows without a Remembrance, he's not going to worry about it. Let's try this again. Ryan's going to kill all the passing Mirages. Bit of a board state here, though, for Remy. This is definitely the position you want to be in when you're playing Dromai versus this Bravo. Another Billing. It looks like we're getting another repeat performance. Somehow is running out of Ash. One Ash currently available. He's going to be able to play some more, though, pitching if he needs to. But yeah, one Ash only available. 1-on-1 takes the arcane damage here. This one does not have Phantasm. Block, no pop, though. Mirror Guy, I'm pretty sure, only has the 4 life anyway, so less important for him to keep a bunch of cards. He wants to be making that Seismic Surge every single turn, ideally, but if he needs to, if he pops another dragon here, and that's the third Mirror Guy, though. And again, Ryan has now seen all of the ways that we can stop Phantasm. Obviously, there's Remembrance, but it does sort of, and that's another Sync Blow, so that's the third one. Command and Conquer is going to come through. Interesting to see how much Ryan actually cares. Yep, he's just going to crown it away. I'm taking the one, but crowning away that Arsenal card so the Command and Conquer doesn't get the value that it normally would. Has 3 cards in hand? Or maybe just the 2. I think it just has the 2. Pass back to Ryan here. Mega Seismic. Nope. Doesn't have the way. Wants to keep the Arsenal card instead. Just going to kill the Mirror Guy. One more left to go. I think we see another Sync below in Remy's hand. Yeah, it looks like a Sync. Yeah, so that's the 2 Ash there. He's going to take the UV, make another one. Swing the Ender Eye. This one does not have Phantasm. This one is 1-on-1 again. He's going to block the Arcane this time, maybe. Thinking about it. There's one card left in hand, but doesn't have a huge amount to do with it. Potentially for the side of Remus, might just Arsenal. So he's going to take the Arcane. About to hit our starting life total, ladies and gentlemen. Getting real exciting here. Terra Sunny, you're going to be used to block. Pop. So 9 counters. See on the side of that Ghostly Touch. Mirror Guy should be going down here, I believe. Arsenal card coming through. 3 cards for Burnable. The interesting thing you notice as well here, specifically not taking any of the dragons with that Burn because of those remembrance coming through. Plenty of dragons now in the hand here. Seismic. Kill Uvia. Doesn't care about the mirror guy. Uvia does give you just so much value of these little ash swings, and I guess it's sort of like that forward plan. He can afford, he's got plenty of life, he can afford to take a little bit of damage if he needs to sort of maintain anything here. The Kyloria in hand is a bit of a scare, but he does have one more block on the Crater Fist as well. As Valai. Third billowing. Transform, make it a block with the Warmongers. I believe that's the third Warmonger's been used now. Pitch in the Yendrai to activate Flame Scale Furnace. Should have two. Oh, never mind, doesn't Bala. Because he's going to Kyloria. Oh, yeah, so he did. Yeah, 1 and 4, no Phantasma. On a hit, draw a card. Or steal an item. Block with a card and Crater Fist. Yeah. It's going to be a Crippling Crush. Then probably going to pop this Ashwing. Yep. And then from there, swing, kill the mirror guy, and then we have nothing with impunity anymore. So again, without a remembrance, no ways of giving of losing Phantasm now on these dragons. Yep, just swing the hammer, kill the mirror guy. Nice that it's only 4. For Ryan with the Anathos. Gonna check the graveyard as well. Probably just count the Ways of Phantasm. It has the 3 passing Rogers sitting there quite literally next to each other. Players just discussing a little bit between themselves. Now this is where it gets rough. Pitches the 2. Plenty of arcane damage towards the second half of the stack. Another Uvia. So it goes to 3. Back down to 2, and then he's going to transform another one. Probably going to swing just the Ash Swing here. 1 and 1. What's the chipping with that arcane damage? And Ryan now can just block and kill. Probably can actually afford to pitch the Arcane as well here. Because he just needs the 2 cards in here. So pitch to the Arcane. Pop the card. So 11 on the Ghostly Touch now. And then Ryan's just going to make a Seismic Swing.
I'm going to pitch to the corners.
Yeah, pitching a Furnace, get some cards out of hand. Yeah, Ryan has plenty of cards left in his deck. He's not been swinging with attack actions on purpose.
That's alright.
Because it's a main.
Yeah. Not correct. 6.
I mean, if you really want to banish 5 within 6.
I think 5 was alright, I think.
So the Burnable trigger was forgotten, so it means it's declined because it is a May ability. Kill the Uvia. Yeah, so loses the Burnable here, which is definitely another important card. So now no need to worry about the Arcane. 40 plays 42, so plenty of life left, and Ryan got to be coming pretty close to his pitch stack as well. Oh, pitching 5. Oh, and that's a scary card. So Tomutai is going to be played. On reveal, flip the top 2 cards. If he hits 1 red off the top here, he's going to be able to destroy those Null Rune Boots, and suddenly not going to be able to get fatigue because of the Arcane damage. Interesting. I didn't know you could do that. I don't know if he revealed. Yeah, he did reveal.
Going to 6. This is dead.
So 12 counters, and Tomultai is one of those cards where you don't really care if it gets popped. It's done what it's done. It removes the equipment from Ryan. That is the big thing going for him right now. He does have plenty of equipment left. Would not be surprised to see if Ryan starts pressuring here. He's going to make another one. It's just going to pass. Maybe he had 2 reds in hand. I'm surprised he didn't just swing the hammer to kill the Kyloria, but another Rake the Embers. I believe that's the 3rd one. 20 minutes left in time is what we said. So plenty of time left for our players here, but still, definitely something you need to be keeping track of all the time. Look at all those ash rings. And so we're definitely back at the pitch side, because that was definitely pitched previously. So Dominia, going to be able to rip a card here. And I think the interesting thing is you actually rip the blue. No, he's just going to rip here. Okay. So because he's got so many poppers here, I would have actually, like, it's an interesting decision whether or not he rips the blue or not, because then it kind of turns off Ryan's next turn, but it's fine. That's 2 of the Marble Dragons out of the way now. Yeah, we're getting pretty low. Ryan's going to be very aware that the Remembrance is going to be coming up. Going to kill the Kyloria. Yeah, Ryan knows that he's also got the quad red hand coming soon as well, because he knows now that because his opponent's at his pitch stack and he had more cards in deck, unless Ryan sideboarded in everything, of course, he knows for a fact now that that quad red hand's going to come, and then he's just going to be able to start pumping on the gas. Leaves the Lost Turtle nice and healthy. Gets rid of the Kyloria as well as the way of having that big on-hit threat. Necria being pitched here. Then another Kyloria. I believe that's the 3rd one. Just the Command & Conquer. Ryan might actually be happy to see this here, because the Command & Conquer definitely threatening that arsenal. But if it's not a really important card, no, just gonna block. I think Ryan knows that again, this is one of those matchups where Bravo can run you out of threats because you have no weapon. Killing the Kyloria with the hammer again, and this is the thing, Ryan's just keeping so many cards in his deck. He's efficiently blocking, and look at all the cards he's having to throw here every single time, and eventually you're gonna run out of dragons, even with the 2 remembrances that we've seen. Second Yenderai. So the Yenderais are going to be one of the few dragons I don't think we're going to imagine Ryan attacking. Just because of that endurance counter. The endurance counter really does make it a little bit challenging. It does mean it's 6, so it is like possible, but they are just pure damage. Remember, here we go. Probably the 3 mirror guy? No, just the 3 passing. So again, the 3 passing, the safer of them. Has to shuffle into the deck now, because it means that he can start swinging with this Ghostly Touch. But look at Ryan's life total, even if he swings through. So it's the first remembrances. We know there's one more available left in the deck. Alrighty, passing it back. That remembrance available. Zealous Belting, gonna make one. Bravo, here we go. Time to turn the corner. But no, all he's doing, that's real. Yeah. So all he's doing there is he just wants to get an additional card out of hand. So he's gonna put them on the bottom. Doesn't want to have them because that's 2/2 blocks there that aren't poppers. So wants to get them out. Does look like he's got a fair few cards left in deck as well. Both players' decks are looking pretty healthy, in fairness. It's the second burn. Well, now this damage is unblockable. Plenty of life, though. Just going to pop it. And you have to remember, Ryan is using a lot of like power cards, but he's still got plenty left. And if you can run him out of threats, it doesn't matter. You can just swing hammer every single turn. Yep, so Ryan reminding of the counter is 106. He did burn the card, meaning that it has to happen. Here we go. Plenty of cards left in hand for Ryan here. He's going to play the Zealous Belting now. He's going to kill the Ashwing. And he's just going to pitch, use the hammer, kill the Ender Eye. Look at this, so not much left in regards of threats. Just the 3 little Ashwings here. Plenty of dragons have been expended already, so could actually be running low. See the second burn 'em all. So this one here is the third and final burn 'em all. So meaning Ryan now knows of the potential of arcane damage. There is the Asval Eyes, which are in the deck, but even so, taking a little bit of time. Yeah, can't pitch for it. No arcane barrier. Takes the 2 arcane damage. Starts chipping through here. It's not alarm bells yet, but it is still definitely something to think about. Another remembrance. This is probably going to be the 3 mirror guy. No, going for Rake instead. Rake. Yeah, interesting. Just wants to have more counters on this Ghostly Touch. So he knows that he's probably not getting through with a lot of these Ashwings, but it is sort of, again, trading those cards for Ryan's poppers. And then the more this Ghostly Touch goes up, the more counters it has, the less that he has to worry about swinging it multiple times. For those of you who've never seen it before, Ghostly Touch is a card that says you can remove a counter to make it essentially like an illusion with base power equal to the remaining counters left. And then Passing Mirage essentially gives it the ability to not... you give it the ability to not be popped, and then you come in for these huge amounts of damage. And that's for the third Remembrance. Once again, a little bit... Oh, sorry, that's just to burn them all. Okay. I thought he played another Remembrance because I saw one in the Banish. Warmongers in hand. Yes, there will be a little bit of a break before top 8. Breaks about 45 minutes. Kill the last little dragon here. Now Ryan's going to swing it back. Fate in hand. Sweep and blow. We had Prisms here. There were 5 Prism players. I haven't seen any of them yet, and I'm unsure if they've made the top 8. And another Necria. Really wants to focus on that Ash generation. Probably going to swing it in just because he wants to use the burn 'em all triggers. Pop. So Ryan's going to take the 2 arcade.
It's when it deals damage. It's when it deals damage. So, yeah. So you get the 2
yeah, so Necria technically dealt damage, just burn them all, gives the card the ability to deal damage. So that's sort of an interesting thing with how on-hits work. If a card has an on-hit of saying, if this card deals damage, it essentially means any time it would deal damage. Because burn them all gives the ability to the dragon, it's not triggering individually. So a lot of cards will say like when you attack with the dragon, burn them all will deal the 2 damage. Because it gives that ability to Necria, Necria is allowed to make a bunch more Ash. Gonna burn them, and Ryan just took the damage now. So Ryan knows for a fact he can start to turn the corner. keeping 4 cards here available. So he's going to command and conquer here instead. Now, Ryan would do this with the thought that potentially that's a Pass Mirage.
I'm going to take thank you.
So same play that Ryan did to him previously. Pass 3 actions, pummel. So it's going to be for 10. Going to force a card to be discarded as well. So he's going to take 8 here. Now both players below their starting life total. One of the Pass Mirages in hand as well. Has an Asvalai Dust Up as well. Plenty of options still. So definitely still going to have the 4 card hand. That Dust Up's going to be the one hitting the bin. And it's always interesting. I don't know whether or not it's decided to turn the corner now because he had the cards that lined up. It wasn't too afraid of the Necria. Or because time is a consideration.
Sorry, remember. So creating only 1 using 3, so this is 8.
Another one of those 3 Rake the Embers that have been returned to the deck. I do believe, though, that there's no more ways of him adding cards back into the deck now. As Valai, so again, we wanted to start pumping this arcane damage.
I'm going to attack with Necria for 2 arcane. So it kills itself slowly, naturally. And so that's 2
So plenty of ash available. Now the interesting thing would be, and Ryan might consider actually wanting to pop this because he's worried about the damage, but also yeah, it's one of these things where Burn the Maul's definitely running out. I think there was another Rake at hand.
3.
Not a huge amount of time on the clock either. Nah, plenty of cards left in the grave there. Doesn't need to worry about running out of Burn them all. There's a Pass Mirage that went to the bottom too. Kill the Asvalai. Yeah, needs to kill the arcane damage. Because that's the way that he's going to lose here. If there is a way that he's going to lose, it's either going to be off that massive ghostly touch if there's no way for him to interact, or it's going to be off the arcane. It's going to take the damage. Now, one thing we know, we haven't seen any time snap potions, so he doesn't really have a way of playing the because he didn't return the Mirror Guys either, so he has no way of playing the Passing Mirage and swinging the Ghostly Touch on the same turn. Because we've seen every card in his deck so far. The Ender Eyes there. Another Rake. 9 back down to 6. Goes up to 6 Ashmans. That's the second Rake. Yeah, didn't return the Mirror Guys either. I don't think he had the third Remembrance from if I'm tracking correctly. So it is going to be really difficult for him to actually swing this Ghostly Touch on the same turn because Ryan, the moment he sees it, in regards to that Pass Mirage, is just going to block.
So this one goes to 5, this one goes to 4.
Maybe the deck is getting a little low, actually. Probably only a couple more turns of this arcane damage. That is all that's available other than a couple of Asvalais left. Are they Mage Masters? Oh, they look like Snapdragon Scalers when he first put them down. Because I was worried why he didn't have Mage Master boots. It's a bit hard to see with the glare. Plenty of blues. There's the Passing Mirage, so he might need to pull the trigger now. Buckle. Okay. And Buckling Blow. There's going to be a lot of damage here. Now this is one of the scariest things here, because now if he doesn't have a D-react, right, he can block. So it comes in for 9. Oh my god, this here could actually be the game, because it's 9 dominate on a hit, put a -1 counter, and then Buckle will say destroy something with a -1 counter. If he doesn't have the D-react in hand, along with his he needs the chest piece. Doesn't have the D-react, which means he's going to be able to blow up the ghostly touch. So it's going to crush, destroy the ghostly touch. That means his end game is gone. The game plan that's been enacted throughout the entire game, the way that he actually wins this game, has just been ripped away by Ryan. Buckle with the -1 counter. That's what he's been stacking for that entire game. He knows what the game plan was going to be, and that there might actually seal it. Because now he has nothing. He's not leading towards anything. There's no way for him to just burst through. Ryan's been pitch stacking the entire deck as well. He's going to play the Mage Masters here just to get value off of this one. And he's just going to swing it. But Ryan, I think at this point, could just start cracking back. Just a bit of a block coming through here. He's going to pop this one, maybe. What a play. Yeah, he's going to pop it. And maybe he's...
This one goes. This one goes to 5.
Yep, so he's going to lose one of the guys to touch one of the Burnables as well, so he can't just grind him out with Arcane either.
This one is not going to 5.
He's going to kill them both. So now no more Arcane in game. Ryan can just fatigue him out here if he really wants to. Make a seismic, kill that one there. And again, now he's also used the Mage Master Boots. There's the sand cover that he needed on the previous turn. And now this is the thing, Ryan could just run him out of threats. Not that many cards left in deck. Gonna rip a card from hand. Plenty of options there. Yeah.
It's like a similar.
Double Asvalai here, and a Rake.
Okay, you're correct. I'm going to use it right away.
Yep. Then you're going to probably pitch, play Rake the Embers. No, just play double Asvalai instead. If he swings with the Asvalai, Ryan's going to take an Arcane damage, pop it, kill the other one, and that's all the Arcane damage gone. And then all of a sudden, I think you just get fatigued. It's really going to depend on how many cards are left in Ryan's deck. No, he's not going to pop it. Going to left. He doesn't have the popper. Yeah, Ryan's just going to take it. He removed the one popper. I thought he had an additional one there, but he didn't. So Ryan probably just going to swing, kill the Asvalai. Ponder will trigger. Missed the Ponder trigger. Yep. Just going to move past it. Even though he drew the card, didn't have any information, just worried about the time. Look at this. FABTCG going to come through. Play the third and final Rake. Goes to 4. Checking the time here, and that's... Swing 1. Not going to swing the Arcane damage here. Pop. Pass. Players trying to play breakneck speed. Remembrance here again, so he does have the third one. Probably just finding the 3 Rakes again. Yep. Oh, this is so close. Ryan at 14. Surprised he didn't. Yeah, just getting rid of that one there. Just going to kill the Asvalai. Not going to Arsenal. Both players playing at breakneck speed at this point. I think there's only a couple of minutes left in the round. And Ryan knows the threats are getting low.
How many people do you think you have left?
Pass it.
An amount? Alright.
Probably going to play another rake. Has an Asvalai. I think that was Asvalai in the arsenal there as well. Rake. Goes to 3. Gonna make 3 more of these Ashwings. He's gonna get a life. Maybe doesn't have the popper. I'm just going to pop it. Wanted to gain a little bit of life there, I think. Maybe blocking with that first card.
I'm going to pitch to the forest.
Pass again.
No, I cannot pitch to the forest. Because I have no resource. So, doing that thing.
Yeah, so keeps the blue one in. Hammer down. Trading off has Oasis. Look at this hand, though. Oh my god, it's just defense. It's all defense. All 3 sink blows. Oasis doesn't really have a way of giving go again. Knows there's no sigils left. Just checking. Even though with time, you got to check these sorts of things. I mean, I guess, yeah, he can technically play the Oasis. Ryan still got poppers. That's fine. He's happy to. He's happy to trade the Oasis. Again, that's another way that Ryan can just sort of get back into it. Look at all the D-reacts in hand, though. Correct. Top 8 is today. Top 8 will be in about 45 minutes after this round is over. Not many cards left in deck. Ryan knows this. He smells blood, but is there enough time for him to capitalize? Another rake. That's the 3rd one. Technically the 6th one of the game. Pop. Command and Conquer. I think he's 9-2-1. So has a chance for top 8 if he wins this. Pop. Yeah, this is the thing. He knows that he's running out of threats. He knows he's not got much left in the tank. If he can just get through all of these, he knows what's left is D-reacts. Sand cover? Give it go again. So he's just chipping a little bit of damage here and there, having to just throw cards away that could be used on defense, but he's going to pop it again. Does not have much left in the tank. Can't flame scale. Hasn't played a red card. Didn't. Oh, that's an illegal action. That's okay. Running it through. And Ryan knows, I think. Not much time left in the round, though. They did get a little bit of extra time because they had to move over to the feature match area and get situated, so they've got a couple of extra minutes. But even so... Oh, true. Sand cover is red. That's how we gave it a go again. One. Take 1. Pass. Bravo. Crippling. Has the double D-react, so has 8. So he can D-react twice here. Sees another sink. Then he's going to sink from Arsenal. Take 3. Sinking 1 away. Finds the rake, though. It's the last card with power in his deck. Ryan's deck looking very low, though. Look at this. Does he not? I don't think he has the popper. Taking a moment to think that regardless of how much time's left in the round, it doesn't make any sense just to throw the entire game just by not taking a moment. Sink to rake. How is he making? Is he making 3? Yeah, he's going to make 3. Does Ryan have the popper? Doesn't look like it. He's going to block that when we terrace under.
I'm then going to play passing right.
Play the passing. Kill Yenderai. Doesn't care too much about one of these not having it. He knows for a fact he's got poppers left, I believe. So has a few cards left in deck. You can take 1. Takes the 1 pass. Yeah, look at his hand. It's purely just. And Ryan's just going to play this slow game. Trading his life total here. Take 1. Ryan just slowly clawing it down. Blocking 1. Yeah, he wants to just make sure he's outside of the Asvela. I heard a timer go off, but I don't think that's for our players here.
I have 1 return left. But I have no cards to play. Yeah, I have just 0 return.
Yeah, just talking through how the rest of the game works, I think.
There. You get 1, and then I cannot attack Briar. You are correct. I give you the win.
Okay, so look at that.
I can see it. You can see? Yeah, I cannot kill him.
Wait till the last turn. Once that's recorded, yeah, so that was my play was like, if I attack, what's going to happen next? Nothing is over.
Okay.
So come again. So time was called. What happened?
So he's his turn.
If I attack now, what's happening? And then
He has no
nothing
red
can
cards
happen.
left to give go again.
Maybe the 1 attack time was called when you declared that attack.
I was just wondering if I attack with that, with this one.
Also, you made no action.
No action. No. Yeah, because I cannot kill him.
So, just listening, and then I can explain the concession rule to you in a second.
Last 3 attack offensive. And I killed one
I have no way to do it.
Okay, so judges are conferring. Technically, what happened was that time was called, no game actions were actually taken, and then you can concede.
Because you made no action after time was called, technically nothing in the game didn't progress, so yes, you can.
Okay, yeah, so no game action was taken. Really great sportsmanship from Remy there. They both know that neither of them have a chance of making top 8 with a draw, so... Yeah, so excellent stuff. Ryan is going to be progressing on in the tournament, potentially. Don't know if the top 8 has been made, but essentially what happens there is that he had no way of giving go again, so Ryan can clear out the rest of the dragons, has no way of attacking, then can just hit hammer and kill him for the rest of the game. Because time was called a little bit after what you heard the alarm because of how it went, Remy took no game actions, and because Remy took no game actions, it means that he is able to concede, because you're allowed to concede prior to time being called, and because time is called and no game actions were taken, it's still technically prior to. So I am about to find out who is making it into our top 8, and then we are going to cut to a little bit of a break. But yeah, so what an incredible sort of play, and Ryan really aware of the Dromai.
Yeah, 20 minutes. We went to 46. No.
Hey, no, thank you for being here, Kiwi Stalker. So yeah, what we're doing right now, I am just waiting to get confirmation of who has made it into our top 8. I will announce that, and then we're going to cut to a little bit of a break for about 45 minutes. Just while we set some things up, I'm going to get a co-caster in here to do that top 8 with us. And then I'm going to grab some lunch as well, and then we're going to come back. Now, really well played by both players, but just blowing up that ghostly touch was really just like the main thing. And I think, honestly, if Remy had the D-React in the arsenal for that, it's potentially something where he could have actually like blocked it out, and then all of a sudden I think Ryan is in a bit of trouble because yeah, he did have the 1 popper remaining. So you saw that there were 3 there. He could have blocked and then obviously had something like, but he had 1 popper, meaning he was always going to be 1 card ahead. So meaning he was always going to have 1 blue. No, thank you guys for being here. It's really good to see you all. But yeah, because he was going to have the 1 blue left available, it would mean that it's not too concerning, and nothing. And then yeah, it just swings out, and it's sort of an inevitability, which in a top 8 you would probably play out. So we'll just go like swing, chipping it down 4 damage at a time. He had some D-Reacts and stuff like that, but none of it that could be played proactively, meaning that he had no way of giving go again. Yeah, and shout out to him for some really great sportsmanship there. So just listening a little bit here. Here we go. I'm going to come back.
Coming in at 23rd with 8 wins, Zane Rodney. Also on 8 wins, Brendan Allen. Coming in at 20th, Henry Malmanchi. Henry Malmanchi. He doing some purpose, making him pound the name all the time. He'll be back. Coming in at 19, Alex Jemison. At 18, Isaac Katsaki. Benjamin Ryan. At 16, a faithful, friendly Chinese man, Balakay.
Hello.
15, Liam Bennett. Coming in at 14, Wesley Lingard. At 13, Cody Gilbert. At 12, Jordan Lynch. At 11, also taking Justin Leonard. Fighting in at 10 with 8 wins, Randy Presser. And last player on 8 wins, Mike William Backlund. And we have the same top 8, the first time in Australia's three national history. I think we're going to get 3. So with 9 wins, coming in at 8th place, Darren Taylor. People who are making stay around to do play maps and you have to get in with their veterans, so please just stay around for after. Sneaking in at 7, also on 9 wins, Kwan Lee. Sneaky, 9 wins, Briar Taylor. If you guys want to touch that on me, Darren, come on. Can we get a photo as well? Coming in at 5th, Zachary Kano. The last player of 9 wins, sneaking in at 4th, Hayden Dale. The first player of the 10 wins mark, coming in at 3rd, Sam Sutherland. Second player in 10 wins, coming in at 2nd place, Andre Andrew. And that leaves Kano Manning, forever Kano. Topping Smith! Awesome. Well, thank you for having me out the front in that national mathematics class. After the 45 start, before you leave, we'll give you a play mat and you put some paper. Please leave your text as well with you. So you guys will take text. We'll get that sorted.
There you hear it, ladies and gentlemen. Our top 8 for the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships, I realise I was muted as well, has been announced. So don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick half-an-hour break just while our players get situated. We get the stream set up, and we will be back. This has been the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships for 2023. My name has been Matt Brandwood. Brought to you by Fluke and Box. Remember to use the code OZNATS for 5% off, and we'll be right back with you shortly.
Contact your league, please. Contact your photos on me. I need that for Brian, please, Brian, Brian.
Yep, got that.
Then the player PTI Goldfoil Opening 12:30, Goldfoil PTI and the Dromai 10 minutes left. Players wishing to participate in the PTI event ready to go up their shoulders. Make sure you have submitted your necklace. Players wishing to participate in the PTI event, submit your necklace in the next 2 minutes. You have not checked into the necklace for the PTI event, you will not be paid. Please make sure you submit your necklace in the next 1 minute. PTI players, the three players, they will be carrying around R11 Fai. If you don't know what's going on, you're carrying around R11 Fai. Today, we got 6 rounds with up to 12 minutes. 6 rounds, up to 12 minutes played. We have a minute
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships, brought to you by Flick and Box. My name is Matt Brandwood, and I'm joined now. I have a friend. I'm no longer solo for the rest of this top 8. Logan, how you doing, my man?
I am good, Matt. What a top 8 we've got.
Yeah.
This is going to be exciting.
Super, super exciting. So if you're just joining us, you've come at a really great time. We have a few more games left to go, and we finally have the cut to our top 8. So for those of you who didn't hear it towards the very end, we are going to have the following people from 1st all the way down to 8. So Fahad Rahman is going to be in at number 1. Andreas, now you're going to have to help me here. How do I pronounce the last name? Andreas, is it Andronucci?
Andronkel. He's from Cyprus. And Andy.
Andronkel, beautiful. Your camera's just a little bit, let me fix this just a second. For whatever reason, it's let me fix it. Should be popping back up in just a moment here, guys. Then Sam Sutherland, Hayden Dale, Zachary Gardner, Ryan Taylor, Juan Lee, and then Darren Tiang. I don't know why we've lost Logan. Give me just a second, everybody. But as we were saying, Logan, an absolutely stacked top 8.
Absolutely. We've got 2 calling winners in there, Hayden and Sam. A lot of diversity in the heroes. It's really going to pop off, I think. Yeah,
I absolutely agree. And in particular as well, it is one of those things where it's just, it's. I think it's going to be hectic. I think it's going to be really, really hectic. In regards to when we're looking at the actual hero breakdowns, is there anyone in particular that you're super excited to see? Like anything that you're going into it, anyone that's got a matchup that I think is going to be really polarizing, or is it pretty even?
I think that Darren and Fahad's going to be one to watch. Fahad is an absolute master on Kano, and you can see that in his results over the weekend. But Darren knows exactly what he's doing on the Ninja as well, so it's going to be a pretty close match. Yeah, absolutely. I think in particular with that as well, it's one of those matchups where if you're picking Fai into this sort of event, I don't think your number one thing that you're thinking about is going to be Kano. You know what I mean? Like Kano is one of those decks that really is a little bit of an inherent risk whenever you bring it to an event. Absolutely, yeah. There's a lot of challenges in that matchup, and I think Darren knows what it's about. He'll go his hardest, but it could just come down to who gets that first lead off.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we talk about the rest of the field. And one thing, a lot of Dromai.
A lot of Dromai. It's going to be a long top 8, I think, with on Andy and Quan and the Dromai Mirror. What have we got? Dash and Bravo, and then Dromai and Lexi in 4th and 5th. Yeah, so it's going to be some long games, and a couple of Dromai sneaking through to the semis potentially. Yeah, absolutely. Is there anyone that you think, interesting, no Icelander, no Lexi? Yeah, very surprising to see that. I expected them to be represented much more in the field, but I think if the few people that did play them didn't go that well in draft, and unfortunately, didn't make it through. You can see a number of players in the top 16 there probably would have represented those heroes, but just weren't able to make it through. Yeah, and I think bringing up the draft, I think that's such a huge deal, by the way, as well. Like, the draft in particular, and that's why these events are so cool, right? It's not just Classic Constructed, and some people might have even picked decks purely to be like, you know what? If I can win a game or two in the Classic Constructed section, and I'm good enough at draft, I can 6-0, that some people might be actually picked decks for the top 8. They might have gone, this is what I think the meta in the top 8 is going to look like. I think I can win enough games throughout the 6 rounds of CC to make it there based off my draft performance, and then use these decks. And I think these Dromais, man, I think they're going to come out in spades and be absolutely terrifying. Yeah, quite so. And I'd just observed that some of the players from Melbourne especially, they started during the Monarch era. So when I look at that list, Sam, Andy, Fahad, Quan, I think all of them started playing around Monarch. So for them, this is kind of the home set. Yeah. They got a lot of practice in during the Melbourne lockdowns when we were supposed to have a Monarch draft calling or sealed calling, but that ultimately got cancelled due to the COVID rules. Yeah. But hey, we got to see some Monarch draft throughout all of yesterday, and there are a couple of decks in there. I don't know how much of the games you caught, Logan, but there are a few of them that look kind of like they just brought their Blitz deck out. A lot of Soul Reaping and a lot of Bounding Demagon. Yeah, and I think that probably reflects the amount of practice that all of these players have put in. I know a lot of them personally, and they've just invested so much time and effort to be here and to get the results, and it's really excellent to see them here now in the top 8 and getting this practice in ahead of Worlds.
Yeah, and I think that's the next big one, right? Worlds really not that far off. We were talking about Worlds several months ago, and it felt like an age away, but really only a couple of months.
Yeah, no, just about 6-7 weeks away, and I think we'll see most of the players here in this top 8 will be going forward to Worlds, so it'll be exciting to see who can put up the results in the top 8 and really assert their name ahead of that big event.
Yeah, and in particular as well, if you didn't know, ladies and gentlemen, every member of the top 8 has not only made the top 8 and is incredibly happy, they've made a bit of money as well, but they've all received themselves a World Invitational. So it's not a PTI, but it is an invitational to this year's Worlds, which is an incredible achievement. The premier Flesh and Blood event, and I think, like you were saying, Logan, the thing that everyone wants to be at.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a really excellent event over in Spain, and I think on top of the gold prize card, the money, and the invite, it's really a celebration for these players of how hard they've worked and the effort they've put in this weekend in Sydney.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously there are so many different kinds of events, but regardless of whether we're talking about the Pro Tour, the Callings, or even the World Invitationals, Nationals is just, it's the pride one. It's the one being like, I am, in this moment, the best in the country. And it's something that I know everyone grinds really, really hard for and plays their absolute heart out. So expect some absolutely hectic games coming up over the next few hours.
For sure. Now, Matt, are the top 8 players going to be seeing each other's deck lists? Is that what's happening here, as would normally happen in a call-in?
I don't believe so. I believe it is still closed deck lists. I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to get confirmation on that. I'm trying to get deck lists for us as well so we can see any spicy tech going on. But I'm pretty sure for Nationals, it's actually closed deck list. Which, again, as someone who, in callings and that sort of thing, how much does knowing that little bit of extra information really help when it comes to knowing deck lists versus not?
I think it can make a big difference. I mean, I know some of these players. I've seen them at locals every week, and I know that between some of them, Andy and Kwan play very different Dromai lists. And just knowing the details of what's in those lists, I think, can really change the way that you approach that matchup. The cards, the choices that you make, the way that you play the game, it really changes based on how your opponent's deck may be built. So I think having that little bit of extra knowledge can really count in these major events. Yeah,
and I'm glad you brought Dromai up, because Dromai in particular, I think it is the deck that, between Dromai and Dash, are the two decks that I would be a bit worried sitting opposite, to be honest. You sit down in front of them, you don't know what kind of game plans they can go. And if you're playing Bravo, you can sort of estimate this is the general gist when it comes to Dromai. But that deck has so many different axes it can attack you on, and you don't know whether or not you're about to be slammed in the face for, red after red after red, or if they're going to play 5 dragons and make you sit there and just block you out.
Yeah, that's right. And even those early choices, like whether you put the arcane barrier in for the potential arcane damage, or whether you leave it out and expect to be smacked around a little bit more, those choices can have such a constructive effect in the game. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think Dromai, really the breakout deck. Well, I say breakout, but really the deck that came in with a vengeance over this weekend. Like we saw the 21 Lexi, which is definitely what most people would consider the premier aggro deck. But a lot of these Dromai players, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong here, there's probably a bit of a meta call for the amount of Lexi and potentially Icelander that's here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was a very wise choice, and I know that a lot of the players, especially Kwan, did toss up some of the options. Kwan was thinking of playing Bravo also, but ultimately he loves his dragons, and he's, I'm really happy to see he's represented Dromai here.
Yeah,
and it'll be really interesting to compare the results we've got down here to what's happened across the world, whether we see the same trend towards slower decks or whether we see a bit more of an aggro matchup.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, and we sort of touched on this a little bit, but in Australia, we're definitely not afraid just to play the decks that we love. And interestingly enough, deck lists are available. So they are, at the moment, if I actually cut into the game now, you can actually see players are scouring each other's deck lists. We're going to have Kwan and Andreas. We're going to have the Dromai Mirror to start us off.
Yeah, excellent. And I haven't seen Andy or Kwan's deck list, but traditionally Andy plays a very defensive deck list. He has Sand Cover in there. He has Oasis in there. he had a very defensive list, whereas Quan took a more open mid-range list. So it'll be really interesting to see how this game plays out and what choices they make within that list.
What would you rather be on? If you're picking Dromai here, and you have to sort of choose between the two lists, which one are you sort of favoring in this mirror? Because I know for a fact this mirror is it's something else. It's not a regular mirror match when it comes to Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, it's really hard to say. I think I would favour Quan's list. I think Andy's list, in putting up the results it has had with the 10 wins Andy's got over the combined CC and draft, I think that's better for the overall meta. But I think in the mirror, Quan's just got a little bit more of the recycling, a little bit more of the longevity, and he might be able to go the distance here.
And I think that's a very key term, go the distance. Now, these matchups, you know, often when we talk about Dromai, we talk about the Phantasm keyword and how that sort of affects the gameplay. It's a bit weird because you would think that with all these dragons running around, that the Dromai lists themselves would probably actually run a fair few poppers, but more often than not, it's one of the few things getting cut. And key to note, none of your Phantasm attacks that have Phantasm can break other Phantasms. So there could also potentially be a lot of damage just swung around real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes the effects that you don't count on, the effects that say any target, they can be really key here. So anything that allows the players to redirect damage in some way, that could really help them out here.
Yeah. Any key cards that you're looking for in particular in this sort of matchup? Anything that you think is sensationally powerful?
I think the Ashwings will really make a lot of difference here, given, as you said, the lack of poppers. The Ashwings can just give that opportunity to control the combat chain. So potentially Rake the Embers could be the key card. You might see that really determines who gets out to an early late.
Yeah, and I think the thing with a card like Rake is that more often than not, you are more advantaged when you are the second person to rake, because then you can use yours to trade with theirs, and then all of a sudden they're on the back foot, because you have to remember, it's not like other games where, you know, they can't attack straight away. That's their whole point. So whoever rakes second is often going to be the one that really just takes it away.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Andy's got a lot of those 0 for 4 go again, so that could be really effective in allowing him to control the field. I'm not sure how many Azvali each player is running, but Azvali is an important dragon potentially. It allows you to redirect that arcane damage into other targets. So potentially you can get rid of 2 dragons in one attack with Azzy. Yeah,
and I think that's the... Well, technically you could even do 3 if they've got the 3, because you use Azvali to target one of the dragons and the 2 points of arcane. And I think that's a big thing that we don't often see other than inside this Dromai mirror, is the fact that you can target... It's 2 instances of one arcane. They just can't both be the same target. So often, you know, because there's only face to go, we only see it once. But yeah, it is 2 instances of one arcane.
Yeah, so that, I mean, having 3 of them or having some ability to recycle them, that could really allow one of the players to come in there and control the game. So, yeah, I think that and Rake will definitely be some of the cards to watch for.
Absolutely. I don't know about you. I want to see some of these big dragons. I want to see the Dominions. I want to see the Tumultides. And I doubt that's even in the list, but Dracona Optimi is just a dragon that, you know, it's not getting played very often, but when it does, it's pretty scary.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I'm pretty sure that Andy has all 3 in there.
Oh.
He definitely has the other 2. Yeah, I think he may have Optimi as well.
Oh, again, one of those cards, you're not often finding the space for it because it is so expensive, but I mean, when it comes down, it's going to smack you in the face and it's going to smack you real hard. Can't imagine any Arcane Barrier being presented initially. You know, obviously they have the Ashwings, but probably not.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think there's an easy equipment to put in here that would give that AB. So I think both of them will be relying very much on the Ashwings to give them that AB, and potentially Burn Away might come out altogether, because I think in many cases it's very much about going in with a bit more damage. So potentially recycling cards over Burn them all. Burn Away.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, with how most top 8s work, because Andy was the highest seed, he's going to get to decide whether or not he goes first or second. And I don't know what I would rather do in the Dromai mirror matchup, to be honest.
Yeah, I imagine you'll find Andy going first, just making a couple of ash
Mhm.
and just letting it go like that. Just that initial ash creation will be all he's after.
Yep. Are we expecting any of the Seekers equipment to help with that as well?
From memory, I think Andy runs Seekers and Quan doesn't.
Okay.
But yeah, I haven't seen either of the lists that they've put together for the weekend.
Yeah, and I guess you and I will sort of be playing a little bit more blind than the actual players sitting around will be. Now, a card that we saw a little bit in the previous matchup that I think is really impressive is Lost in Thought. Lost in Thought. Look at target hero's hand and choose an action card, an attack action card. If you do, they put it on the bottom of the deck and create a ponder token. A card definitely designed to rip out the poppers so they can't actually disrupt the turn. But I think the free information is also so important.
Oh yeah, for sure. It allows you to think 1 or 2 turns ahead of where you're at. I personally have played both of these players, and they've had Lost in Thought against me as I've been playing Bravo, and it's really helped them to construct the attacks that they want to construct, and it really helps them manipulate the game in a crucial turn.
Yeah. Speaking of Bravo a little bit here, and just jumping into some of our other games, Ryan Taylor, we saw qualify in the very last feature match there. Playing Bravo, defeating a Dromai, but in a very, very tight game. How do you think that matchup goes? Because if Ryan does make it through this initial round, he's going to be more likely than not playing into a bunch of them.
Yeah, it's a tough matchup. I found it to be very even in the majority of lists, but against a list like Andy's, I've really struggled because, as I said, it's so defensive. Every time you set out a dominate attack, there's the sand cover, there's an oasis, and it's just impossible to get that damage through. I don't think I've crushed Andy once and had it mean anything.
Oh, I see.
Against a more open mid-range list like Quan's, I think it's a bit more fair and even.
Yeah.
And it can just come down to really sequencing the attacks right. Very taxing for the Bravo player. You've got to play very well the whole game.
Yeah, absolutely. But the players are ready. Hands are shaken, decks are presented, and immediately we jump in and we're noticing we're both wrong. There's Arcane Barrier on the side of Quan. And on the side of Andy.
Is that a mirror equipment? It is.
It is?
Mirror. Yeah.
Yeah, so none of that like ghostly touch or anything like that. Just Snapdragon Scalers to allow for those slightly more aggressive turns. I think, yeah, it's going to be one of those ones that can get real grindy, but also can just be blowout in one direction or the other.
15 minutes remaining in round 1 15 minutes remaining in round 1.
You can hear just the audio coming through of these announcements, as we will see here. Looks like Quan's been made to go first, and that's a great way to start it off. The Red Embermore Centipie.
Okay, coming in for 8. Yeah, so Quan's just trying to leverage that straight up, get the damage in, and potentially pulling 2 or 3 cards out of Andy's hand here.
Yeah.
I imagine Andy's just going to straight block 9.
Yeah. And I think looking at that, though, there were some really key cards in there. Rake the Embers being pitched, one of the burn them also. It looks like it hasn't come out, but that's some pretty key cards. And, you know, Andy definitely had one of those turns where he could have really easily set up a lot of that ash.
Yeah, absolutely. Ash generation is key. Even getting rid of the sweeping blow, that's another ash out of the way. So, yeah, Andy has another one in hand, looks like.
Had 2 of them.
In hand, in fact, yes.
It's kind of the perfect way to start. Hey, generate that 2 ash and really start to bring it in. The 3 damage coming through as well. Nothing to scoff at. And this is a bit of a strange matchup because we're going to see dragons fly and we're going to see attack actions go on and then also a bunch of invokes as well. So it's going to be interesting, but just choosing to take the damage, it seems. And remember, these rounds are on time, so the players can take, you know, a little bit more time with each of the decisions. Obviously, you have to play at a pace that progresses the game state, but they're not sort of locked into that 50-minute time slot, what we would have seen before.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. And Andy just furnacing at the end of the turn there to get some more ash in and looking to pass.
Yeah, Flamescale Furnace, without question, the #1 most important piece of equipment for Dromai lists.
So that raises an interesting question, Matt. If you do get the Dragon out and you get to blow up the equipment, what are you going after? Are you going after the Furnace or the Arcane?
That's the really difficult question, right? Because I think I definitely think it depends on the context of the matchup. Like, if we're down to a point where, you know, like the Arcane and we can start just going out, oh my god, sorry, interrupting myself. Look at that Command and Conquer.
Yeah, Quan is a full money player. He loves to see the beautiful shiny cards. and he loves Fables.
Oh my
there's two
god!
of them.
Sorry, I'm just so impressed. The double Fable Commander Congo, pitching the burn them all with the Necria as well. So setting up this game state and this board state. Well, this is how you want to start it off. But I think most of the time you're taking the Flame Scale Furnace, because even there, look, the value gotten off of that, able to actually play both dragons out on the same turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
What about yourself? You on the same boat, or again, it sort of just depends?
I think it probably depends, yeah. I know that Andy has gone for the null rune very early on in games. I've seen him come up against that, but not in the mirror. I've not actually seen it come up in the mirror. So I think, like you say, the Ash generation is just so key. If you can force them to sit there on 1-0 Ash, that can be game-breaking. So, yeah, I think the Furnace has to go if you get that chance.
And I think the other part with that as well is the fact that the null rune in particular, if I'm playing Dromai in a mirror and I see my opponent start pitching for null rune, I feel like I'm winning anyway. Because it's generating the mash, but there's so little blue cards in these decks that it means that, you know, that's potentially another Kyloria coming through that is not now. So I think I'm kind of happy if they're actually pitching for null rune.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Interesting to see here, both players not really protecting their life that much, just letting the damage come through. Not worried about going down on life early.
Interesting as well, though. Juan draws a Remembrance, so his side of them in feels like the match could potentially go to a point where that card's going to be really relevant. Or do you think that's just to bring back some of these power cards, like, you know, the really big dragons or even the Embermore Centipires?
I imagine he was expecting this match to go late, and so he's leaving that in there. I don't think you'll see that card put down. I think you'll see that one definitely pitched in the in Kwan's following turn.
Yeah, and talking a little bit about the life total as well, I think it's one of these matchups where you have to sort of play with your life total with the intention of progressing a board state, because eventually if you can get to a point where, you know, you have 3-4 dragons and some Aether Ashwings on the board, you can start to then just like protect the life total with the hand, keep the singular red, and just start swinging back. So probably would see the life totals start to drop a lot earlier, and immediately using the Snapdragons.
All right, so snap straight into Necria.
Interesting. So Necria had 1 damage marked on it already based off its ability, so it goes to 5 and then 6. So don't really know why we're not just representing that with 1 dice on 6, but you know what? It doesn't matter. We can see that it's 6 there. Ooh.
Yeah, and Andy also with the Remembrance, pitching that away. Not interested in seeing that card until later in the game.
Yeah, we're talking about cards you want to see earlier, though. Uvia, one of those engines that really does just start to generate a whole bunch of value early. And it's one of the ones with 6 defense, meaning it is a little bit challenging to comfortably destroy.
Yeah, that might be the one card that we missed in those early threats. It's a big base, 6 damage, and unlike Necria, it's not shrinking. So it realistically means you've got to divert 2 attacks to it.
Yeah. And it's one of those ones, again, where over time, assuming you have the card economy, you want to talk about creating Ash economy, though, the Necria getting played towards the second half as well. So now we have the Necria Uvia combo, and I mean, if you're Quan, you have to disrupt this as soon as possible, because otherwise the value is just way too massive.
Yeah, absolutely. And really setting up a nice little engine there. Definitely worth taking that turn off to get that in play.
And you have to think, like, trading 7 life for this engine means that, like, in the long run, it's going to save him significantly more life than that, as well as present these threats to Quan. And Quan, similarly, doesn't actually block with anything here. Doesn't feel he needs to, mainly because it was the dragons being attacked. And so a little bit challenging to see how much Ash Andy has, but a Rake the Embers is definitely going to start this off really well.
Yeah, that's going to really change the dynamic of the game here.
Might see if we can get a different dice used for Andy's side of Ash. But the second Rake the Embers as well. We're talking about power cards. Still has the Remembrance, so can recycle these. But 6 of these it's definitely pretty good. And are we going to do this the old-fashioned way? Send 6 at Uvia? No, it's going to destroy the Necria.
Okay, yeah. So Necria shrinking very quickly there with 1 at a time. Only 3 needed.
Yeah, but he's going to generate 3 Ash off that, though, I believe. Because it's 3 separate instances?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so Quan's winning the board presence here, but Andy has plenty of Ash banked up, so that's going to take Quan a while to get that Ash back to those sorts of levels.
Also, I was a little bit wrong, and this is something really fascinating. I thought that Zach was Zach was actually on Lexi, but he's also on Dromai. So the overall top 8 looks like this. We've got Kano versus Fai, Dromai versus Dromai, Dash versus Bravo, and then Dromai versus Dromai. So we have 2 Dromai mirrors going on at the same time.
Yeah, the Dromai is absolutely dominant here in the top 8. Yeah, it'll be really, really interesting to compare how that looks to other countries' nationals and what sort of results we see coming through there. So I believe Kwan's got the CNC in hand now, so I think Kwan's sitting in a pretty comfortable position. He can potentially shut down an attack to the face. He can control the board with all those ash wings. I think Andy's got a bit of distance to make up here.
Yeah, Ashwing's going to come in. And I think that's the thing with the Command and Conquer. In this, like, the card's incredible, don't get me wrong, but in this matchup in particular, it has so many different functions. It can disrupt a key card, it can pop an it can pop a dragon. The Chroma is going to come down now as well.
Yeah, just trying to balance the field.
Look at both these players having just absolutely beautiful art with their dragons as well.
Oh yeah, and I'm hoping we'll see the Vincerai come out. Both of these players got Vincerai signed by Mateus over in Belgium.
Wow.
I did that for them personally once when I was over there the other month.
That's amazing. Now talking about key cards, well, Ravenous Rabble does have to reveal though. I don't know if Kwan saw it, but technically you do have to reveal them. Miraging Metamorph. Now we want to talk a little bit about swinging efficient attacks. Miraging Metamorph is definitely one of them.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of damage to put through right now.
Has the popper. Probably going to lay it down here, so going to pop it. Not really afraid of doubling the auras here. It's not like he can, flash out Merciful or anything like that.
That's right. No, it's kind of a weak inclusion here. I'm curious what Andy's thought processes was on bringing that in. Maybe he just wanted to send a little bit of damage, but yeah, worked out quite well for Quan with that CNC in hand.
And I guess we were kind of talking about it as well, right? The popper count's probably pretty limited on both sides. Mirror Guy's going to go towards Dromai. I'm assuming, or is this coming towards face?
I think this might be direct to the player.
Yeah, maybe. Chromai's like, again, it's one of those cards that you can do some really powerful stuff with it if your deck is set up in such a way, but you're not as afraid of it because, again, the popper count's just so low. Trade one of the Ashwings, and then probably the other 2 at Dromai?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very efficient turn for Quan.
Oh, never mind. He's going to dust up.
Dust up, even better. Look at that.
Yeah, interesting. I really like the decision there as well, though. Doesn't want to risk losing those Ashwings to a popper, and not actually like clearing off the board. So as a result, uses the dust up. Tomultai getting pitched, and now Kyloria is going to be used towards Mirror Guy.
Yeah, Quan does tend to have quite a conservative play style. He will really hold back, and he always values having that board presence a lot more over getting a single attack in.
Oh, and Thamai coming in here as well. Now, Thamai is, as a wizard player myself, the bane of my existence, and the thing that I think I hate the most in the game. But interesting. Do you think he just wants more bodies?
I think it is about the size. Yeah, I don't think Thamai is going to have much of an impact in terms of its effect. It's just a big body, and I think particularly a useful card for the other matchups Andy may be expecting to face. But yeah, in no way is that going to put a big challenge to Quan.
I guess if you've looked at Quan's deck list and you've seen things like Sand Cover and that sort of thing, might be worth bringing in because it stops that sort of line. But yeah, it's not going to be the gate like the back-breaking card or anything like that compared to others. Now, Kyloria for himself will come down.
Yes, I believe Quan typically has Fate Foreseen, Sink Below, and maybe Oasis. So I'm pretty sure I saw when he was sideboarding, he pulled all of those out, and he's just gone for a full noise deck here. No D-reacts.
Yep. Oh, and the Snatch going to Snapdragon it as well. So yeah, Snapdragon's being used really aggressively and really early by both players.
Yeah, and that makes sense because it really is key here to establish board presence, and when you're able to get that Snatch in, it's another card in hand, potentially another dragon on the field, and you can see now that's manifesting on the life total, and 4 threats that Andy's got to deal with sometime.
And I think that's the even more key thing other than the life total is just the threats available. Like Quan sitting here has the 3 Ashwings, has the Kyloria, and I don't think Kyloria really has many targets in regards to stealing, but again, a card draw is always good.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just you've got go again on everything. So one extra card is one extra attack and one dragon on the field. You kind of can't win enough with an effect like that.
Yeah, we're going to see here a bit more equipment block. Try to filter the hand with that Crown of Providence. The Flame Scale Furnace being activated here. And a second Kyloria is going to be presented as well. And now another scary situation.
Yeah, that's... I mean, the good news for Andy is these are all weak dragons. It's not going to take a lot to get rid of them.
Yeah.
One rake will see 3/5 of that gone. But it's threatening his hand here. He does not want to lose a card in hand.
Yeah.
All right, he's taking the one.
So the card
draw away.
I think Asvalai is the worst thing that he could see here as well. It would leave him with 0 Ash, but again, just really starting to establish that board press. But no, just going to throw it in the arsenal, set himself up for a big 5-card hand next turn as well. And Dromai is a deck that surprisingly plays 5-card hands incredibly well, and that's mainly just because it allows you to pitch more stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very easy to play an efficient hand when you've got Flame Scale on the deck. Getting rid of 1 card for 1 Ash, it's worth it.
Yeah.
Quan is always sitting on 1 Ash. You'll never see him dip to 0.
Yeah, and I think that's such an important thing as well. The dust up going to be used to trade off, but again, this is all stuff that's not going face. And this is always why it's so scary versus Dromai, is that they clear your board out, but you're still left with 4 cards in hand.
That's exactly it. Yeah, and Quan's got a lot of potential here.
Yep, so he's going to
go more Ash up. Yeah.
Yep, it's going to just then trade off one of these into it. So it's a Mirror Guy going down. Probably trade the Ashwing into the Ashwing again. It still has 3 cards available. Refilled up on Ash. There's a Command and Conquer in hand here, though. And a swung in. Yeah, he's going to pop it.
I mean, that's just worth it at this stage. 1 for 1 is fine. So Quan probably looking to sigil and maybe generate another Ash here.
It actually pitched a blue card, so just wanted to get the card out of hand. So I activated the Flame Scale Furnace just to get it out, and a Chromine is going to be the crackback.
So he didn't have sigil in hand? I thought I saw a sigil. Might have been something else.
I think he may have. I'm not sure, but maybe he wants to save it just in case, he gets his hand stripped here and he wants to just sort of pressure him with that go again. Sigil having multiple uses, but in particular in Dromai, just being able to, crack it back.
Yeah, that's right. Such a key card, and you love seeing those cards just continue to have utility all throughout the different decks in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the great things about Flesh and Blood as well. So many of the original cards from Welcome to Wraith are still so prevalent. And obviously they were incredibly powerful, but that's by design. It meant that, it's one of those things that Sync Below and Fate for Sin is still your premier generic D-Reacts.
Absolutely. I'm still waiting for Flock of the Featherwalkers to become a top tier card. I absolutely love that card, but it's garbage almost every time we play it.
Oh, hey, Chain might have something to say about that back in the day. Back in the day when I was a Chain player, I used many Flock of the Featherworkers to do some pretty disgusting things.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so Quan's got Famaya as well. So both players' lists looking very similar at this point. I think, aside from the turns, they're almost playing the same list, it feels.
Yeah, another Command and Conquer in hand for the side of Andy as well. So could preemptively cut this turn short depending. Talking about key cards in the matchup that we were saying before though, Logan, is that Asvalai?
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Not getting a lot of utility here, but potentially still coming out. It might be interesting to see if it gets saved here. No, it's definitely coming out.
Bit of information from our back table as well. Fahad has won up against Darren Tiang. Kano beating Fai. Again, it's not been very long, but that matchup's not going to go very long anyway. It just really comes down to does he have it, from what it sounds like it is. But using the Asvalai, he's going to clear off both dragons using the Arcane and also targeting the Arcane at him as well. So actually quite efficient.
So efficient. I mean, this is going very well for Quan right now. He's getting a bit of a lead in numbers, bit of a lead in board presence. He's really put Andy on the back foot. And Andy, I think, really needs to see some good draws here to come back and start rocking the things.
Yeah, so the Thamai getting popped there, probably not the biggest deal, but again, it is good because I think without the popper there, you're just letting Quan just get to a really big sort of lead out. The other thing that we also didn't mention as well is the equipment like Quan still has all his equipment other than the Snapdragon scale as well. We're never really going to see that flame scale furnace have another neg counter, are we?
No, I very much doubt that. It would be a game-breaking call to sacrifice that equipment early. You're going to have to lose it on the last-minute block for saving the game.
Yeah, absolutely. As I talk about it, the Crown of Providence is going to be used here. Or maybe not. Having a bit of thinking.
Not, yeah.
Crown of Providence is such a great card, hey.
Oh, it's just got so many uses, and it's really changed the way that the game functions. It's changed CNC fundamentally and what it does in a match, and it's changed the way players think about so many things like 5-card hands and arsenal combos. Yep,
absolutely. It also means that like you can arsenal a card and with a bit more impunity, something a little bit more. What's the word I'm looking for? It allows you to essentially like put a card in there that's very situational and it doesn't get stuck. Which is why just like the power of Crown of Providence.
Yeah, definitely, and it'll be really interesting to see if LSS goes down the path of more heave style effects, where you're showing something about your arsenal to gain some kind of benefit.
Yeah.
Because effects like that are only going to grow the meaning of a card like Crown of Providence.
Yeah, and I think that's such a huge deal. The fact it doesn't care if the card's face up or face down. I remember watching my opponent on Oldham not realize that you can't Crown of Seeds a face up card after heaving in, the big one. The 13 damage attack, the name eludes me, and pulverized, and just watching his face when he realizes. Another benefit of Crown of Providence there as well.
Yeah, I think pulverized is an easy way to lose a game. Get that stuck in arsenal.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just going back to your note about Fahad and Darren, a shout out to Darren Tang. He's got a coffee shop down on Flinders Lane in Melbourne. Tom Thun, if you get a chance, jump in there, have a coffee and a conciliatory game with Darren. On Fai. Yeah,
Darren, an incredible man, and also a very good friend of mine. Been friends with him back from the fighting game community. Those who didn't know, Darren also prolific Tekken player as well. It's a fantastic anime player as well, and really introduced me to that community. Took me out for my first time I went to my interstate event. Just sort of threw me over his shoulder and took care of me. So a lot of love to Darren. Played incredibly well to get here, and while not making it past the first round of top 8, still made top 8 at Australian Nationals, and that's such a great feeling.
Oh, absolutely. And I think Darren, if I remember right, Darren may have brought in Andy for the same reason from the fighting games background.
Yeah, that's just what Darren does. He's just such a giving person, able just to really bring people into these communities and make them feel welcome. So great to see him making it so far. But as we were talking, Andy, now the one with the board presence, has the Dromai there. Just a great guy.
Yeah, no, that was a very effective reversal for Andy, able to starting off with popping that dragon on the CNC and then getting the hand down to swing back and even things up. There are so many cards in this matchup. Yeah, Uvia really evens things up. And so it looks like there's a burn the maul in Quan's hand. He might be considering whether he wants to keep that out early or just use it for defensive.
And that's the thing, right? Like this matchup could definitely take a while. Could definitely really grind down to the end of it. And so these players, you saw them checking the graveyards already, really just considering what he needs. You know what I mean? Like what kind of things are you willing to block with now? We know for a fact that Quan has 2 CNCs left in the deck, but they are very far off because he pitched both of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of those late game cards are already at the bottom of the deck. I think both players are expecting to go through that second pitch cycle, and they're well prepared for it with the cards that they've stored away there.
I swear to God, we're looking at a mirror sometimes because look, the exact same player coming out here. But as we were sort of saying before, it's one of those things where you really want to be the second person presenting. So Dromai versus Dromai, Ashring versus Ash. No, instead we're going to send both to Uvia and then Snatch. No, just a dust up instead.
Yeah, dust up's so key, and just getting that one card advantage, and it's great to see it at the close of the combat chain. But Quan elected just to put the Ash up there without converting it.
Interesting here that we have the time snap potion on the side of Quan.
Yeah, time snap is a very effective card for those games where you need to get in that extra attack and dodge the popper potentially. So I can't imagine him putting it down here. I don't think he's going to be worried enough to put it on the field. I think he's going to just use that as pitch, but we'll see. Yenderai again, another card that's equally challenging and easy to deal with. You know, if you got the right cards on the field.
Yeah, and Yendra as well. Like, it is a little bit challenging because it technically has 6 life, but if you have just like the Ashwing, you just throw the little Ashwing into it and pop it. Pop that
Absolutely.
endurance counter.
Yeah, and I think Kwan's really struggling here. He's gone down to 1 Ash, and he is worried. How is he going to get the rest of that Ash?
Yeah, and we were sort of talking about how important Ash economy is, and you know, has the 1, but is going to be able to play out a time snap potion here, and it's certainly an interesting thing.
Yeah, okay. I'm not sure if that's going to help him in the long run, but we'll see. We might get out there in the long game and time snaps the backbreaker.
Yeah, time snap usually a card that we see for the ghostly touch plan. So you kind of like, you crack the time snap potion, you play out the aura, and then you swing with ghostly. So it's interesting to see it here, but I guess maybe he wants to look at, you know, using this as a tool to swing back tempo really, really heavily. Ravenous Rabble revealing a sigil, which is again a bit of information. This one's targeting him.
Yeah, so quite happy to play with his life difference here.
Yeah. And this is the thing, like, you have to be able to trade life to establish a board state. So we're going to see a lot of this sort of play where it's like taking damage, trading board states and that sort of thing. It's when we start to get to the low life and you can't do that anymore. That's when we start to get scared.
Yeah, absolutely. That those cards become so much more important then when yeah, your blocks become really tied to stopping another attack. It's going to very quickly ramp up to that position for both players.
Yeah.
All right, Zaquan hard jumping in front of that Gloria with 5 block.
And fair enough too. The last thing that you really want if you've got the Kyloria is you don't want to give them the card draw. And this is interesting as well. So we see 2 dragons come out. We're going to see some dragons traded, but Quan, importantly, no Ash left on the table.
Yeah, no, that can hurt him here. I think he's really going to want to see a sweeping. I think from memory he's only seen 1 come through, but he's put away 2 Rake the Embers. So I potentially would have thought if I was Quan about maybe that Remembrance, bring back the Rakes, but I think he doesn't want to disrupt his cycle just yet.
Yeah, I think that's a key thing right now. Hasn't drawn much here. Has 2 dragons and the Snatch, so he's going to be able to at least, you know, present something, clear a dragon and go through, but he's currently got no way of giving go again. So maybe this is what the time snap potion is for. You know, he can time snap, he can activate the time snap, play the Snatch, rebuild some Ash, and then as well sort of potentially threaten drawing a card. So we could sort of criticize it a little bit here, but might actually be the saving grace.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be really, really good. I mean, Quan's a very skilled player. He knows what he's doing. So he'll definitely have a reason for having that time snap out there, and that may well be it. I should add also that both of these players play incredibly calm games. You see Andy, he barely cracks a smile or cracks a grimace. He just plays 100% smooth the whole time. And Quan also, very focused, very dedicated players.
It's one of the most intimidating things when you're sitting across the table from it as well. Just when, you know, you're in this like 1-to-1 life total absolute slog and you're sitting there sweating yourself trying to figure out what's going on, and then your opponent's just calm. It's intimidating.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of these players are very easy to lose to, incredibly polite, incredibly skilled. So it's great to see them going up against each other, and I think they'll both be feeling the fatigue of this match, and I hope they get a bit of a break before the next one.
Yeah, it's always a challenge, right? And that's the thing you don't consider as well. Luckily, this is a 2-day event, but when we look at those, you know, 1-day battle hardens that are 9 rounds into a top 8, by the end of it, you can really just start to feel the exhaustion come through.
Yeah, that's right. And I don't understand how players are able to do it, especially with decks like Kano. I mean, if you watch for hard play, he plays incredibly quickly. He knows that deck intimately. He knows exactly with every choice that he's making and how he wants to respond to his opponent's choices. I think that really frees them up to play a deck like that in a long event like this.
Yeah, and it's the experience factor as well. It's just sort of how much there's going on in the deck, and yeah, exactly. Using the time snap potion, pitching away the sigil that he's just drawn, pitching again. So now we're going to see a Necro. And the scary thing about the Necro here, he's going to generate a bit of Ash, luckily. So this has sort of gotten him out of it. He's got that Ash sitting there now as well because he was able to swing in with it initially. Smack it. Kyloria, though, same thing. Going to kill.
Yeah, that's a really good. Necro is exactly what Quan wants to see at this stage of the game.
Yeah.
Something to help him start rebuilding that Ash balance. It's really a second currency for this deck.
Yeah, and look what he's just drawn. Dominia inside the hand. Now, again, another card a little bit awkward to deal with without a popper, but we see a CNC in hand, so I guess with the Dominia trigger, though, that one can just get ripped aside. And I'm assuming that Andy's probably going to want to clear the board here. Had the blue drawn as well. So, going to have the Ash. That's also a way of just like rebuilding.
Yeah, it looks like the CNC's even just getting straight pitched.
And I think that's a bait that you can sort of come into as well. Happens a lot with decks like Kano, where you're kind of... You're looking for key cards, right, in certain matchups, but sometimes it's an absolute detriment to keep it in your hand and sort of like keep it in that situation. Because while, yes, it's important, it's one of those things where sometimes you just need to pitch it and use it and know that you're going to come across other options and other answers later in the game. And only drawing 3 cards a turn can be such a detriment.
Yeah, that's right. And if we work on the assumption that there's only the CNCs in there, Quan's still got all 3 of them, and Andy just has that one left now.
I think Quan blocked with 1, so I think he's definitely got 2 left.
He blocked with 1?
Okay, I believe
so.
so.
That he pitched early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's going to go to 2 Ash here.
Yeah, so very good for Quan. It's a win-win there, getting that Ash stocks up and soaking up those attacks.
Both of them running the time snap potion.
Okay. We might get a lesson here in why time snap's important because clearly these guys value it.
It's almost like they know a little bit more about Dromai than we do.
Who's to say, eh? Who's to say?
Well, there's a reason why you and I are discussing right now, and they're the ones sitting at the top tables here at the Flesh and Blood National Championships for Australia 2023. But turn passes back over, and I think Quan needs to make a call here. Does he try and do the reserve play, or do you throw the Dominia?
Yeah, he's studying carefully what his options are ahead of him, thinking about, the Remembrance coming up. I think you're going to see Sweeping Blow into Dominia, and that may be it.
I've just realized as well that Fahad making it through, regardless, 2 of the opponents alongside him in the top 4 are going to be Dromais, and I don't know about you if you've ever played that matchup, but that matchup is incredibly swingy. It is, do they find Thamai? And if the answer is no, it's usually pretty kind of favoured.
Yeah, that's very true. And Fahad will know that matchup well. Him and Quan practice plenty together. So, whether it's Quan versus Fahad or one of the others, Fahad will have a lot of reps with that particular matchup. He will know exactly what he's going to do.
And I also know that potentially he could also come up against a Dash or a Bravo, depending on how that matchup's going off in another back table as well. But just the Famai, the nice reserve play, just going to play that one there, establish a little bit of board state, take out one of them, and another Rake here. So Rake's super, super important, and we were talking about it. And now it's gone one way to the other really quickly. Life total's pretty much equalized, and now we're looking at Andy as the one with all the threats.
Yeah, and Rake's great here because it really lessens the value of playing something like Dominia. If Quan can't deal with those Ash Wings, he's going to be facing a lot of damage every turn.
Yeah, and a little bit of information from the back tables as well. Sam has beaten Ryan, so Dash has taken out Bravo. It sounds like an absolute nail biter here, and so we're going to have 2 Dromais, a Dash, and a Kano. Is going to be our top 4, and sounds pretty good for Kano.
So Hayden and Zach are still going on the other table?
Yeah, no report of that one as of yet.
Yeah, no, Dromai matchup, probably another 20 minutes in it at least, right?
If not more, depending on what what their decks sort of look like.
So just bragging a little bit here, Matt, I think we might be looking at an all Melbourne top 4 potentially, unless Hayden can swing it. We've got 3 Melbourne through already.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, your SA player has gone.
Yeah, that's all right. Super proud of Ryan. Came in on Bravo. Was literally predominantly just played Oldham. So very much was like one of the strongest Oldham players I've ever placed. And we've had some pretty incredible games. So obviously with Oldham getting Live and Legend, progressing over to Bravo, and yeah, played his absolute heart out. I believe he went 1-2 day one in the constructed, and then 6-0'd in draft, which is hectic and crazy, particularly in the Monarch draft format. So incredible job to Ryan.
That's amazing. Monarch is a very tough format, and it can be very up and down. So getting that consistency of 6-0, that's incredible. Yeah, clearly ahead of the curve there with that draft format.
Yeah, absolutely. I know. Shout out to the boys in South Australia as well. Boys and girls, everyone listening at home. You know, we did it. We made it top 8, and all that Monarch draft practice definitely helped out. But again, talking a little bit, we swing back and look, 2 dragons down the side of Quan. This matchup, just dragons everywhere.
Yeah, it's amazing how balanced it is staying. You feel like sometimes one of these players is really taking the lead, but very quickly they've each got the tools to balance it out. Nobody's getting that completely dominant position of having 5 dragons that just stay on the field. Yeah, and
I think that just is a testament to the 2 players and their skill, not only just on their decks, but in this matchup. And I don't know about you, I personally hate practicing mirror matchups, so very impressive.
Yeah, no, mirror match, especially this one, it takes a lot of energy.
Yeah.
It's a very slow, exhausting, grind-heavy matchup. But I think we have so many Dromai players in Melbourne now that it's almost the default when you go to locals or any of the other events.
Remind me not to come to Melbourne anytime soon. As an Icelander, man, it doesn't sound like a fun time to be me.
Well, there is a calling Melbourne very soon, so yeah, just ahead of Worlds for that calling. So it'll be interesting to see how the results from this weekend come through to when we've got a more international speckled field in November.
Yeah, well, I'll be there. Well, you'll be there, right?
Yeah, I live here, so it's pretty much just a walk down the road for me. I might as well head along.
Yeah, well, I think we're gonna get the South Australian guys load up in a van, and we're gonna come hopefully take your crown. But regardless, looking over here, Kylori being placed on the field. Some stuff getting traded out here, and it's always a really interesting matchup when you look at these dragons, because it's often 5-card hand versus 5-card hand.
Yeah, that's right. Both players are really conserving their options here, and I think very soon we'll probably see in the next 3 or 4 turns we're going to start hitting those remembrance drops, and the players will start to indicate what they want to do in the late game.
How do you navigate this late game, do you reckon, at this point?
Well, it's just about constructing board presence, so I feel like you'll probably see them pick up the recursion type dragons, the Uvias, the Necrias, the Rake the Embers, maybe one big threat as well. Yeah, that would be my pick. I don't think we'll see much interest in poppers, but yeah, let's see how it lands when that first remembrance does come down.
Yeah, and I think the big thing, we were sort of talking about it before, is the popper economy, under the assumption that it is just the one. One set of CNCs, and Quan's definitely up 2 to 1 in that aspect, but poppers, they have to come at the right time. And all of a sudden we talk about swinging again. Dust up on the very end of the chain there to kill off that Ashwing means that now the board state's definitely in Quan's favor once again.
Oh, there's the Asvalai though. That is quickly going to swing again.
Yeah, Asvalai able to remove the endurance counter off Yenderai, also able to take out the Ashwing and ping a little bit of damage ahead as well.
Yeah, and it looks like the Yenderai in Andy's hand as well. Is that a second one on the back card?
It looks like it, a little bit of green. Yeah, two Yenderai on the side of Andy.
So that could be quite nice here. Andy can very efficiently, and just 2 or 3 attacks sweep the whole board for Quan.
Yeah, Asvalai going in. Yeah, so targeting Mirror. Yeah. So the Arcane's going to come through towards the hero. The endurance counter to be removed as well.
Yeah, and did he put the physical damage? Yeah, he did put the physical onto Miragai. So I think maybe he's going sweeping blow into Miragai.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh no, he's got his own. He's got his
Yeah.
own.
So playing one of your own is also definitely a pretty good way of doing that. Checking graveyards as well. Wants to sort of see what threats are available left. Organize them. So yes, shuffling this one around. It's 2 Miragai and the third one on the field. All the Kylorias are gone. 2 CNC, a couple of Miraging Metamorphs, the Mize as well. And this is one of the really important things, is tracking what threats are available.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, even Dust Up. Dust Up has been such an effective card for both of these players. So 4 damage really is your optimal. And yeah, being able to pull in an Ashwing at the end, it really makes for a nice combat chain.
Exactly. And talk about efficiency. Another Azavai is going to come down. Attacking that, clearing that. 2 dragons instantly gone. Dust Up with the winner.
Yeah, it's poetic, isn't it? Look at that. Just 4 dragons into nothing.
Yeah, activating the Flamescale Furnace to keep that card in deck. Arsenal the card. Playing this 5-card hand and the Ash economy. Looking real healthy for both sides.
Yeah. And there are those CNCs. One is back to that second cycle now.
Yeah.
And he's got that remembrance. So I will bet you he's going to play that on this turn.
Yeah, Necrea's going to come down here. Really nice time to have a popper. But no, he's just going to kill the Azavai. Smart. He can also just send the CNC into the Necrea if he would like, as the kind of like a nice efficient way of clearing that card off.
Yeah, he's got... I don't know if he's got the right card to start off his chain though, does he? Because I'm not sure what's in his arsenal right now, but yeah, he needs that red just to give it a go again.
Is this where in response to the remembrance, your remembrance on top?
Maybe. I think Quan will definitely save his for his turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright, so 2 rakes. Is it a third rake? No. Yeah. So yeah, all about the recursion. Andy just wants to see lots and lots of little 1/1s on the field. Lots of Ashwings. That's enough for him.
I mean, hey, you know, one of the most impressive weapons in the whole game, the 2 Kodachis. What about having 5 of them?
Yeah, exactly. It is a good time to have 5 Kodachis.
Well, in this case, it's 6 plus the Uvia, so 7 Kodachis. Players counting decks as well. Be interested to know how many cards was brought in, and that might also be it as well. The timestamps might just be in there, because they might have just brought in their whole sideboard.
Yeah, I think so. It looks like both players have killed out all the D-reacts.
Yeah, so might have just cut the D-reacts and put everything else in, just to sort of have as much in there. Like cards that could be relevant.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they killed the D-reacts. They've killed the Oasis Respites. I think both of them had Passing Mirage in, so they've gotten rid of the Passing Mirage style of effects. Doesn't leave a lot of room. I think they're probably on a pretty slim 60 here.
Yeah, and I would have been surprised to hear it go to like 62, like 61, 62 maybe. But yeah, I guess you really just want to have those impact cards as soon as possible and as often as possible. This is sort of when we start to really get grindy as the decks are getting thinner and the graveyard's getting big. We start to sort of think about them. And yeah, as you sort of predicted, no Burn Them Alls have been played. So it's one of those things where he has one in hand, so he might just need to use that as a starter. But I wouldn't be surprised if he isn't actually banishing a whole bunch of stuff and is willing to let that card go a little bit earlier than you normally would expect.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a curious card, right? Because we've both got Null Rune, so maybe they were bringing it in the hopes that one player left out Null Rune. It does give your opponent a free Ash generation, so I'm not sure it's going to do enough. But yeah, potentially getting one card out of the hand, it's kind of like having a snatch trigger each turn, just creating that imbalance. But at the moment, 1 life, nobody's going to care about that.
Yeah, particularly when we're looking at 31 to 25. And I think both players know that they can't really do the full thing. Oh, it's going to be, yep, so 1-on-1. Necrea is going to get pinged here, and the Ash just constantly climbing.
Yeah, and so Andy on 5 Ash, not worried at all about that 1 damage.
Yeah.
Not interested.
And the thing that I sort of realized before as well was that it's not actually sort of what we're expecting in regards to like the counters. One of them is actually like the counters and one is the damage marked on them. Someone said that in chat.
Yeah, okay. Just if anyone's interested in an update on the New Zealand Nationals, that's gone to semis now. We've got Matt Rogers on Dash into Oliver Berry on Icelander. And then Dromai versus Lexi. That's Lucas Ward versus Nish. I'm not sure Nish's surname. But yeah, so a bit more diverse over there.
Yeah, and if you'd asked me what was the thing that wasn't going to be diverse, I wouldn't have said, yeah, we're going to have 4 Dromais in top 8, because not what I expected even in the slightest.
No, exactly.
What a medical.
But yeah, Dromai and Dash both coming through in both New Zealand and Australia. And I guess both of us get a wizard, Iceland over in NZ and Kano over here.
Yeah, love wizards. My favorite class. Give me more. Give me another wizard LSS. Give me something cool.
I'm sure they're working on it somewhere.
Oh, and I'm going to play it. I'm going to play it a lot. Burn them all is kept around here from Quan, though. It makes sense. He's got plenty of cards in the grave. Remembrance only pulls back 3, so... Going back through those graveyards constantly, just over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, this game, it really, I think we said in the beginning, it comes down to a very finite management of resources here. It's a grindy matchup, and you're looking for that small mathematical value, the 0.1 gain on every attack.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Funnily enough, Dromai Mirror is one of the few matchups in the game that can lead to a full draw. There is a point where this game, depending on how it goes, with these skill of these players, I doubt it's going to happen. But it is a game that can just lead to a flat-out draw, because neither player has weapons. So if both players run out of threats, the game just ends.
Yeah, that is true. It would be breathtaking if we saw that in a Nationals top 8, but where else are you going to see it? It's
True.
very skilled players here who know the decks well, and they're going to grind it to the last moment.
Yeah. It's just one of those
so
things.
another remembrance going back for Andy.
Yeah, this is the thing, though. I don't think Quan's played his remembrance yet, and it looks like his deck's a little bit healthier as well. So maybe even playing towards that fatigue plan.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me here. Andy definitely had a lot more defensive cards in his list, so it makes sense that as Quan, you would play the grind through. I think that's why, yeah, I did favour Quan in the early pick for this matchup. Just because Andy's got that strength against a wider field, but in the mirror, I'm not sure it'll come through.
Yeah, and here we go. Another rake has come through here. And I think this is a natural rake, right? He hasn't played out that remembrance, so...
Yeah, I believe this is the last one for Quan. He got the 2 early on, and this is his last one of the 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably why he's saved that remembrance, because he wants to actually just bring all 3 of them back. Snatch in hand as well as that, as well as an Asvalai. So probably going to remove the counter here, trade it, and then play the Asvalai, trade into the Endrai, and really establish this board presence.
Yeah, he could even arsenal the Snatch here if there's a remembrance down. Do you remember what he's arsenaled here? Is it the remembrance?
Is it? I think it is the remembrance.
Yeah, I think he may get rid of the remembrance and put the Snatch in the arsenal. I'm not sure if he's going to value drawing the card at the stage, but we'll see.
Well, I guess he could, he plays the Asvalai here. It could trade into Yenderai, I think, because he marked the damage on it, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he's doing exactly that.
And then what he can do if he really wants, he can just run the Snatch out here, and then if for whatever reason he draws a card he wants to arsenal, he can then just remembrance as it is an instant. But no,
he's very true.
No, he's just going to pitch. Really wants to keep the Asher coming. No, just going to CNC. Okay, so again, what is the card in the arsenal? And I guess at this point, when he knows what's left in deck and everything like that, he knows this card's going to be of quality. But no, he's just going to take it. Takes the 6 damage, losing the E-Strike. Life perfectly even, but as we can see, the board state definitely favoring Quan right now. Look at those beautiful Marvel Ashwings as well.
Oh yeah, it's these players have put a lot of love into their decks. They've been playing them for a long time. I think Quan has been on Dromai, I think, since it was released.
That's fair. Such a cool deck.
Yeah, Andy was on Viserai for the most of the time, but I think after a couple of sets ago. He might have switched over to Dromai as well.
Yeah. Viscera deck, I was very glad to see at least a little bit of representation, because I feel like the deck is quite powerful. Just has, you know, a couple of issues, and then the card Warmongers existing just really makes it difficult.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Runeblade as a category, so powerful, but Warmongers just came in and really dampened the Runeblade spirits. I'm not sure what's going to change, whether Warmongers will go or whether Runeblades will just have to lay in the background for a while, but it really does feel hard to be a Runeblade right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Uvia for his own here. Going to make some ash
Quan
wings.
revealing the big dragon off the top as well.
It was Dominia, wasn't it? I believe so. And that's a card that can really start to make turns difficult, because as it starts to rip your hand apart. We talk about key cards in matchups and how you want to keep certain things, but forcefully having a card removed every time a red is revealed, yeah, Dominia, is scary. And look, it looks like he's pitch stacked a blue along with it.
Okay, yeah, this could be a real turning point for the game here. There's enough threats on the field.
Ooh.
Okay, timestamp's coming along.
Has the snatch, that's probably why. Exactly the same play. Yeah, using these snatches, really, really smart with these timestamp potions. It draws a sigil though.
So still 2 damage needed there for the Uvia.
Yeah, 2 ash
okay,
wings.
he's getting it. And that looks like an Asvalai in hand as well.
Yeah, Asvalai, a sink, a sigil, a dust up, and then 1 unknown card.
All right. So he might be okay. He's going with the Asvalai. A little bit wasteful there. He might have been able to get 1 extra Ashwing attack it.
Yeah. Yeah, but does it equate to the same amount of damage though? Yeah, because he can swing Asvalai at face and then ping down the Ashwing. Yeah, so I think it ends up being about the same.
I just meant he could have used the one arcane on the last pit for Uvia.
Right, gotcha.
Yeah, it's net the same, I believe.
And then dust up targeting Quan.
Yeah.
Now, do you block this dust up here?
I think he has to.
Yeah, it depends on the texture of his hand, but again, I don't know. I don't think we're going to see the Dominion get played here. Doesn't clear enough of the dragons, doesn't do enough in regards to actually establishing a board state. And there's plenty of ways on board to deal with it, is the other problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's either going to get pitched or Arsenal here. I'd be surprised if Quan lets the dust up off.
I guess the only other reason would be if his crackback is starting to get more and more intense, so it's interesting. Every decision at this point is just so challenging.
Yeah, very much so. You can see the wheels turning on both players' heads.
I'm getting tired just thinking about it, you know? Imagine how these players feel.
So if I'm seeing right, Andy's got Sigil and Remembrance in hand, so he can pretty much do what he wants with Arsenal. He's still going through a 5-card hand.
Okay, yeah, so it's just going to let the dust up hit, it would seem. Sigil gain some life, and from what was looking like a really hot start from Quan, that it's been turned a little bit, and 1 card gets out, and now he goes back through the graveyard.
Yeah, and I think he did just give it a bit of a shuffle as well, so he's made his own tracking a bit harder. All right, just counting those decks again, exploring the fatigue option.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely Quan's on a decent amount more there. I'd say probably 10 extra cards.
Yeah.
And he hasn't.
The only thing I guess is whether or not they're double sleeve, but yeah, it definitely looks like that's in Quan's favor. And is that a bit of a life disadvantage? Is the only concern. Nice.
Okay, nice. Asvalai is going to really help to even things out, and this could be the Dominion going down to Arsenal.
Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, plus the 1 Arcane. So efficient, Asvalai. What a card. Now, do you think we see the Dominion pop into the Arsenal? Yeah, we are. And I think that might be the sort of thing that turns the corner. Because I'm pretty sure Quan still has all of his Remembrance available too.
Yeah, no, he's not popped a single one yet. He's really just making things a little bit cleaner, burning away the stuff he doesn't care about.
I think this is the thing when it comes down to these really grindy matchups, is that one decision later in the game can be really, really detrimental. Because when it comes down to fatigue, that is one thing though. I don't think the Dominion is going to be coming out this turn, purely because I'm pretty sure that he just drew the quad red, and I can't imagine spending 3 of those red cards here to play Dominion is worth it.
No.
Oh, sorry, the 4. Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
He'll very much be saving the Dominion for a point where the board state's something he wants to preserve, and he can just keep coming in with that big attack.
Tumultai
now here, and Andy. He's not going to have much interest in that. Yeah.
It is getting to that point though, where the Tumultai to remove the arcane barrier could be quite scary, because one thing we haven't seen from Andy, is his burn them alls.
No, I think a couple of them are in the grave though. We recall one was blocked very early in the game. I think first turn. Let's see if we can find the others in here. I see none yet. Yeah, I only saw one in Andy's graveyard.
Yeah. Miraging Metamorph currently on the stack. It doesn't look like he has the popper, and 7 is not a small number. This is where we start to see these really efficient attacks take over the game a little bit more.
Yeah, and that's an interesting consideration here as well. If you haven't used your Remembrance, it is an option to bring those things back.
Particularly once you start counting how many Command and Conquers are left. And I'm pretty sure Quan's just got the 1, because he blocked with 1 and pitched another, and then threw 1 as well at the face. So yeah,
I'm pretty sure it's 1 apiece right now for the CNC count.
One of these matchups where it just really ebbs and flows constantly about what you're playing towards, what win conditions provide themselves, what opens up, and Quan goes to 7.
All right, that's a big turn there. Eating 7.
Miraging Metamorph was such a terrifying card back in the day.
Yeah. All right, looks like about 10 count for Andy. 4.
And then, not many left. I think that's the thing. Quan's willing to trade his life because he knows that he's ahead. All he has to do is just live out the turns. And I think the biggest thing and the scariest one is going to be the Tumultai that comes through. Revealing Remembrance. Ooh, feels bad.
So he's got a Sigil in hand. He pitched a Sigil last turn. He's probably not worried about life here.
No. That's so sad. Really what you want to be seeing there was the red off the top. But that's fine. 6 damage. Nothing to scoff at. Going to be able to kill off the Asvalai and present some damage back. So this will be 2 Arcane and Andy, plus killing off the Asvalai, plus the physical. So 3. Going to Sigil, gain some life as well. And still has the Dominion sitting there. Knows he's got some blues left is the other important thing. So knows that it's going to be a lot more efficient to play that card later.
Certainly. So just an update on New Zealand Nationals. We've got Oliver Berry on Icelander, going through to face Nish on Lexi.
Oh, that's a hard matchup.
So Lexi Icelander finals in New Zealand.
Yeah, it's a hard matchup for both players. It's just weird to say, but it really is.
Yeah, two very skilled players. I think those guys have been playing since the beginning. Oliver Berry had a brief stint on the LSS design team as well.
Oh, wow.
Wasn't allowed to play for, I believe, the Uprising season, as he was part of the Uprising design team.
Oh, interesting.
But, now back to Nationals and in the finals, potentially the champ.
Look at this, though. Finally found some of those rakes. We do see the last Command and Conquer, and then the Remembrance is going to come back as well. So that's the third one, and I think, was Quan on 2? Because I don't know if I've seen the third one from him.
The third Sensei?
No, the third
Remembrance.
third remembrance.
Yeah, I believe it's only 2.
So how do you deal with this situation? 'Cause that's
It's
six.
tough.
That's
It's
6
tough.
damage.
You really need to see the likes of Asvalai here because not much else is effective at clearing that out.
Yeah.
Once the Burn Them All comes online, and he's going to have a very clean and efficient damage presentation each turn.
Not many cards left in Andy's deck though. But it doesn't. But if all those cards are rake, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, no, it's super thin, but it's exactly what Andy wants to see. And importantly, he's still got a CNC in the deck, which I think is very useful for when you consider just being able to break one combat chain.
Yeah.
That's what Quan really wants now, is just the ability to break a combat chain.
I was gonna say having
the size, the damage doesn't matter.
Yeah. I was gonna say an extra turn's pretty good. Checking through those graveyards again.
This is going to be, I think, the deciding moment in this matchup.
Yeah.
It's coming down to that minutiae of information. What does my opponent have left?
Great.
What do I have left? What's the order of the cards? So much information they both have to process right now.
Not only process, but remember. Like, that's the hard part, you know what I mean? Like, and in particular as well, Andy doesn't have to worry too much because he's shuffled. I think that might be why Quan's not playing the Remembrances. Maybe he's got a stack going because I think he's got the resources to play the...
He definitely has it now.
Yeah, for the Tumultai,
Just
but...
Passing in there.
Is the Tumultai worth it?
It's not going to do much. Unless he's confident he can draw back into a popper and shut the combat chain down. He's really at risk here.
Definitely feeling the pressure from both these players. What's the decision? Oh, gonna go with the Dominia. Okay. And Dominia was targeting one of the Ashwings, funnily enough.
Oh.
Remembrance going to come through now. This is the first one we're seeing. And look, he's picking up the Asvai. As you sort of said, he knows that the way that he needs to get through this is with that card. And so he's going to find all 3 of them, I believe. Yeah, there's the third one. No,
Yeah,
it's,
very
I
much
don't,
on
no, it's Command and
rebuild.
Conquer.
Yeah, okay, so he's wanting to just control the combat chain here.
Yeah.
Slim the board state down, get the combat chain under control, really try and own the game.
I think this is the kind of what's quite scary for him now is, does he draw into that Command and Conquer? And I think, depending on whether or not he does, it's very much going to dictate how the end of this game is going to go. Because if he does, his combat chain all of a sudden becomes very scary. I feel like, though, if you're Andy, you have to kill the Dominia. With not many cards left in deck, he didn't draw it. Uvia, ooh. Talking about big threats here.
Okay, that's looking pretty nice for Andy. I don't think Juan's worried yet. He's still got that sigil.
Yeah.
He's still going to survive.
Ooh. Now the alarm bells, I think, start ringing. So he has the Asvalai. So he did find an Asvalai, which is good. Is that a Command and Conquer next to it? I don't think so. It looks like a blue card.
No, I don't think it is.
I think it's all just going face. No, he's going to pitch for the Arcane here. Yep, Dominia's going to die.
Has to.
Yep. Can't let that card run rampant.
So let's assess here what's going to happen. I feel like this is swung towards Andy. Quan's going to play out
Asvalai.
Asvalai. He's going to kill off a few dragons. He's going to eventually draw into the CNC and close the combat chain early. But I feel like Andy's still going to have a rake every turn from here on, and he's just going to have the board presence to slice through.
Yeah, and in particular because he can't get rid of the Uvia. At least not this turn. It did look like it might have been an Embermore Centipie in here, but I think it was a blue one. Okay, no, so he's attacking into it. So yeah, it was a blue, so meaning he should be able to. Okay, so 3 of them get cleared. Now he has to think, what does he want to do here? Does he want to try and pressure the hand? And look at what's in his hand. That's a Tumultai.
Yeah, not effective for its effect, but it is still damage for
No, but
life.
But the thing is, we were talking about this before. Look what else is in his hand. He's got Tumultai, he's got Burnamol, and he's got Asvalai. His opponent's at 4, and he's got Naru.
Okay, so burn. Yeah, okay. It could be a pretty clear option for Andy.
It might actually be a red rake towards the back there, so it might not have enough. So the Tumultai plan might not get there. But does he draw? He doesn't. I don't think he drew the CNC.
Yeah, that's really awkward. So he's relying now on Andy to play exactly the way he needs him to.
Mm-hmm.
Not being able to break the combat chain is a critical problem for Quan.
Yeah. Has the sync though? Sorry, not the sync. Has the sigil. So it does have a little bit of way. I don't think so either.
It's enough. There's what I mean, without any tax, what can Andy do? He can do Asvalai and another rake, and that should be pretty close to being enough.
Yeah, and particularly this Asvalai is going to be able to pressure so hard. Because now... Oh, no, he does have the CNC towards the back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's crucial. Watch that.
Oh, so that might have actually done it. That one there, that might have swung this game back into favor. I'm not 100% sure, because he still needs to be able to clear off this board state.
We've got 2 AB loaded on the stack as well, if I'm right. So 1 from Asvalai and 1 from Burn Them All.
Yep. Yep, so the
he's
dust up.
blocking that fully.
Thamai. But look at the board state coming back now. Now here's the question. Do you take the Ash Wings? Because this is the scary thing, right? So if you take the 3 Ash Wings, you have the Sigil, go to 1. If he doesn't swing Thamai, then it's kind of like a bit of a dead card. Yeah. But you also feel so bad using your one and only popper on an Ashwing. Particularly when his crackback is not particularly powerful.
Yeah, I am confused why he didn't do it straight up on the Asvalai.
I think the Asvalai actually... I think Asvalai attacked Asvalai.
Oh, it attacked the dragon, right.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to pop it. He has to.
Yeah. Taking control of the chain is the only way back.
Oh, and the lucky thing, though, he does have a Snatch. So the Snatch is going to be able to at least trade with the Thamai, but he still has Asvalai to deal with. What's the card in the arsenal as well? Was that a Remembrance? I don't remember.
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, Asvalai...
Oh, but look...
Asvalai's not the worst if he's not going to go for a board presence.
Yeah. Draw. Oh, draws a Rake too. You have to gain the life here, right? Yeah. 1, 2. So that's 4 damage on board right now. Yeah. Flame scale. 2.
Okay, he's choosing to keep the Burn Them All around.
Yeah, because Andy does not have many cards left in deck. I think he has 2. He's got his hand plus 2 cards, but there's a Yenderai sitting there. There's plenty of stuff, and I don't think there are any more poppers available. Sigil, Epot, Asvalai, CNC.
Oh. Okay, this looks very good for Quan here. He's potentially got control of every data point in this game.
Yep, he's got plenty of blues.
Chain, takes the Arcane, and he gets full turn back.
Yeah, but look at what's in the other hand as well. There's a CNC there too. Less impactful because we know that Asvalai is just going to be on popping duty. But... Yeah, okay, so
Okay,
we're going to
so
pitch the
that's-
blue.
Oh, he's only blocking one here. He's taken one arcane of. Oh no.
Yeah,
Made
yeah,
a
okay.
mistake.
That's interesting. Oh, and this is interesting. So he might be willing to take the damage here to try and bait him to play the Yenderai.
Yeah, he's definitely wanting to get something bigger than an Ashwing here.
Oh, so he's taking the Ashwing damage, now it's the Thamai that's coming. So I think he leaves the Thamai because that's easier to deal with, and then hopes that he plays Yenderai. God, this is a game of millimeters here, Logan.
Oh, absolutely. I just saw in the chat, some players, some observers saying pick up the graveyard often. I mean, one of the things is these matches are untimed, so it's about getting every little point of advantage here. So checking the graveyard, checking the banish, it's important. I know it slows the game down, but these players, they're in the top 8 of Nationals. They want to win.
Yeah. And he is going to commit the Command and Conquer there.
Yeah, he really has to. I mean, going to 3 life when you've got 2 burn on the table, it's a dangerous game.
And I think Andy's considering, do you throw the Sigil here? Because here's the thing. Yep, just going to make some ash. All Quan has to do is live the next couple turns. Because based on how many cards are left, there's 3 left in deck. So Andy is going to arsenal a card and draw the remaining of his deck. Or is that 4? It might be 4.
Yeah, it looks like 4 plus the Sigil. So I think he's got 7 cards left between his arsenal and his hand.
Yeah.
And the deck.
1, 2. Yeah, so he's got 2 left in deck, plus his hand. Asvli is going to come down, though. And this is big.
Yeah. So this really evens the game for Quan. Facing 2 physical damage, he's just going to take that. He can't waste cards blocking.
He has the CNC in hand. Yeah. Not going to waste it on something like this. Wants to waste it on like the Tomultai, the Mini, or whatever is coming. And there is a Tomultai still available, I'm pretty sure, for Andy. Quan just considering. Has a card in Arsenal. Do you remember what that card is? I don't remember.
Quan's arsenal? No, it's been sat there a while. I think that's just a dragon.
Yeah. Rips the Sigil just to gain some life back. Needs to burn the cards now. Just check if he even has enough. No, he doesn't, so he has to let that card die. Draws up. 1, 2. Tomultai. Burn. Centipie.
Okay. Lots of options still left for Quan. Looking very thin for Andy here.
Was that a rake? In the arsenal? Might have been a rake. Yeah.
Yeah, rake would make sense. He should have drawn into one by now, so that would make sense.
But he has a Yenderai to deal with. Pitching the CNC. Knows he's going to draw it. Yenderai comes out.
The
Killing
audience on the
Asgolai.
chat saying they would have fallen asleep. I tell you what, it's a hard game to keep track of. We don't have much to do in commentary, but even keeping track of what the players have left is really tough.
Yeah.
I can't imagine what it's like for them.
I imagine being the one sitting there, with everything on the line.
Yeah, and they have to do it all over again for 2 more games.
Yeah. Because I think there could be... let me check the bracket. There might be another Dromai Mirror, depending. Plenty to think about here. 8 plays 12. So Quan has a lot more life to play with than he originally did, but will be on the receiving end of 2 arcane here.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 arcanes just not that meaningful because Quan's still got blue card in hand.
Yeah, he's 2 blues.
He's going to be able to rotate that card through the deck, and he just plays a smaller hand. Any other updates on the top 8 matches?
No, so
Kano won.
So yeah, Fahad beat Darren. So Kano beat Fai, and then Sam beat Ryan. So Dash beat Bravo. But I believe the other Dromai mirror match is still going on.
All right, so Kwan's very carefully studying his options here. He's got a lot of power left, and he's got a little bit left, but it's a thin edge for Andy. I think this has to go really perfectly for Andy. Otherwise, yeah, Kwan's executed exactly the game plan he wants to execute.
Yeah, and I think the big thing here is there's still a Command and Conquer left, and that is probably the number one thing.
Yes, Fahad and Sam are on the same side of the bracket, so Fahad and Sam wouldn't meet until the finals if that were to be the case.
Yeah. God, razor thin. But and I find it really interesting. And of the last cards in both players' decks, it's the Marvel Dragons.
Yeah. They're really difficult to get into the game at this point, and in many ways they don't do a lot more than their block value now. When Kwan was on 4 or 5 life, it presented a bit more of a threat. You know, it's one attack to finish the game. But here,
I'm sort of racking my brain, and I actually think the way that Kwan wins this is he has to play Dominia, and he has to hit a red card off the top to eat the Command and Conquer.
yeah, well, Andy's given him a free go at that now, showing CNC on the pitch.
Yeah.
So I think Kwan's waiting that choice right now is what does he go after? Does he go after the Dominia play?
He doesn't have the Dominia. He has the Tomultai in hand. But,
Oh, he's only got Tommel time? Right.
I don't. Yeah, I think the Dominia is in the bottom 3 of his deck. Unless it's in his arsenal, of course. But then... Oh, wait, no. He did arsenal the Dominia. I believe. Like, ages ago.
Yeah, may still be there. Show us, Kwan.
Yeah, show us. But I don't... Unless he plays out in his entire hand.
A lot of conversation in the chat about the speed of play, timing of play. Yeah, the judge does have the option to ask the players to play on. There is still a rule around speed of play, even though the overall round is untimed.
Yeah, but as both players are doing it, I think it's one of those things where it's not. But pitching a blue center pie, Necria. You see Kwan shake his head a little bit there.
Yeah, Nekria's a big threat right now.
Yeah.
Very hard to deal with.
But with this, if you're Arsenal, he's going to have that Commander Conga back in hand. So I think...
Yeah, I mean he can even keep the card in hand and not Arsenal. When he gets to order his pitch, he can still draw it back.
Yeah. Now... This is challenging. Because every card blocked with here, it means it's less value and less threats. Now, the problem with the Dominia play is, what if that top card is not red?
Yeah, it's very, very risky.
Now, if I was good, I would have tried to memorize the pitch here, but I didn't even think of that as a line. And look at this. The Flamescale Furnace being thrown.
Yeah, that makes sense. Ash is not really a consideration now.
Yep. Kwan, as
Okay,
you can see, has
and
plenty of
also-
blues.
Kwan's not interested in the arcane option at the moment.
Yeah. CNC is going to go, yeah, it picks up all 4 of the cards. So it's going to be Sigil, Tomultai, CNC, and then the Embermore Centipie. Oh, no. Oh.
Okay.
I see. So it's going to go to the bottom. has a ponder. We talked about this card a little bit before when we started here.
Yeah, we haven't seen it all game.
Yeah, no, we haven't, but could potentially be the perfect time to whip it out.
Is this a one-off? Has Quan saved this as a one-off just for this moment?
It might be. But this is
That's
what
pretty cool.
this is what you think here, right? What do you give him? Surely you have to remove the CNC.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to be able to go for the life, so Sigil's not really relevant. Who cares about the Emma more?
Because I think his turn he has to play the Tumultai, right?
Yeah.
And he's going to use the Tumultai. He's checking how much HP it's got. He's gonna use the Tumultai to kill off Necria. Pass. But how much does Tumultai cost? Tumultai costs 4?
Tumultai.
Let me have a look. Tumultai is 5. 5.
So he's got 2 floating. He just needs another blue in hand.
He does, but it's more. Can Andy if you take the CNC. Yeah, and what I was thinking was, can Andy Tumultai back and trade it? But he can't. Which means that if he removes the CNC here, Andy has no way of killing off the Tumultai on the following turn.
No, because he won't even have the Tumultai in hand to attack with. Although we don't know his arsenal. If his arsenal's a...
This is such a difficult spot.
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of ways the game's out of Andy's hands now. He's just going to have to react to whatever Quan does. But I really can't see this going any other way than CNC on the bottom.
Yeah. Takes the Embermore.
Okay. So he's...
I guess it sort of collapses his hand because, yeah, if he's just going to play it, he throws the Embermore instead. And it turns off his turn.
Area.
No, he's got the Sigil, so he can still swing. Knows what he's going to be drawing into. Arsenal's the Tumultai. I would have thought you would play the Tumultai and then do the same thing, kill the Necria, but Tumultai only attacks for 5, I guess. Necria had nothing marked on it, am I right?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, so then it wouldn't have killed it anyway. Couldn't have killed the Yenderai either, so it has to do it in that way.
Yeah, true. Necria's going to take 1 damage.
Oh! Rake is not the card you want to see if you're Quan right now.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
This represents 3, yeah.
Well. So there's 8 damage on the board. Quan knows exactly what's in the hand, so he can live by taking everything.
Mm-hmm.
But is he able to do enough then to recover the game?
I think he's got Dominia in hand, right? But
Yeah,
problem is
I don't think Dominion's going to be enough because Andy's going to Arsenal Sigil.
Yeah.
He needs to keep the Sigil because it's his one breakaway play that can't be interrupted here.
Yeah.
So if nothing else, Andy just keeps his hand and Sigil's into the next turn. But then that's it. The game's closed at that point.
There's no Asvalais left, I don't believe either. Or is there one? Because this game is so tight. Because if Quan has an Asvalai, I think even then I don't know. Imagine being the players here right now.
Oh, so many things to consider. I mean, if we had a computer we could type all these data points into, it could tell us exactly what would happen.
Mm-hmm.
I know some players like Vincent Lim, he could probably tell me exactly what would happen right now. But I think there's so many ways this could go, and he's just going to press the attack.
Yeah.
And is Quan going to take it all?
Someone brings it up in chat though. You can sigil, activate Flamescale Furnace, sigil, and swing the CNC. And that forces cards out. There is a dust up in there as well. So what is that? It's Tumultide Dust Up. Just going to block with it. Yeah. CNC. He's going to concede the game. Quan. The handshake comes through. And just like that, by throwing the CNC towards the end, there is technically still game to be played. But Andy, he's going to take it.
Yeah, fantastic performance there from Andy. He's trained for this. He's trained for this. I really thought Quan had that in the beginning. He put in the recursion, he'd got things going, but Andy just rolled it through.
Yeah, and it was really, really well done as well. Some really incredible play coming through. As we were sort of talking about there, Logan, the grindiest matchup that you can possibly have in Flesh and Blood, I think. Well, one of, in regards to a mirror match anyway.
Yeah, and I think in many ways, if you compare it to the other grindstones that we've had in the past, the Oldham mirrors, this actually moves a bit slower.
Yeah.
Just because, you've got to take care of each other's threats, whereas Oldham, you can still push damage through. But here, you spend half the time cleaning up, each other's rubbish.
Yeah. And I think that's the thing, right? There's no inevitability like with Oldham. You run your opponent out of threats with Oldham, you just smack them with a hammer for 4 every turn. But this one here, what a game. What a game. Well, with that, I think we're still potentially looking at one more game going on. So what we might, let me just check, make sure. Oh, no, disregard. Hayden actually just won the Dromai mirror. So we're actually going to be able to jump in straight into the next round as well. So we've got 2 Dromai, a Kano, and a Dash coming into play. And look at this. We're seeing that beautiful top 8 playmat.
Excellent.
Well, what we might do is we might give the players a little bit of time for rest and give us a chance to go grab a water. So we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. But don't go anywhere, because this is the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships for 2023. Myself, Matt, and Logan just over here. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Thanks, everyone.
Alrighty, Hayden, Sam, and Andreas, open the concentration area, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Australian Flesh and Blood at National Championships for 2023. You're joined with Matt and Logan, and we've just come off of an absolutely exhausting, emotionally taxing game of Dromai versus Dromai. But we're going to come to something a little bit more fast-paced, I think, here, Logan.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at Fahad sitting down, getting ready to drop the Kano fire, and Hayden Dale, former national champion, on Dromai. It's going to be a really exciting matchup. Two very skilled players, very disciplined. I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, now, we were sort of discussing it a little bit before, but let's just go through it. How does this matchup go, do you reckon?
I have not seen it play before. I am going to be surprised either way.
Yeah.
I think that Fahad, his usual play style is to go very slowly, just set things up, be very conservative, and then you'll see him just go for it when he knows he's got what he needs.
Yeah. There's one card in this matchup that is incredibly important. That's Dromai. Because in general, Kano does not have a huge amount of ways of dealing with that card. And that stops Aether Wildfire from doing anything.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Dromai is going to be a card you might see that Hayden really searches for.
Mm-hmm.
You might see a faster style of play than usual, sort of cycling more to get to Dromai.
Yeah.
And I think, yeah, likewise Fahad's going to really be racing that clock.
Yeah, well, we're going to cut into the game as the players start to sit down. Deck lists have been presented, and we're starting to see a little bit of the story here as well. Fahad, you were telling me, has been on Kano since essentially Arcane Rising?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's played Kano non-stop since the beginning. He doesn't play as frequently as many of the others, but yeah, he always turns up with Kano, and he always gets a bit of the surprise factor. But yeah, his level of skill with this hero, he's been to many of their major events now, and yeah, really put up some good results with Kano. So I'm always happy to see him at a tournament and showing off the power of the wizard.
Yeah. Now, I don't know much about Hayden's deck or anything like that, but the question is, do you think he even has the Thermite? Because the two Dromais that we've seen before had the Thermite in it, but I've also seen a lot of lists were cutting it. You know, they were cutting it for other things.
I don't know. Can we get a computer enhance on that? I don't
think so. We're not going to see
looking
it.
at the list. I can't see anything that looks like Thermite, but I mean, it's very low resolution.
Yeah. I'm just sort of seeing if we can get access to the deck list now. Obviously, we can't give too much information away. Well, actually, it doesn't really matter because of open deck list. Now, I do believe that Fahad is actually the highest seed here, so he does get to decide whether or not he goes first, and I think that is super, super important for him.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure he'll be choosing to go first here.
Yeah. Particularly because...
Look at that.
Sorry, you go?
Kano signed by James White.
The dream. And I think, yeah, particularly versus a deck like Dromai, who I think's probably skimped a little bit on the Arcane Barrier. Might have the one in the sideboard, but then probably relying on those Ash Wings. But you know what? You need to make the Ash Wings before you actually have access to them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, talking a little bit about the players here, obviously said, talked a little about Fahad, but Hayden, obviously, pretty experienced player from what I've heard. You know, ex-Australian national champion, calling champion, Pro Tour, you know, making it all the way through, almost cracking into that top 8, and definitely no slouch when it comes to pressure.
No, and Hayden's got a really long career in card games, just like Fahad. Fahad having played a number of games, been to the World Championships and many of the other games besides Flesh and Blood. So both of them very experienced card players, familiar with the pressure, familiar with the strategy at the top tables, and yeah, both of them having put up results. Hayden more so in Flesh and Blood, but yeah, equally Fahad used to the spotlight from the other games he's played in the past. Yeah,
and also has the matching Crucible, the Aetherweave playmat, which I think, from what I've heard, based on how he did it in the first round of today, helps you find those blazing Aethers when you really, the Aether Wildfires when you really need them.
Oh, absolutely.
Talking about key cards in the matchup, we touched on Thermite. We're getting confirmation whether or not that card is in the deck, but Aether Wildfire, without question, the card in this matchup.
Yeah, and you have to wonder, where would Kano be without that card? Would it still be something that you saw at the top tables of Nationals?
Look, as someone who's played Kano, I've played Kano probably since about Monarch. So I sort of picked up on the deck early when I started playing Flesh and Blood. And, you know, if we didn't have it, I don't think so. Because, you know, the explosiveness of that deck. You remember when Kano was literally just stir-forked the deck? And all you would do is you just try and find that stir the Aether Wind into Fork Lightning and just do like 18 damage. You're not going to be able to like steal away some of these games. So Aether Wildfire, sensationally powerful card, but I think it's needed. You know what I mean? It's not the kind of thing if we get rid of, I don't think Kano can compete at all.
Yeah, no, I mean it really was a Blitz only deck at that point, and yeah, Aether Wildfire really did lift it into the top tier of being competitive at these CC events.
Yeah,
and I don't know if you can see here, Matt, but on Fahad's jacket, Omni Heat, is that a little hint there towards Kano bringing the fire?
Look, even if it's not, we're going to say that it is, because I definitely think that Kano, if there's one thing we can say that deck's going to do for certain, it's bring the fire. Like, look at the hero. Like, look at the colors on this side. The sleeves are orange. The pen and the life pad is orange. It's all orange here. He's even got the red life total. If anything is going for him, it's definitely the drip.
Yeah, no, he's fully geared into it.
But yeah,
no, this will be very exciting. Potentially a very fast matchup.
I think it's going to have to be, because if Thermite is in the list, it's one of those things where the moment it falls down, I don't know what you do. Because don't get me wrong, there are some cards that can target Thamai inside the Kano list. Aether Wildfire, technically, I believe, is one of them. But you don't really want to be using that card to clear a Thamai.
Yeah, no, and I'm sure Fahad's got a few surprises, and he's like I said, he and Quan are very good friends, and they will have played this matchup many, many times. It won't be unfamiliar at all, and the thing that's always intimidating when you play Fahad is that he doesn't play that often, but he knows the matches intimately.
Yeah.
Because he only plays the one hero. He knows exactly what you want to do and exactly how to beat you.
Yeah. I was wrong. So Aether Wildfire has to target a hero. So like, okay. Just got confirmation that Hayden does have 3 Thamai in his list. So that card's definitely getting sideboarded in. But yeah, it's going to be, can he get to the point of killing Hayden before that Thamai hits the table? And if it does hit the table, how does he deal with it?
Yes, certainly. And shout out to the chat. We've got a bit of a fab celebrity, DM Amada, watching us both on the watching the cast. So yeah, Hayden's described his deck apparently as good stuff Dromai. I'm not sure what that means, but I imagine, you know, Hayden's always had a preference for playing decks that play the highest value cards, the likes of Snatch and all of those kind of cards that just give you the highest mathematical result for every value of pitch you spend.
And it's about consistency, right? I think that's the big thing. The handshakes come through. Yeah, let's have a look here. So Hayden, yeah, just the 1AB naturally. The boots there is going to be those Spellseeker boots. Sorry, the Spellseeker. You know what I'm talking about. The ones that you opt at instant speed. So probably not going to need them. Sonic Boom's going to be a card starting in the hand for Fahad though, and that's a great way of starting this sort of game out.
Yeah, Sonic Boom can be really powerful when your opponent's not got that natural AB. So yeah, Fahad looking to get an auto play deep into the deck if he's starting, as I assume he would.
Looking at Hayden's hand, certainly interesting though. Has 3 blues, has the Warmongers, as well as 2 of the Passing Mirage. Now, usually those cards you would think would not be put into a Dromai deck versus a Wizard, but he needs them for the blue pitch. He needs to find a way to actually be able to stop any of this arcane damage coming through, because as you can imagine, the problem with Dromai, runs a lot of red cards.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a very tough matchup for Hayden, and I think, you know, unlike the previous game where it was a mirror and we were waiting it, I think this game was probably favoured towards Fahad.
Oh, and Fahad's actually chosen to go second here, which is important. So Hayden's just going to play out the Passing Mirage. And now Fahad on end step. Now, this is an interesting decision here as well, because he's played the Passing Mirage, has no action points. So Fahad knows that nothing else can sort of happen. Aether Quickening. Double pitch of the Sonic Boom here, interestingly enough. Going to do another Kano activation. Oh, Tome of the Aether Weave. So he's going to do draw 2. And this is when you start to get scared because, yep, pitching again, Kano, one pitch floating. Red Aether Spindle. That card, we're talking about quick, or is that red or is that blue? Might be blue.
Yeah, it's blue, I think.
No, red, so it's 5. So
So
Hayden can block 1 of this, meaning he's going to be allowed to opt for 4 here, set up his entire next hand, and has another card there as well.
Yeah, that's really good.
This is how you want to start. Hayden taking a moment to consider now. It is interesting. Yeah, so he's going to pitch the Warmongers. He's going to Oasis Respite this one as well. So he's going to pitch for 1 and Oasis it. Now, it's a bit of an interesting decision here, right? Because you want to generally save that Oasis Respite for the Aether Wildfire, but letting him set up 5 cards...
it's too much.
I mean, or 4, even just 4.
That's 1 turn closer to that Wildfire. So effectively, you're stopping it by a turn.
Yeah, and particularly, even if you're opting 4, he's keeping 1 card in hand here. So if you find the Wildfire, you can just pop it on top of the deck, pass, leave it there, and then you can just start... The thing with Wildfire, you have 3 of them in the deck. You don't have to commit things like the Storm Striders or anything like that whenever you see it. You can just do it as a value play, particularly when you've got others there. Hayden considering whether or not he's going to pop those boots, I think. Because the one thing that to note is Hayden did not generate any Ash turn 0. He's going to activate Flamescape. He wants to get rid of the blue card in hand.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, not a great first turn for Hayden there. Bit of a wasted effort.
Oh my god.
What? That would have been a crazy opt.
Yeah, absolutely the correct decision from Hayden there. He's going to put that card back on top. Most likely, I have a Fidia then. Aether Flare just kind of coming for 3 here.
This is a really interesting hand for Fahad because it shows a lot of information to Hayden now.
Yeah.
Pitching that Ether Wildfire.
Yeah.
Painting a picture.
You know what that picture reads? I have another one. Because
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now, that is not a card that you are getting rid of in any stretch of the imagination. Now, Hayden, this is an interesting point, right? Because 3 damage here, he knows there's no way of this turn getting extended out. But he also could be getting mind gamed. Because for Fahad, technically, what you can do is you can look at the top card, say no, and then Kano it again. And if it's a 0, then, you know, it gets buffed up. But I think the pitch to the Aether Wildfire here does indicate 100% that we're looking at another Aether Wildfire in hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pitching for AB1. Importantly, makes him an Ash. And I think that's probably the most important thing that we're having here, is that an Ash is going to get generated. It's going to take the 3 damage, or just the 2, sorry. Yeah, that Aether Wildfire is going to be tucked nicely into that arsenal.
All right, so Fahad's already looking at what he needs for the big turn.
But so is Hayden. Look at the card in hand. It's the Mai.
Yeah, okay. Off to a pretty good start for both players, but
Okay, so yeah. This is kind of, you have to do something. Scalding Rain. Oh!
oh, this could be interesting.
He might be dead. Let's do the math. Okay, so Blazing Aether off the top. Scalding Rain is there as well. You have the Aether Wildfire. So the Wildfire, guaranteed, is going to come in for 6.
Yeah.
Yep. 2 floating. You're going to crack the Storm Striders, and this is how it has to be. He's doing the math as well. The thing is, right, even if this does not kill, it's going to put Hayden to a life total. He also had the full blue hand as well.
Oh, it's on.
So this is 6 damage coming through. Hayden can block 1 of it currently. The only thing that stops him here, no, so he doesn't have the other Oasis Respite either. So 5 damage leaks through.
Yeah.
Spellfire Cloak gets popped. Scalding Rain. He's going to activate the Metacarpus nodes as well. Yeah. So he's going to activate this. So what's this coming in? So this is 5. By default, I believe this comes in for 2. So 7, 8.
Yep, 8 is right.
I don't think this is enough off the top of my head.
No, it's not.
It's not, but it's going to put Hayden to a life total that is incredibly precarious.
So I think, yeah, Fahad's thought process here is, okay, you've got Thamai out. I'm just going to play on my turn and just pump damage through because you're only blocking 1 of it.
Yeah, so 5 plus 7.
Do whatever you want.
Yeah, because that's 17 damage. So Hayden goes to 8.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, that's a lot of resources expended. But the key thing here is he still has Ragamuffins.
Yeah.
So if he can find a way to remove this Thamai, he does still have a way of playing on his opponent's turn as well. But yeah, I mean, Fahad had it found the correct options, and he's going to just pass back and look at this. Plenty of cards. Can't do anything on Hayden's turn though, but
that's okay. I mean, Fahad's going to play Singleton just on his turn. 8 HP is not a lot. I mean, he has to do like 8 plus 1 minus how many times he's going to cast cards. Just unless Hayden gets that Oasis, it could be a very fast finish here.
Yeah, exactly. But in saying this as well, these Dromai decks often run a lot of sigils. They run a lot of stuff. And Hayden knows now that he can take his turns with impunity is the main thing.
Yeah, that's true. So, I mean, we're going to be looking out for the likes of the Rake, the Uvias.
Yeah, and I think that's the key thing. Hayden needs to try and get as many Ashwings on the board as possible.
Yeah, even the Ashwings could be difficult because just the blue ratios, it isn't that high. And he's going to struggle here to get enough block back.
Ravenous Rabble. Reveal. It's going to be a red card, so it's coming in for 4. And yeah, just take it. Doesn't care. Doesn't care about the damage.
Yeah, it's just a number at this point.
Yep. Not even picking up his cards. Doesn't even need to think about it. And Hayden knows this. Hayden knows he needs to find something.
This is one of the really really intimidating things about playing against Fahad is he just will sit there, absolutely cool as a cucumber. His hands don't move. He doesn't move. It's so intimidating, but he knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, and Hayden in the tank here needs to sort of consider a lot of his options about what he can do. And again, it's this really interesting game state where it is simultaneously incredibly close on both ends because, you know, if Fahad can't find anything, you know, if he bricks an either fidget off the top, for example, you know, then all of a sudden, you know, we're back in.
Yeah, this game can very quickly rotate.
Oh, shoot. Yep. 3 damage coming here.
Yeah, I mean, already you've
And
seen
then the
Hayden.
center pie.
Oh, okay, it's closing the distance.
Yeah. So 11 plays 8, but Fahad seems very confident, meaning he's probably got something. And the key thing here is that Hayden did not... Oh, okay. So it's going to be... Now, does Hayden have another Oasis Respite in hand? Because otherwise...
I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing CNC, Caloria,
Mirai.
Asmai, and Miragai.
Okay. So that means opt for...
That's 4 reds, right?
Yeah, I think so, which means Fahad's going to get to opt for. He just needs to find another source of damage here. And it's not that hard.
Yeah.
He can also find tomes to draw himself into more stuff. Yeah. Okay, activate.
Seekers, yeah, of course. Hayden has to do that. It's do or die here.
Probably searching for the for the
So at this point-
Oasis.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to reveal a lot of information here, and potentially cap his turn if he has to fully block the AB.
Yep. So takes 3.
Okay, smart play here from Hayden. He's maximizing his chances,
Yep.
but of course he can't. Yeah, he hasn't played a red card.
Yeah. But he can still AB it. So he's blocking 2 here because the Seekers does prevent an additional damage. So it's kind of like Quell, but a single-use Quell. So it takes 3. Fahad gets to opt 3 here. Now, Fahad can whiff. Chain Lightning in hand, though, off the top. I think he has 2 more blue cards sitting there. This is when you get real worried as Kano as well. The other thing to know, though, Ragamuffin's Hat's still available. So if he has another power card, like let's say a Sonic Boom in hand, let's say he's got blue Sonic Boom. He can activate Kano. If he sees a blue card and then a power card here, he can Ragamuffins the Sonic Boom back on top and play it. Kano. Chain Lightning. Kano again. This is just he's playing the Chain Lightning. This comes in for 3 because another card had been played already. So he does have the ability to then play something else at instant speed, but has no cards left in hand. So this is just 3 damage here, essentially putting Hayden down to 3.
Yeah, single touch. Really, really risky with that 1 AB. I think what Fahad is most interested in here is he's going to drain Hayden's hand.
Yeah. Hayden did keep 1.
Not enough to do 11 damage.
Oh, look at that. Aether Wildfire in hand.
Yeah, okay. This doesn't look good for Hayden.
No,
Yeah,
but...
as will I. What's that? That's about 10 damage, I think,
So
total.
3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 1 off.
Yeah, I mean, Fahad just eats it all.
Yeah, no need to trade the hand. He can literally just play the Aether Wildfire on his turn. Hayden
Yeah.
didn't find any way of making additional stuff, but he's just going to block. He doesn't need it.
Block. No, I mean, 3 is just a low threshold, right?
Oh, he's going to kill the Thamai.
Okay. This is not what we expected, but it makes sense.
It does. I guess he found that this way he's playing way around Oasis Respite. But this is risky, right? Couldn't he have just swung the Wildfire for 5 and killed him?
Well, I suppose he made the assumption that if he does that, Hayden's got a single card response in Oasis.
Or
and
he can gain
Hayden
3
will
life
push
actually as
through.
well.
Yeah. Fahad is very calculated. You won't see him do things that are maybes.
Yeah, and looking at...
Um,
Oh, Hayden... Sorry, go on.
Yeah, Fahad does not gamble with this deck. He pushes damage that's sure damage, and he pushes plays that are sure plays. So,
Yeah.
yeah, he knows exactly what he wanted to do there.
Yeah. Now, Hayden has Rake in hand, which he's just going to deploy. So this is going to make him 3 Ashwings, but this gives Fahad a window to respond. But I do believe... Oh, Cindering Foresight, the first one. That's a good start.
Yeah.
Looking at the
interesting.
top there as well, I think that was a red Emerald of Scalding, as well as an Energy Potion. And you have to remember, he still has Ragamuffin's Hat.
Yeah, the Ragamuffin's just crucial here. just a beautiful way to cycle exactly what you want.
Now, I do believe, if I caught that correctly, Hayden has a sigil. So Hayden is actually sitting at 6. But is it enough?
Yeah, it is. It is 3 life, but it's 1 card out of hand, and there's already 2 gone. So Hayden's in a very precarious position here. Like, potentially he's only got 7 life if you assume 1 AB. Oh, maybe he can Furnace at this point. He can Sigil into Furnace. So he can maybe get 5 extra life out of the 2 cards in his hand. He goes up to 8. 8 life against Kano. That's pretty yucky.
But in saying that, though, he was sitting at 6 the previous turn, and he's still here. Has a board state. But there is another thing as well, though. If we talk about Fahad and his options, if he can't kill him here, a piece of tech that always happens with Wizards that people sometimes forget is if you kill a dragon in response to it attacking, it instantly closes the chain. So even if Fahad can't kill Hayden here, he has so many options now that the Thamai is gone in order for him to just grind him out. And, you know, Kano, not a deck known for grinding people out, but, you know, when you're at this sort of life total, any mistake and one player's dead.
That's right. And Hayden will be very familiar with that. I've lost many drafts to Hayden for, you know, him closing the combat chain on my dragons.
Activate Kano, but look, it's a triple pitch. Yeah, and he's doing it in such a way where he's going to Ragamuffin's hat. Just going to draw a card, put one back. It's going to be Tome.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so that's an interesting point. So Hayden's asked for a passive priority here. So what happens is Ragamuffin's hat, if you have one card in hand, you can look at the top, you draw the top card, and you put one of the 2 cards back, either on top or on the bottom. But the way that it works is that hat resolves. You draw them, you put one back, and now the Kano activation is on the stack here. So it means that Hayden has a window, and so in this window, while Kano's resolving, he's going to gain some resources by pitching to Flamescale Furnace. So if Hayden has 2, which essentially means that with the card in hand, he's now sitting at 8 life.
Yeah, that's it. Is 8 high enough here?
I think it might be, because after this resolves as well, remember, we've got 3... This all started with the creation of 3 Ashwings on the stack. And he's going to Sigil as well. Now, the reason why Hayden is probably opting to Sigil here is you have to remember that at any point, with the Sigil being, like, with the Sigil resolving, you could respond to the Sigil and kill them before the life is gained. So Hayden really taking advantage there. Blue Emeritus is going to come across, though. So it's 7 damage. And takes 6. And it's just enough. Oh my god, Fahad gets it over Hayden Dale. And the thing with that, the thing that we didn't realize was the fact that with that tome off the top, he named +1. So he drew a card, named +1, and was just able to squeak out the last point of damage because he doesn't get it there. He's dead.
Yeah, well, that was the thing. That was the challenge for Hayden, that by going in, he revealed everything. Fahad had perfect knowledge there. And he was able to just do exactly what he needed to. Without those dragons on the field, 1 AB, it's just not enough.
No, it's not.
I don't know if Hayden could win that with 1 AB.
Yeah, and I think this is sort of the challenge that we've been experiencing with, you know, Kano. It's not a deck that you can really tech for, particularly with a meta like the one that we're currently in, where we're looking at everything from, like, you know, massive Bravo attacks, giant dragons that require 6 attacks inside your deck. Iceland is going to start freezing away, so you need the blue count. The thing that a lot of people are skimping on is that additional Arcane Barrier. And I think that with the additional Arcane Barrier being cut, it's just one of those things that it's so hard. And yeah, I can't criticize any of the plays made here. It's just just able to squeeze it out just towards the end. And again, I think it was the ripping that Blazing Aether off the top in response to the Thamai.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, that first hand was incredibly weak for Hayden. He really needed to show some action, push some effects on that first turn. But yeah, I think it worked out really well there for Fahad. But he sculpted that. We can't underestimate enough how much he thought about the combinations there, and he sculpted the win from exactly what he saw.
Yeah, the metagame, sorry, not the metagame, but the game between the two of them, there was so much mental stuff going on from both sides. There's the amount of micro decision making, like Hayden using the opportunity there when the priority window passes back after Ragamuffins resolved, but before the Kano to gain the life was definitely, it was one damage, and the way that Hayden played, if it was one less, that game is his. It is completely over. Fahad, though, observing that, knowing when these cards are going to react, and it's one of those moments where it is a do or die. Like if he waits and has those has the Ash Wings, and Hayden's going to grind you out, and he's going to just ditch all of his cards every turn to blocking you out with AB4. So, wow, what a tight game, and it was 2 turns. That game was 2 turns.
It was ridiculously quick, and I could watch that game on replay and just see how many different ways it goes. But I think Fahad just has that little bit of edge, and unless Hayden's really able to establish control early, it's just not in his favor. Yeah, and in fairness, though, I don't think that matchup is ever in Dromai's favor. Even as you saw, even with the Thamai available, you know what I mean? Like, Fahad showed that he had cards in the deck to deal with that card. So it was, even if he, ripped the trigger there and went for it, and it didn't have the massive turn that he had to put Hayden to 8. I don't think it matters, because he has these ways of dealing with it. He can just play on his own turn. He doesn't need to go off, chip damage down, and then when the 8th of Wildfire turn finally comes, you're lower. We've seen Fahad already today take someone out from 40 to 0, but it's even easier the lower life you get. So props to Fahad and some really great deck building decisions. And Hayden, still making the top 4. Incredible stuff from him, showing some absolute ridiculous plays throughout the entire day and throughout the entire weekend. Yeah, absolutely. And just an update on the other game. Apparently Sam on Dash had items up and was at 16 HP, and Andy was at 33 life. So I see. Yeah, still quite a bit of distance to go in that game. Yeah, and that's again, we talk about grindy matchups. Dash has the ability just to shoot down all of your dragons and then start grinding you out. So what we might do is we might cut to a little bit of a break, ladies and gentlemen, but don't go anywhere, because we'll be back very shortly with more Flesh and Blood action as we cut into your grand finals. Stay tuned.
PTI players, there's 10 minutes left in the round. PTI players, there's 10 minutes left in the round. Players in the PTI event is line around. Players in the PTI event is line around. Players in the PTI set, Golden Fly appearing delay. Players in the PTI set, Golden Fly appearing delay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the grand finals of the Australian National Championships for Flesh and Blood 2023. My name is Matt. I'm here, of course, with Logan, just over there. And really excitingly, we've just found out that we're going to have a Kano versus Dash grand finals.
Yeah, how good is that? I think we can call this National Champs Arcane Rising.
Apparently.
Set 2. It's, Dash versus Kano. Former Calling winner from Calling Auckland just earlier this year, Sam Sutherland. Versus Fahad, who doesn't have any Flesh and Blood titles yet. But has plenty of other titles from other games.
Well, I'll tell you right now, he's going to have at least one, which is Nationals finalist, which is an incredible title nonetheless. But definitely going to be arcing and going for that win. But probably one of the harder matchups that he's going to come across so far, because Dash, we've seen it already on display, will have the Arcane Barrier 3 available using the headpiece and the legs, and also is a deck that can present so much front-loaded damage with keeping cards in hands. Teklo Pounder, pitch one card, present another one for 10 damage, which is a third of your life total on Kano. But we've already seen Fahad win this matchup once today. Round number 10, the very first round we had, he OTK'd Sam 40-0.
Yeah, fantastic. That it's a challenging match, like you say. There's a lot of natural AB built into Dash. It doesn't have to reach as far as other heroes to get that basic defense. But nevertheless, it's a real challenging match for both heroes. Both can run very quickly into the cards they need to get.
Yeah, and it's just, there's so much front-loaded damage. And that's kind of what Kano and Wizards in general are scared of. The front-loaded damage, I'm going to give you as minimal information while presenting you with really challenging situations. And that's what Dash is so good at. Plus, deck's not afraid to go late. Has the pistol, is just able to chip you down. Even just go, cool, shoot pistol pass every turn with 3 cards in hand. What's Kano going to do in that situation? I'll tell you, nothing. It's going to die.
Yeah, exactly. The pressure that Dash can put on, very few cards, you can still get a lot of damage through. So it's not going to be easy by any means for either one of them.
No.
And two fantastic players who are really skilled. Both of them very much single hero players. They have been very dedicated to each of the heroes. Sam, since Prism exited, 100% on Dash. And Fahad, look, I can't remember the last time I played Fahad anything other than Kano. It definitely wasn't CC. It would have been draft.
Yeah, I was going to say, in the formats where Kano is literally unplayable are probably the ones that Fahad is not playing that deck. But of course, and again, the thing to remember whenever we sort of talk about Kano is that regardless of whether how hard the matchup is, your opponent makes one tiny error, be it an accidental, overpitch or an accidental reveal of a card in hand, and all of a sudden that gun is constantly loaded with Kano. And it doesn't even need to be the full, load it and shoot through the rest of the entire game. As we saw when Fahad played Hayden there, it was just enough just to put him to a life total where every decision's precarious. And from what it sounds like with how experienced Fahad is, he's an expert at just putting you in that sort of in the squeeze and making you make poor decisions and putting you in a situation where you can't make the right call, because regardless, he's going to pump you full of damage.
Yeah, and both decks are so quick off the trigger, they can really capitalize on any mistakes that are made by either player, and swing back so quickly. It's not going to be an easy road.
Yeah, absolutely not. But either way, it's not been an easy road for any of the players here. And again, we want to give a massive shout out to every single person that competed in the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships, or even to people who just came along and now entering into those side tournaments. It has been such a fantastic event. We've seen some incredible play and some incredible skill coming out from, dare I say, one of the widest metas and one of the widest selections of heroes we've had in a very long time in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a real credit to the players and the meta game, and to the organisers as well. And big thanks to John Warden, Fluke and Box, and yourself, Matt, for being here and actually bringing the stream to everyone today. It's great to have a nationals that is streamed.
Yeah, I agree. And also massive shout out to you as well, Logan. Thank you for making my day significantly more enjoyable in the second half, for bringing us these fantastic games. On the topic of Fluke and Box, just remember, down in the corner below, flukeandbox.com is a great place to buy all of your singles, slabs, and other sealed product. Use the code OZNATS for the rest of the weekend to get 5% off of any of the purchases there. Last round, grand finals. I'm going to make you call it. Who do you think's taking the dub?
I think Fahad's going to get this one.
Mm-hmm.
He's walked a long road on Kano, and I think he's really just showing this weekend that he is absolutely laser focused.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to come out fully loaded, and it's just going to go off.
Yeah, I agree.
Sam's going to have to battle through fireworks here. It's not going to be nice for him.
Yep, I think the number one thing that's going for Hard's favor is he is going to decide to go first or second, and the big thing we sort of talk about is the Tekla Pounder, right? The Pounder gives you 3 turns of just absolutely ridiculous damage, you know, +2 to every attack. To the very first attack, particularly with how the turns are set up, you're going to get smacked in the face. So it is one of these things where, you know, I think Fahad will think very long and hard about what he wants to do. I believe he wants to go second, if I recall. What he did in the first one, because, you know, it allows you to block out, and it means that he can't get he doesn't get punished as hard for that very first Tekla Pounder turn if Sam decides to actually go for it. So definitely a big mind game there. I don't know though. This is one of those razor edge games where it's the toss of a coin flip, but that coin flip is very influenced by both of these players' immaculate skill.
Yeah, it would be very hard here to see Sam going with anything other than Pounder.
Mm-hmm.
But we might see him shift up the gameplay. I'd love to see if he's got some sort of surprise here for the Kano game. But
you know what's
it's tough.
An interesting idea, and I don't think this is correct, but just as an interesting thought, if you get to go second, you might start with Tekla Core, because having a Tekla Core out is super important and allows you to, you know, really defend very heavily. I think Sam's getting on the wrong side of the table though. I gotta swap the names. That's fine, but yeah, I don't know. I think I 100% think you're correct. Pounder it's 6 damage sitting there, and 6 damage, particularly versus Kano, is a lot more than normal.
Yeah, and that's really the only way to win against Kano is if you can put the Kano player on that constant pressure, where they're taking cards out of their hand, and they've really got to spend time responding to what you're doing.
Yep, agreed. Oh, they're really trying to throw me a ringer here about where everyone's sitting. All right, cool. Yeah, so we're going to have Fahad sitting on that side of the screen there that you can see. A little bit of distortion coming through on one of the player cams, but that's fine. It should clear itself up in just a little bit. But, yeah, there's going to be no grinding out of this game, I don't think. Someone is going to be dead. And so, you know, we started off our top 8 with that really intense game when it came to, you know, our initial, like, Dromai versus Dromai, down to the wire, constantly checking graveyards. We're not hitting second cycle here. Any card pitched, we're not seeing again.
No, there's no such thing in a Kano game. Yeah, I mean, it's really going to be that first 20, 30 cards, maximum 30. It's going to resolve the game. Yeah. If it goes further than that, I'll be color me surprised.
Yeah, but taking a look, and they've got it upside down, but you can see the Australian National Championship trophy sitting there in front of the players. Just such a beautiful, beautiful piece.
Yeah, and that'll be a real credit to Sam if he can add that to his collection. He's already got a calling trophy.
Yep.
That'll really establish him as one of the players to watch down here in the lower half of the world. And yeah, hopefully if Fahad can pick it up, he'll have his first credential here in Flesh and Blood, a game where he's gone to a lot of the events, but just not playing as often as a lot of the other top players.
Yeah, and you know that's so fine because look at him right now. He's here playing out for that trophy. Just, yeah, incredible stuff from all of our players. They're going to turn the trophy around so we can get a nice, good, clean shot of it as well. But, yeah, Sam, take a little bit of time. Obviously, that matchup incredibly grindy versus Dromai versus Dash, so give me a little bit of time. Just have a bit of a rest. Fahad sitting there smiling, having a really good time. Knows, regardless of how the rest of the day goes, he has done something incredible here, being a national finalist, regardless of the outcome.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. These two, both Melbourne players, both go to the same locals often, and both beautiful people as well. You know, you couldn't ask for two more deserving champions. Incredibly pleasurable to play against either of them. Just really two great people.
Yeah, I believe I've met Fahad before, and he was just so lovely. And you know, as a Wizard player, really watching him has taught me a lot of things early into my career in Flesh and Blood as well. So no, just incredible, and just really showing not only just the really great ability to pull the trigger, but also when not to. And I think that's the most impressive thing, is that there have been times in these games where he's just doesn't. You know, he identifies the best windows possible and knows that, hey, this is my time, this is when I need to do it, and this is when I can punish the opportunity. I think this game's very much going to also be on Sam, to see whether or not Sam can bounce back from the loss against Fahad earlier in the day, where he got completely OTK'd. And I think it's one of those things where sometimes it's just going to happen, and it doesn't mean your play is incorrect, but you need to be able to bounce back and sort of determine. There we go. Look at that beautiful trophy now that it is the correct way up.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. What a nice piece to walk away with.
Absolutely.
From this match. It's going to be a pretty quick match, isn't it? I think, I don't know, I guess, what did we see the Hayden match up as? Maybe 4 or 5 minutes? This one's going to be probably 6 to 7 minutes.
Well, look, it was like 2 turns, but each of those turns took, 10 minutes or so. And that's purely just because of, these decks, they're complicated. That's what they do. But that's fine, because as you know, as we sort of said before, regardless of the complexity of the deck, and it does look like sometimes Fahad takes his time. If you've never played the deck before, try to sit down and see how much damage you can figure out quickly, because it's not easy.
No, it's a real puzzle, and these two, I think they're gonna rip through it.
Yeah, there's gonna be damage flying. You said that they both play each other very frequently. Is that correct?
Yeah, pretty often. I think Fahad was out playing, maybe week before last.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say a little bit of prep there.
Locals that night. Yeah,
wicked. I look forward to coming and visiting you guys off in Melbourne at some point. Come play on some of your locals, because it looks like you bring some pretty good players. How many players in the top 8 were from Melbourne?
6 out of 8.
Yeah. So, I mean, it looks like
we like to call it the local group as kind of the champions breeding ground at the moment. So, yeah.
Yeah, great stuff. But again, shout out to all of our top 8ers and everyone that competed, because what an incredible sort of weekend that we've had in Flesh and Blood. Such high level stuff, some really awesome play, and this one here is going to be no less.
Yeah, and I think one thing I really stands out to me, Matt, is the diversity of the players as well as the heroes. I think we have maybe 1 or 2 that were in top 8 last year, but otherwise it's a brand new batch of people.
Yeah.
We got new names coming through every year, and that's really encouraging to see.
And it's also consistency as well. Like, after we see a name at national championships, we see them in other events also just doing incredible work. So it's going to be awesome, and I definitely agree. We're going to be crowning a new national champion, because Nick Butcher sadly not making it to the top 8, and Hayden getting knocked out in the previous round. So someone brand new, and this is the third different national champion.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm pretty sure that Sam's locked in for Worlds. I can't remember what Fahad said, but I think if he wins this, he'll definitely be
he already is
calling up Spain.
Yeah, no, he is 100% already locked for Worlds, because everyone who made top 8 did get a World PTI.
I mean, whether or not he's going to go, but
I see.
I'm pretty sure Sam's already in the process of booking flights, and I'm not sure about Fahad yet, but we'll find out.
Well, I mean, hey, look, if he wins this, I feel like there's no excuse not to go, and the players are starting to get situated. Kano, you see, has 2 different Kanos. Has the one signed by James White, and also that beautiful Marvel Kano. Card we haven't yet seen from him, though. Lessons in Lava sitting there.
Yeah, no, I think Lessons will be coming in for this matchup potentially, because he's just going to be trying to keep up cards out of Sam's hand.
I don't think there are many matchups where you don't run the Lessons in Lava. Even the matchups where you want to do a full pitch stack and you want to actually stack like 20, 30 cards to the bottom of your deck, I don't think there's a world where you take it out. You just decline the trigger. That is one thing as well. I remember practicing Kano back in the day when Oldham was a thing, practicing the triple Aether Wildfire, triple Blazing combos towards the bottom of the deck. And I tell you right now, I'm sure Fahad can do it, but thank God it's not something he has to consistently worry about doing this weekend, because it's a lot of mental energy.
Nah, too much. Too much mental energy.
Yeah. And, a deck that is already very mentally strenuous, jumping into it now. Players presenting their equipment exactly what we would expect from the side of Sam. Goliath Gauntlet for the extra damage. The Techno Foundry Heart to gain himself some resources. Then, of course, Visiatronic and the Achilles Accelerator. Their effects definitely important, but the AB3 is going to be really interesting. It makes the math significantly more challenging when it comes to Fahad. And again, unless he finds that perfect window like he did previously in the day, it's going to be, I think, a little bit slower on his end, and he's not just going to randomly pull the trigger.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, shout out to all our viewers. We've got nearly 200 people watching at the moment.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. This is going to be such an incredible game. An absolute masterclass in Dash and in Kano. So two of the best players in the world at these heroes. So grab your notepads if you play either of them, or even if you don't, you kind of need to. You need to know how to play against them.
100%. There's going to be some lessons in this game. Some absolutely beautiful gameplay, and something for all of us to learn, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I've definitely learned a lot from watching both of these players throughout the years, and the beautiful Marvel Dash also sitting there. I love what they did with those as well in the history boxes in other languages. They're just so beautiful.
Oh, yeah, phenomenal cards, absolutely. I mean, it's breathtaking when you open one, and I really hope that we're going to see that treatment for the rest of the heroes.
Yeah, I agree. Have you opened one yourself?
Yeah, I've opened a Italian Kano, I think, and
wow.
A French Rhinar, I think it was.
Oh, stunning. I need to get myself a Kano, I've realized. I like to have a cold foil of all the heroes that I play, that I main, and Kano's the only one I don't have. So, got to get my hands on one of those. That and, Viscera, but I'm not going to get my hands on one of them. They're so expensive. They're so expensive.
Yeah,
but regardless, two absolutely dedicated players to their heroes. Sam versus Fahad, and I think this game gonna be an absolute banger.
Yeah, we're seeing everything get set up now. What do you think Fahad's going with the equipment? Is there any choice? It's pretty much always the same now, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it has to be. Sometimes you'll run the Tunic when you're playing Kano if you think the game is going to go long enough. But I definitely think in this sort of matchup where, he could be forced to pull the trigger turn 1, turn 2, you have to run that Spellfire Cloak. Because that one resource, was the difference between him in his first game he played. It was the difference when playing Hayden. He needed that additional one. And then I think the rest of the equipment's pretty much locked in for Kano these days.
Yeah, it's really a fixed set.
And that's just because it's the most powerful stuff. I've seen some people think about running Talismanic Lens. I truthfully just think it's wrong. I think that Ragamuffin's Hat is such an incredibly powerful card for Kano and what it wants to do. And I really think you're actually losing anywhere from 8 to 20 damage sometimes by not running it. Which is crazy to say, right? But, it gains you resources, it puts a card from... It's essentially like a weaker... but just as prevalent Storm Striders. It's just it's necessary, and it's cheap, which is good.
Yeah, absolutely. Talismanic was a great card back in the old days, but I think it was Hayden Dale, Sasha, and Brendan who pioneered the Ragamuffin strat, and yeah, it became the dominant card for Kano in the headpiece. There's nothing more you can ask for. Swap a card around, draw a card. It sounds too good.
Yeah,
it is too good.
Agreed, and and for a deck like Kano, because the thing with it in other decks that it is often hard for you to get the cards out of your hand when you want to do the swap, but Kano has so many different ways of just being able to pitch things legally without losing value. So because you have to remember in Flesh and Blood you're not allowed to pitch unless you have something to pitch for, but looks like we're pretty much set up. Players, decks presented, heroes ready, and I think we're going to jump into our grand finals for the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships for 2023. Fahad versus Sam. And yeah, equipment as we predicted. And I think... Oh. Fist bump versus the handshake. Fahad is going to concede that one and give the handshake across. And I think Fahad is probably going to be on the play. Or on the draw.
Yeah, and as you predicted, we've got the Teklo Pounder out there.
Ooh.
And a fairly aggressive suite of equipment from Sam, but still with that beautiful AB resistance that Dash comes with. Doesn't have to work hard at all for the Arcane Barrier.
Yeah. It is always an interesting point. It's sometimes if you are going to crack the Achilles, and Achilles is one of those ones that obviously you need the AB, but sometimes you just don't want to. Sometimes you just need to you need to keep it around. Sorry. Sometimes you want to crack it to like extend the turnout, but sometimes you need to keep it around because the difference between 3 and 2 is pretty massive in this deck.
Yeah, and it's definitely one of those judgment calls that a skilled player can make really quickly because the Achilles sometimes just allows you to push that extra damage and potentially put the Kano player on the back end where they have to use their hand to block.
Mm-hmm.
But it really isn't as relevant as it is against any other kind of deck.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go. Gaze the Ages showing into
Sap. So this one just comes in for 1. It's a 0 for 1. If it deals more than 1 damage, you get a little bit of additional value. But this is the card that we want to look at. Gaze the Ages. So allows you to opt 2, but because another wizard card has already been played, bounces to the back to your hand at the end of it, meaning you get essentially it's a free Kano activation, which he's going to use, and it's going to be Sonic Boom. Sonic Boom for 3, going to force out the remainder of the hand there, and doesn't want to pump it because it means he's not going to have any cards left, and then Sam can actually just sort of, if it's a 0 for 4, can just pump him full of damage as well, because you have to remember, passing with your action point up means that if your opponent takes action, you can then do something back.
Yeah, and I think Sam was definitely waiting for that moment.
Absolutely, and you want to talk about, again, another great way to start, Aether Spindle for 5 here. Now, this one, the amount of damage that it deals, you're going to be able to opt and set up those turns, and Kano, deck that really does want to set up.
Yeah, so Sam looking at taking a minimum of 2 here, and already starting the turn on 3 cards if he jumps into this. But Spindle is just too good. You can't let this one go.
Yeah, and that is the big thing, right? Like, when it comes to a card like Aether Spindle, we talk about, like, Dash wanting just to push damage as much as he can. But Spindle, letting your opponent set up their entire next turn cycle is just so value. Sam considering here, but no, he's just going to take the 5. He's going to take the 5, let Fahad opt. And look at that inside there, you see Lessons in Lava, Sonic Boom. There's a Tome as well. Has some cards left over, and this is the interesting thing as well, right? If Fahad sees 5 cards, he wants to do 4 of them and Kano 1 of them, he can pitch these 2 cards to activate Kano, do nothing, draw a fresh 4, and essentially set himself up.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much knowledge that you gain from this position here.
Yeah.
It's I mean, having the Tome in there, it gives him maximum flexibility because
he put all 5.
Okay, so he's going straight into it.
Yeah. Sonic Boom for 3.
He's clearly sending Sam a signal. I want some cards out of your hand.
Yeah.
Give me your hand or else.
No, it's going to be 3. It's going to be another one. Another Aether Spindle. And he's just taking the 4. Oh my God, Sam. He thinks he can kill him. His hand has to be set up in such a way that Fahad potentially can just die here. Because that is so much information and so much damage. 28 plays 30. You don't ever want to be sitting under a Kano player in life.
Oh yeah, here it goes. Goliath, straight in.
Combustible Courier.
Oh, combustible. This is going to push a lot of damage.
This is going to be for 8 here. And Fahad just throws the hand. He's under no stress here. T-Bone's going to take the 3, and the thing with T-Bone now is that even if he gets quad T-Bone, he doesn't lose anything. That's one of the other risks that you have when it comes to your tunic.
Yeah, absolutely.
2. Oh, and the maximum velocity, and he just takes it. 10.
That's exactly why Sam was happy to take that damage. He knew he had it. He took 12 and he got 16 back. That was perfect.
Yeah, but this is the one scary thing for Hard. He kept a card in hand. And that's a scary top deck though. He's drawn an E-Pot. Now, Sam only has 4 cards here. But it's not hard for a Dash to find 14 damage with Techno Pounder.
He's still got the pound up.
And I think that's a Pulse Wave Harpoon.
Harpoon, a very nice card in this matchup.
Yeah.
I think that really forces the timing on your opponents.
Mm-hmm. Now, generally speaking, from I guess the knowledge that I have of the deck, he just takes it. And the knowledge I have over Kano is that you generally speak would rather Arsenal the not the Wildfire. You would rather Arsenal the Blazing Aether. But when you have a card like Harpoon that can rip a card from your hand, it is one of those things that is a little bit scary. And look at this too. But because he manually broke the chain, he only has to reveal 1 card here, and it's not going to get ripped because there's no 1-block cards. It's going to be a blue. No information. I think, yep, Fahad's just going to take it.
Yeah, Fahad going right to the edge here. He's playing for 1 turn to build and 1 turn to fight.
Pistol for 2. And I love this. Just put him on a life total of 2. Take it. Now, does he crack Achilles here? Because if he cracks...
I think he will. He's left that 2 floating.
But is that just to stop the cannon? Because if he cracks Achilles here, don't get me wrong, he can put... Oh, never mind. It's going to be blue Aether Spindle, which he's just going to fire off. So this is just 3. Now, the thing as well here is this is before blocks. So if he pitches and blocks all of this, Fahad can just block with the other card in his hand. Keep him off the 4-card hand again. Go to 2, even if he props the Achilles.
So I think he's retained the E-pot at this stage, yeah? So he's
Yeah.
just going to E-pot, potentially play out the E-pot. There's no block in the E-pot. So I think he's taking the 2 to 2 no matter what. And if Sam goes in for another attack here, I think it might be game.
Well, not necessarily. He can, in absolute dire straits, he can ragamuffins.
True.
But he's just going to take 2 here. So Fahad gets to look at the top 2. If he needs to, he can ragamuffins a card, put the E-pot back on top, and then block. But it's really going to depend on whether or not Sam cracks the Achilles.
And I think he's going to go for it here.
The card in hand, though, the other card left for Sam, might also be a 0 cost that he can just push. Arsenal.
Okay.
Oh
All
my
right,
god.
So that E-pot in hand, just going to be a straight E-pot onto the field.
And I can tell you right now, Fahad is breathing a sigh of relief. Watch Sam's reaction when the E-pot hit. Oh, no, it's not the E-pot. It's going to be time. Draw 2.
Oh, he has 2 cards in hand.
He does have 2 cards in hand, yeah. So this way he's going to do a bunch of stuff on his turn. Okay, yeah, I was going to say, I feel like there's no way he does it. He Kano's that one. He wants to leave it on top, activate Crucible, play E-pot. And now Sam, now he's scared. Because whenever you see a Kano player activate Kano and say no, it's either an Eye of Ophidia or a card he wants to be drawing. Now this here is hard for Fahad though, because he's played a card from Arsenal, not committed anything, has 4 cards left. So it is going to be incredibly challenging to kill from 26. But it's possible. Ooh, Zap. Not a card that you really want to be seeing here. You want a power card. You need a Sonic Boom. You need a Lessons in Love. You need another Blazing here. I think Fahad praying for a little bit of that magic.
Looking quite weak.
But the thing with how the combo works is usually it's Aether Wildfire, card in the middle, Blazing Aether. With an Energy Potion and the Spellfire Cloak, you get a free Kano activation in there as well, meaning you can thread in another card, and if that card's something along the lines of a Sonic Boom, ooh, here we go. Floating 1, he's going to Ragamuffins now. Draws a card, puts a card back on top. Kano activation floating on the stack. It's going to be the Blazing Aether. Is it enough though?
He needs a little bit more build up yet.
I'm going to assume the card in the Arsenal is Aether Wildfire.
Yeah, I think that's fair commit.
You see a little bit of the eyebrow raise there from Fahad. 2 resources floating. It's going to be the Aether Wildfire cracking. So he has 2 left. So he doesn't have enough for another Kano activation. Take 3. Pop this one here. It's going to be for 5. Now, take 2. And then the oh my god, the Blazing is going to come through. Not enough damage, and Sam navigated that one so expertly, puts him in that situation, and just like that, blink and you'll miss it. Dash, back-to-back Auckland champion, and now the Australian Flesh and Blood national champion for 2023. A huge congratulations to Sam Sutherland for an absolute dominant year so far with the events that he's been taking, making his way, going to Worlds as well, but had so much gas left in the tank, still sitting on 2 cards, and Fahad playing the deck that he loves more than anything, absolutely dumpstered people throughout the day, just couldn't get there towards the end, but truthfully, an incredible and impressive performance.
Yeah, what an achievement there for Sam and his 2 good friends, Tane and Evan. Congratulating him. They've got a podcast together, the Action Point podcast. Yeah, really, really significant achievement for Sam there. He's only a young lad, but yeah, 2 fantastic achievements this year. Who knows where he's going to go next? Potentially top finish in Worlds, Pro Tour coming up. Oh, I'm so pleased to see him win, and I'm excited to see what he can do next.
I 100% agree. It's so great to see all these people come to congratulate Sam. Oh.
So they're chanting their Cardtastic. That's the local store where all of us, I guess, are playing. And yeah, it's breeding a few champions now. So
Yeah, apparently so.
Yeah.
And look at this, just the team getting behind him, all the people, and Fahad, you know, you can see a little bit, just a little bit there, but hey, that's the Kano life as well. Sometimes, you know, you're going to rip the Aether Wildfires off the top every single time, and sometimes you just come that little bit short, but regardless, both players navigating this game so incredibly smart, and what a fantastic end to the day. Logan, how do you feel?
I'm ecstatic. I mean, two wonderful players, as I said, and they both put in top-notch effort. I think Sam read that game beautifully, and they just pushed everything he needed into it. You saw him make that strategic play on turn 1 for Fahad? Took all 12, ran back for 16, and that was enough.
Absolutely. Now, before we look at jumping into anything else, here we go. The gold foil is currently being opened. I should have asked him to do it on the stream. I'm going to send him a message.
He is doing it on the stream.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Crown of Seeds is what he said.
Void! Oh! Void race! Halfway on Void Wrap.
Oh, the quiver.
It is the gold foil Quiver of the Abyssal Depths. Such a beautiful piece there. Lexi players rejoice. Something that is used a lot in those fatigue matchups, but even so, regardless, he's also walking away with a beautiful National Championship trophy and another one for the cabinet. Now, before we end the stream today, ladies and gentlemen, Logan, tell us, where can we find you and where can we find more? What's next for you? What are we doing here?
Oh, you know, I just occasionally send the odd tweet, and yeah, I will hopefully be on the coverage team for the Calling Melbourne.
Super exciting.
Just waiting to hear back on that one. Otherwise, I'll just see people around, you know, potentially at some of the events coming up. I'm on Twitter on LM Bolam. And yeah,
Wonderful.
That's me.
Excellent. Well, Logan, thank you so much for joining me for the top 8 of the calling? For the calling. Projecting it out into the universe for the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships. Remember, hosted by Fluke and Box. FlukeandBox.com if you want to buy singles, particularly in Australia. Just such a great resource. Has some really unique stuff beyond just your regular legendaries. You've got gold foils, full arts. You've got some of the toppest end of Flesh and Blood stuff. Use code OZNATS for 5% off for the rest of the weekend. But guys, my name has been Matt Brandwood. If you want to find more of me, my everything is just at Matt Brandwood. It has been such a pleasure and such an honor to bring you this past weekend. Logan, once again, thank you so much for joining me. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure. Have a fantastic rest of your days. We're going to leave the stream open just to watch people celebrating just for a little bit longer, but have a fantastic rest of your evening, and we will see you hopefully at the next event. Take care, guys.
There we go. Bye, everyone.
Oh, you thought we were done. So did I, but I've just got news that instead of us finishing up today, you've got just me again. But we're going to be jumping back in with some amazing actions. We're going to have the top 8 of the Blitz PTI event as well. So a little bit more action coming from the national championships here. Yeah, so it's going to do the last round of the Blitz PTI, and then we're going to do the top 8 as well. So probably what we're going to do is we're going to cut to a little bit of a break so I can grab some water, because I wasn't expecting this either, but we're going to have a lot more fun together here. So we'll cut to a little bit of a break, and then we're going to come back with the Blitz PTI. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We're going to see some incredible Blitz action. You guys want quick games? We're going to bring them to you. We'll be back shortly. Yes, it is muted. You are so right. Thank you. But we are jumping back into it. We're going to have a bit of a treat for you guys. We've got Fluke. Fluke is going to be here. Fluke and Box, the man who has been, you know, behind the streams and everything like that. Remember, use code OZNATS for 5% off at flukeandbox.com. He's going to be on Rhinar going up against John, who is going to be on Bravo. I'm going to refer to him as Fluke and John, I believe. Where are we? There we go. Alrighty, and it's interesting, you can see now, this is going to be, I believe, the slight rules change now with Blitz as well, so meaning that you actually have a little bit of a sideboard. You don't actually just have to have equipment in your sideboard. We are going to have a little bit, as we are applauding the national champion. Everyone will probably want to be cheering Fluke on as, yes, jumping into Blitz now. So we do have a little bit more of the day going on. We're going to bring in the top 8 as well and go from there. As we're adjusting those live totals down to 20. Now, this one here is very much going to be who gets to smack the other one as hard as they can first. And it is one of those things where both decks can just randomly just kill. And look at this. Actually coming out with the hammer and the additional bit of armor, because Rhinar can just intimidate everything out of you. And here we go. So we have that brand new headpiece as well coming in for our Rhinar for Fluke. And it's honestly, I think, one of the more powerful pieces of equipment that's been introduced into the game for a while, particularly for a deck like it. But having a piece of equipment there that can just interrupt what your opponent is doing. Less important in this matchup, obviously, because Bravo, generally speaking, is swinging once, and I think if there's ever an opportunity to swing twice, they won't do it. But yeah, the reckless swing going to start it off with Eye of Ophidia. Oh, there we go. So no damage being taken, and Fluke showing that he's running Eye of Ophidia inside his Rhinar deck, of course, because why not? I think it's actually a really powerful card. Dominated damage is going to be the first thing to start us off, but Fluke is actually going to get the first chance at stripping cards from the opponent's hand. Okay, here we go. Looks like we're rolling Scab Skins. Rolls a 4. So he's going to have the 2 action points. Where's Fluke on the standing list? I'm not 100% sure. This was sort of just introduced in towards the end. So 2 action points available here. Using the Romping Club as well. So we're not really going for that full like combo with the Blood Rush Bella or anything like that. Savage Swing. Discard one of the 2 cards. Discarded some Massacre. Oh, sorry, not Massacre. It's going to be... oh, it's that new card. You can't do it unless you've discarded a card. I think Fluke probably really wanted that card actually for this turn because it comes in for like 12 damage or something like that. I'm just going to find it for us because it's been a little while. It's been a little while since I've played Rhinar and Blitz back in the day. Let me find it for you all. Savage Beatdown is the one, yeah. Only discard a 6 attack, and it's a discard again. And if you discard a 6 cost, it comes for 12. So definitely a card I think Fluke probably would have preferred to have there. And then it's just going to come in with a Romping Club. All the armor suite being thrown under the bus. And Bravo probably just going to look at cracking back with a huge Dominate attack here. Thank you so much, Devin. Here we go. Big 5 card hand. It has the Crippling Crush? No, Spinal Crush. So it has Spinal in hand. So it can definitely give it Dominate. Bravo. Make a Seismic as well? Or are we just going to send it? Yeah, we're just going to send it. So it's going to be Spinal Crush for Dominate 9. Now, Fluke does have plenty of equipment to block with here. So it's not gonna be too much of a big problem, I don't think. Turns off Go again for everything. So potentially going to look at throwing a little bit of equipment here. So here we go. So it's going to be 3, 4, 5, 6. So taking 3 here, the crush ability no longer present. 2 floating, 1 in hand though. But the big thing is that the Intimidate trigger is going to go off first, right? So what will happen is because Fluke is blocking with this card, before reactions, I believe, it is going to go through with the Intimidate. Yep. So it wants to avoid the crush, which is probably why. But Scaling Flashback, when it defends Intimidate, and it's going to intimidate that card out of hand, so he doesn't actually have an option to pummel it if that is a pummel in hand. So really heads up play there from Fluke. Going to take 3 damage here. That card is going to be thrown to the arsenal, but again, with Brute, it might just be enough to turn the corner. Yeah, Scowling Fleshbag, such an incredible card. Really, really powerful here. Don't need to play around it if there's no card in hand. Yeah, Fluke. Big hand here, 4 available. Well, gonna roll Barkbone here, so gets 2 resources, which is excellent. Almost as good as it can be. Barrage and Beatdown here now as well. Oh.
Which one's better?
Beast Within.
It's in first. Actually, there's no trigger now.
Yep, so there should be a trigger of Beast Within first. Oh, okay, never mind. Doesn't matter. So Intimidate trigger is going to go first. Beast Within. Take 1. Take 2. So it takes 3, but gets an additional card here. So Skullcrack's going to go into the hand. The other 2 get banished. Now the Blood Rush Bow is going to resolve. Draw 2 cards. Now he doesn't have the claws, so he can't go as wide as like this turn could potentially be. But has Scab Skins if he really wants to start pushing big damage here as well. Skullcrack gets... Yep, we're going to roll the Scab Skins. Rolls a 4, so gets 2 action points. Rolling well certainly helps when it comes to Brute here to push big damage across. Yeah, so take a time to think, because when it comes to it, there's always the chance of that random discard, and that can sort of change how the other turn goes. So a big part of playing a deck like Rhinar is minimizing the amount of variance that is sort of around, and sort of optimizing the options about what happens if this card gets like ditched and that sort of thing. Going to be one of the classics, you know, one of the cards that really just, as weird as it sounds, right, it's one of the ones that's just been there. The Wrecker Romp, the blue, 3 block 6. It's going to discard Massacre off that one as well, so yeah, so double Intimidate off the Massacre. It's going to be 6 here. Oh, sorry, 8. I tell a lie. So Tectonic is going to be thrown across. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this whole attack's being blocked out, but no cards left in hand now, and Fluke probably can't pull 15. But I can definitely do a massive dent here. Probably really wanted that Massacre left in the hand as well, because then that would have come in for 10. Just going to swing the club. 7. Yeah, so a bit unlucky discarding the Massacre there. Does get the double Intimidate, but no equipment left now for Bravo. And Fluke sitting on a pretty healthy 10, still with a little bit of equipment block available. But this could be another big dominated attack here, depending on what's in that arsenal. Chokeslam. So just coming in for 6 with the Chokeslam. Nothing floating. Or is it? Does he have 2 floating? He has the 2 floating, then there's obviously the pummel bait. What's it, after the finals? We're doing the PTI Blitz event now. Fluke's sitting on a 5-card hand, so he can afford to potentially block here. If he's afraid of the pummel, he probably just wants to put the Scab Skins under it. Yep. Pummel. I did originally have Fluke as John. Fluke thinking it's a random discard. Beast Within. So because of that, he is going to draw a card back again. Yeah, checking the history of the app. That's really funny. Because Fluke discards a Beast Within, he gets to draw a card because it was done off, not off the combat chain. He just draws another Beast Within. I think they want me to check. He was at 8, I believe. But we'll see what happens. But yeah, so big pummel there, but not the biggest deal because he was able to find another card. And Fluke can definitely, probably, as weird as this sounds, Fluke either wants to intimidate his entire hand and kill him here, or strip cards, because otherwise he's just going to get cracked back on. Has only 1 equipment block here. The other thing as well is Reckless Swing might be a card in the deck. So if that's the case, is that what's in his arsenal? So essentially this is sitting at 7. John considering Scab Skins. Oh, he's just going to pitch it? Pulping. That's the interesting thing, because he wants to dominate here. Swing with Big Tree is going to be the card. It's going to be 6 dominate. If you can't block with 2 cards, which you can't, then it's going to have go again. Little Intimidate trigger there as well. This is where the power of the Intimidate comes in. So, like, sometimes it's kind of to your detriment to have stuff intimidated. But yeah, Flick's definitely going to strip some cards here, which is really good because look at that. That spinal, that crippling crush sitting in there as well. Not the card you want to be on the receiving end of.
Yes. Yeah. It gets dominate. Go again if you block with less than 2 cards.
Yeah, I think you have to block with the crippling crush. Yeah. And it's going to block with the blue. A little bit scary. Goes to 6 now. I think she's going to pass.
Well, I needed that.
So it has 6 pitch here. Kind of can't do a huge amount, so probably just going to... Does he Warmongers, or is he just going to swing the Titan's Fist? Because if he Warmongers and Fluke doesn't have a non-attack, it's kind of like a free pass. Probably want to just swing the hammer. Looking for Reckless Swing, I'm going to assume. Yeah. Seismic Surge. Warmongers.
Oh, this is easy. Easy choice.
It's gonna be war, isn't it?
It's war, baby.
I
do, but you just pick for me.
Yeah, you see John saying it's an easy choice. Picking war. Wants to smack.
Love it. What a game.
Fluke now going to see what he can do. Scab Skins, I'm going to assume we're going to get rolled.
I mean, look, if I whiff this turn, it's because of that. This is attacking. Oh, yeah.
Oh, but this is interesting because he has a non-attack action in hand already. Picks the middle. What's it going to be? Oh, it's the Alpha Rampage. So 6 dominate. Intimidating a card. Take 3. And probably going to swing the hammer. I think John's playing for... Oh, that swing big! That's going to be taking 6. Goes to 1, and then that's essentially the equivalent of going to nothing if, you know... Blocking for 7, goes to 2. And now if that is the card I think it is in the arsenal, then...
The barraging, and then it, yeah.
If you hadn't pulled this card, things would have been
Listen,
I guess what's the card in the arsenal? Like a seismic. Oh, there we go. Seismic pass. And this is the scary thing now, is that if it is Reckless Swing...
Oh, wait, no, yeah, you're right, yeah, would be most right there. Sorry, I'm not even kidding.
Not sure what happened there.
I couldn't make that because I just walked.
Oh, okay. So he chose War, so he was unable to activate the ability. So it's just pass.
I was getting around to my turn to speak someone, so.
You have to remember it also affects you. Intimidate. Gonna gain 3 off the sigil. So he's out of the kill range at least for one thing in regards to the Reckless Swing, but only 2 cards in hand now. If you can do it again, Wild Ride now, draw discard. Intimidate here, yep, so it's going to be another Intimidation, so this is going to come in for like 8.
Shuffle it because I do know which one. Yeah.
Intimidate's 1, so going to come in for 8. Because you're going to block with 1 card. That's going to be it. Fluke clutches it out there on Rhinar, smacks him in the face over and over again. The thing that Rhinar really wants to do, and also go through the fridge. Bravo. Definitely a deck that has plenty of defensive action going on. That's going to be Fluke clutching that one out. But we're going to go to a little bit of a break because, like I said, I wasn't expecting to be casting this either. So we're going to take a short break. I'm going to leave it on the player cams. I'm going to grab some water, have a bit of rest, and then we'll jump back into the top 8. So for the PTI event. So guys, don't go anywhere.
Whatever it did, 8 of 3, back at a Reckless Swing. That was fun.
That's good. That's good.
So it started on 15. Good game, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Good luck in the top eight.
When did you lose your? You might be out. Yeah. I lost my second, so I needed this.
I think you should be.
Thanks for letting me win. I'll talk later. All right, I'll check in the mail. Thanks for pretending to do this.
If you didn't got rid of that that was only one card you what's it called intimidated.
Yes.
Was it red? I'm like no. I didn't want it was a good match. It was good.
5-1, baby.
Hey, nice.
Hey, congrats.
Thanks.
Happy for you.
It's good.
Did you open your foil?
Yeah.
Would you ever?
Yeah. Awesome. Good luck with top, man. He's that guy. He took it home.
hasn't been mine either. But right now I'm 5-1.
Yeah, 5-1. Yeah.
Which means 3 more wins than I go for. So and it's Rhinar. It's possible.
Yeah, my deck just decided, nah. Didn't put enough blues, mate. You're not going to be able to play your stuff. And I'm like, oh, thanks, Nick.
Well, look, Kano just takes 6.
So on a much better pilot than mine.
Yeah, but the potential's there.
Potential's there.
It's not the deck. Right?
Yep.
PTI players, ladies and gentlemen, in the final round. PTI players, ladies and gentlemen, in the final round. PTI players, they have the prize for 16th through the 9th place. They'll be announcing the top 8 cut. In 16th place, we have John Barron. In 15th place, we have Matt Parker. In 14th place, we have Henry Malmache. In 13th place, we have Sean Bell. In 12th place, we have Jacob Dromai. In 11th place, we have Sarah Nicholas. In 10th place, we have Corey Hearn. In 9th place, which unfortunately 5 points, same as 8th place, we have Justin Linehan. Eighth place, we have Samantha Wilson. 7th place, we have John Warden. 6th place, we have Stephen Young. 5th place, we have Anthony Barnes. 4th place, we have James Southwood. 3rd place, we have Amelia Hewlett-Horvath. 2nd place, we have Briar. And final place, we are impressed with 6 wins, Blake Kaczynski. Thank you everyone else for coming. We're going to be playing the top 8 now. If you're free to hang around and get these one of the solid stuff, we're packing up around these plays. I'd like to call out something this week that the polling in Melbourne in November. So keep an eye out for that. The two supplies right now. It's going to be really cool. We're going to have all our plays and something like this, things like that. Special thanks to all my judges and everyone else helped out. Thanks for doing it. Thanks to Blue Box for today. It's been a great time. Anything back, please feel free to let me know. Thank you very much. Now, players, can I give you a little reminder that on the picture, let's stop it. All right. Top 8, please. Top 8, come over here. Top 8. Can I get Blake and Samantha to the picture match? Jacob and Matthew on the first table. Amelia and Steve on the second. Ryan on the third.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships 2023. The National Championships is over, but we're into the top 8 of the PTI Blitz event that was also running along the same time. We've got a little bit more to go, 3 more rounds of Blitz action. We're going to get to see some pretty hectic stuff. We're going to see essentially what we're going on. People who decided who didn't want to play in day 2 because they couldn't make top 8, or for whatever reason they've decided to come along. I've slid up some Blitz decks and they're going to start to have a little bit of fun here. It looks like we've got some players joining us, and I'm seeing the card Kokusu Commotion on the Blitz deck currently sitting on it. And yeah, so we're going to have a Briar as the very first one here. Briar, an incredibly strong deck, like regardless of whatever format you're playing, but Blitz in particular as well. We talk about spike turns in Classic Constructed a lot, and we talk about the ability to find damage, and to sort of offset the turn cycles, you have to find those turns that really do just sort of like chunk and eat away your opponent's life total. But in Blitz, those spike turns are sometimes the entire life total. You know, we saw in Classic Constructed already a Kano 40-0 someone in a singular turn. And again, that is involving a card called R11 Wildfire, which is not legal in Blitz. But it's still just such a sensational sort of example of how spike turns can really offset everything going along. So again, if for those of you who don't play a huge amount of Flesh and Blood, you've been out of the scene for a little bit, it's a lot more aggressive here in this Blitz format. You're going to see a lot of equipment thrown early because you think about it, you're sort of starting off in the mid game, and you're starting off in that regard, and potentially we're going to see a hero that's not even legal in Classic Constructed, because we're going to see Briar being played by Blake Godenzi, going up against Samantha Ison from New South Wales on a deck very near and dear to my heart, Prism. And again, as I was sort of saying before, Prism, as we all know, not legal in Classic Constructed anymore. The deck is incredibly powerful and has access to, you know, things like Rhinar still in this format. So definitely something we should be definitely looking out for. I was also wondering why I couldn't hear anything. It's because my headset was turned off. I'm using a desk mic, so it didn't really matter. Yeah, this matchup is something that we've seen a fair amount in Classic Constructed, you know. And this is really going to come down to, can we find the Channel Mount Heroic early, or are we just going to get overrun by the Herald pressure? Now, the thing to note about Channel Mount Heroic, for those of you who've never really seen this matchup before, is that when it's on the field, even if you block, it's still giving it the +2, meaning that we're popping Phantasm. Samantha, over on the left side of your screen, also has that beautiful full cold foil Prism. Both of them using adult heroes because they're prettier. And you know what, I respect that pretty hardcore. 20 life plays 20 life Spectral Shields there. And Prism, you're going to hopefully see some pretty hectic cards that have been printed. Obviously, for new Prism available, Figments and that sort of thing, I don't think we're going to see much of. But just some of these new Phantasm attacks, be concerned. People could just die. Like, you know, if we find the right thing. But Samantha, I do believe is going to get to decide. Let me just double check. No, okay. So Blake's going to get to decide, I believe, who goes first and who goes second. Plenty of Spectral Shields sitting there in a pile. And again, Prism, a deck that I miss a lot. You know, shouts to one of my testing teammates, Phil Nagel, who I remember he was pretty much only playing Dash, and we were just hanging out one day, and I lent him my Prism deck, and he sort of just took it and was like, yeah, okay, and this is my deck. If you want to know what the top table's looking like, so we also have Jacob versus Matt with Kano versus Kasai, Amelia on Kano versus Steven on Rhinar, and then Ryan on Ira versus John on Rhinar as well. So pretty diverse, lots of wizards. And I think with some of these changes as well recently to how this all sort of plays out, we could potentially be seeing a little bit more sideboard tech. But interesting enough, we're actually seeing the Arcanite Skull Cup come out from Prism. And this is a little bit of tech that we used to run against Runeblades with Rosetta Thorn a lot. Because the Arcanite Skull Cup, if you're lower on life, turns on and it actually is the Arcane Barrier enough to block out some of those attacks. And funnily enough as well, Vestige of Soul. So it looks like we're seeing a lot more yellows. And this is a great way to start. Herald of Erudition, off the bat, give me some of that equipment. Otherwise, I'm drawing some cards. I'm going to smack you in the face. Now, Blake can decide if he would like to block with just equipment here. But I doubt it. We're going to see here. Earthlaw. Going to take the 3 damage. Vestige of Soul. So Erudition hits, goes to Soul. Vestige is going to get turned on. We draw 2 cards. And now all of a sudden, this turn 0. This is a lot of damage. So we're going to now see the War Tune Herald come through. 2 floating, because when you pitch a yellow now to Vestige of Soul, you gain an additional resource because something went into Soul. This is 5 with Go again. If it hits, also goes to Soul. We see that. Oh, okay. So it's going to be that new card that we see coming from DTD, which has Unity. And that essentially allows for Embodiment Earth token to be created when blocked with an additional card. The 1's going to come across for the ping. Is that a Plunderon that potentially going to be lined up as a block? Remember, guys, Plunderon, legal card in Blitz. Takes the 1. And then, yeah, Fractal Replication. One of my favorite cards here. It can get a bit stuck, but Blake should be real grateful, actually, that he blocked out the Erudition. I think the Fractal was drawn off of it anyway. But this is going to demand another card because... You know, another 5 damage. Starting off at 11 versus Prism, who has a Spectral Shield, so essentially has gained a life. You're not happy with that. Plunderon's going to come through. This one does block for 3 because of the Embodiment of Earth token. So take 2, that's going to go into the Soul. And Samantha, got to be incredibly happy with how that opening started for it. Drew up, we have the Spectral Shield available. Card in Arsenal as well. And I think that was a Soul Shield that we actually saw go into the Arsenal. So it also has a little bit on defense. Arclight Sentinel available. That's a card that can really stop some of these turns. And Channelmount Heroic, it's interesting, right? Because when the Channelmount Heroic comes out, it's usually the following turn that you start to see the big damage. But the interesting thing, and as an Icelander player, this is something that we abuse fairly frequently, is that you get an activation window at the start of the turn when the Embodiment of Earth disappears. So you can actually Arclight them in response to that popping, and then all of a sudden that Channel Heroic turn is gone. Snapdragon Scale is what's being presented as well, so no way of cheating out an action point. And the Sonata Arcanix is going to find the Coax of Commotion, but Spectral Shield is going to eat that one up. There's plenty of options here. Going to pitch the Tome. Is that a red one? I think it might be. So bottom of lightning being made with the Warstorm. It's just going to be... Yep, so it's a blue one. So it's going to be 7 Go again with Coax on hit. Has the options of drawing cards and that sort of thing. Creating a Quicken token. Samantha tanks it. Bottom of Earth being created. Deciding on modes as well. This is a thing you get to decide after the fact. Wouldn't be surprised to see draw a card here. Quicken as well, because while it is symmetrical and you are going to get Prism a Quicken token off it, it's less important because of the presence of Luminaris. And again, looking at that beautiful cold foil equipment there as well. And then, nothing else, just the Rosetta Thorn going to come through. The Sonata technically should be in Banish there. There's no recursion, but it is important to note that Sonata should be in Banish. Yeah, there we go. Monster Carter. So that is a great meme. Something I've not seen in a very long time. But yeah, for those of you who haven't seen, it's just, I'll try and find it and put it on the stream later. And essentially, it's just Yu-Gi-Oh! Yugi is just constantly just playing Heralds over and over again to the Monster Carter. But Soroya there being pitched for this Herald of Protection. 6 Go again on hit, create a Spectral Shield. Don't think there's going to be any 6 blocks coming out from our Briar player, so pretty safe here. And also has the Phantasmal Footsteps. We've been seeing a lot of Dromai today. Phantasmal Footsteps doesn't really work in that deck, but definitely something that could be coming through now. Needs to take a little bit of a moment to think here. So you have to remember as well, it does have a little bit of the benefit of the Embodiment of Earth token. So any of these non-attacks are going to block for 3. But the thing with Rune Blades in particular, they have to keep big hands. You know what I mean? Like, they have to find the power cards. They have to have these go-again enablers. And with Briar, because of how the deck is constructed, more often than not, those go-again enablers are actually 2 non-attack action cards. So 3 cards, preferably 4 usually. It's going to be 4. There's a 6 block coming through because of the -1. Oh my god. Oh! And look at this. A card coming out from the new set. It's going to be the attack reaction. It's going to buff it up. Put the card in soul. Make a Spectral Shield. Not something... Again, if you haven't really played versus much of the new Prism, you're not really playing around these cards. And that's a 0 for 4 in yellow, I believe. Or 0 for 3. Take the 1 off the Spectral Shield. It's going to play the Haze Bending and pass. Life title still in Briar's favour. Briar kept a bunch of cards in hands. It still definitely has some stuff to go. Arclight, though, is available. The Embodiment of Earth is popped. That's another rare addition there. The other thing as well you have to consider with these auras is the fact that if Samantha gets enough of them out, very much going to be just a way of blocking. It's going to be the Lightning Surge from Arsenal, meaning that it is going to have to go again. This is where you kind of want to start pushing damage. Skull Cup is on, I guess, is the one thing to sort of consider. 1 will pop there off that Spectral Shield. Take 3. Phantasmal Footsteps available to block as well if required, but I think Samantha here just wants to tank the damage. Knows that her damage output is going to be significantly stronger than the Briar's on most turn cycles. Make it a Rune Shot. Okay, breaking the chain there. Swarming Gloomveil is going to come through. This is going to be 4 with go again because of the 2 auras. Makes the Rune Chant as well. Takes the 1 off the Rune Chant and has to think. Rosetta Thorn, definitely something that is a little bit scary here. So, yeah, I was going to say, wouldn't be surprised. Throw the equipment under the bus here. 2, are we going to throw anything else? No, it's just going to be the 2. Rosetta Thorn doesn't kill... But that might. Ravenous Rabble, revealing E-Strikes can be 4 with go again. Still has the resource floating as well for that Rosetta Thorn towards the end of the chain. Really well structured here from Blake as well, because makes the Rune Chant early. Which means that he's not breaking the chain, so he can't block with the Skull Cap again. Oh, but no non-attack was played, so Rosetta Thorn is just 2. So coming for 4 here. You can block with a Vestige of Soul if need be. No, I'm just going to block with the Erudition. That's fair enough. Yep. And the Footstep's going to be committed here as well. Just considering what we want to do. Yep, so just going to be 3. Leaking 1. Then you can throw the Vestige of Soul. Believe it blocks for 2. Yep, so just going to throw the Vestige of Soul under the bus here. Stay at 2 life. So it makes these turns a little bit more challenging, but... Well, it goes to 1 instead, okay. Now, a little bit scared to go to 1 against Briar, obviously, because we have the Rosetta Thorn, and Skullcap is on, meaning the Arcane Barrier is there, but it is a little bit challenging. Talk about scary cards there. Wartune Herald, 1 for 7. Resource flooding, can activate the Footsteps if required. Plenty of stuff in the Soul as well. Should we need... I guess the last card that you sort of have to play around here, whether or not you're on Blake's side, is whether or not one of those cards is Celestial Cataclysm. Because if this goes to Soul, it is going to be the 3rd card inside the Soul. I believe the Arclight is still available here for Samantha as well. Block for 4. Gentleman Heroic. So it's going to go to Soul. Is it the Celestial Cataclysm? Because that would be backbreaking. Swing for 1. Let's go again with the Haze Bending. Probably just going to take the 1. Ping there. No, I'm just going to block here. Using the Aether Iron Wolf. Pitch, make a Soul. That's a Genesis in hand. Just going to be another one swinging in for 1. Still 1 floating, though. What's their card in Arsenal? I believe it is just the Arclight. It's going to go to pass. Now, is there going to be anything on this embodiment trigger? Has the 2 blues. Can Arclight in response to that, but it doesn't look like it. Soul Shield is there. Like it's just a handy yellows. Makes this turn a little bit challenging. E-Strike, Exude, Confidence. So you can go E-Strike for 5 with Go again into Exude. Play the Plunder on Exude, Snap 2 and 2. Strip every card because she's sitting at 1. The other thing to note though, in order to activate the Arcane Barrier on the Skull Cap, in order to activate the Arcane Barrier on the Skull Cap, you do actually have to pitch for 3 because it's Arcane Barrier 3. I guess the other thing as well with the Exude is that you can bait out having a blue here. So yeah, Plunder on. Yeah, in response to that, Arclight Center is going to come down. So waste the Plunder on here. I can just imagine we're probably going to Arsenal one of the cards. Just swing the sword, break the ALS. Has 2 cards left in hand as well, so he's going to be able to present some damage back on the back end of it as well. 6 life is not a huge amount to be playing with when you're versing Prism. Is he just going to swing the attack? Swing the Exude or the ALS. Doesn't really matter about keeping cards left in deck here. Keeps the E-Strike though, meaning that the can present a 1 card 7 need be if it does have to block out. God, I will say it is very nice not having to play around Arclight Sentinel anymore. Also the fact, if as an Icelander player myself, all Dreamweavers really wants to play around that 6 attack. Just going to be a yellow Herald of Protection. Oh, is it a red? Must be a red. 7. Threatening some pretty scary on-hits here as well. Now, the problem with using the Dreamweaver is that it does mean that you no longer have access to that Spell Void, but I think Samantha's plan here is just to try and strip cards. Now, the question is, and it's very difficult here for Blake, because he didn't hit, so he does no embodiment on that previous turn. If he can go to 1, Rosetta Thorn should just kill. Oh, but she can make Spectral Shields as well, so it is a little bit challenging. But yeah, going to 1 does turn off the Arcane Barrier, but going to 1 against Prism is so scary. Because yeah, she can also just ALS you in response to the Grasp of the Arknight. Crown of Providence looks like it's going to be presented here. Showing a lot of respect for this Herald of Protection. In particular as well because we've seen both eruditions at this point. Not going to make it back to that stack or anything like that, I don't think. Well, we could technically, but... yeah, might as well use all the equipment. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Take 4. Wants to try to get cards, but Samantha's definitely going to be able to strip some because I have 2 Spectral Shields and the Passing Mirage. So I think Blake probably needs to commit another card here just to be the most efficient as he can. Still setting up for a pretty big turn with the Snapdragons next turn. So yeah, so it's going to be 2, 4, 5. So 2's going to leak through. I like that. Scar for a Scar. Never going to have the natural go again. Take 2. Herald's going to go to Soul. Make a Spectral Shield. Swing 1, 2, 3. Go to 1. The number 1 card now that Blake needs to be scared of is Merciful Retribution. Because if she can find it in response to him attacking her, she can just pop it. Ooh, that's a bit scary. What is it? Oh, it's an Otarath? I think there's a bunch of no blocks in her hand. Or Gorgtone. Draw a card. One of the best ways to sort of start this one off. 1 plays 1, so again, Rosetta Thorn does just kill if he can deal with the Spectral Shields. Rabble. So 4 with Go again. 4. A card. No, that is an E-Strike in Arsenal too. It's just going to play Nimbleism. Yeah, into E-Strike with Go again. Oh, it doesn't even need to. This is going to be 10. Yep, so 10, and then he can crack the Aether Iron Weave. That's going to be game. Oh, Samantha came into an absolutely roaring start, but just a Briar able to keep on just enough cards every turn. That's the power of the fridge, ladies and gentlemen. The ability to have so much stuff inside of that that it allows you to block just from the equipment suite is just such a big deal in these Blitz matchups as well. But amazing stuff. Samantha played incredibly well there. Just saw a bunch of the no blocks at the same time. I don't know if Merciful Retribution's in her deck list as well, but yeah, you know, finds something slightly different at the right time. That definitely could have been a different one. But that was round 1. Don't go anywhere. We've got 2 more rounds of Blitz to see who's going to get that coveted PTI and a couple of little goodies as well. So hang tight. We'll be back just shortly.
I don't usually work out of this Christmas day, so I don't know how the matchup goes. You should run home. Week 2, is that get lost in it? Or is that like the same deal? I was thinking it was a block like that. I don't use Is that the one with the notes? It's like a Prism
Can I get Lake and Jacob for the feature match, please? Lake and Jacob for the feature match. Can I get Stephen and Briar for the Can I put in that?
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We have got the next round coming up for you. A little bit of an update. So Jacob beat Matthew. So Jacob is on Kano, and I believe he's going to be the person here. Ryan beat John, so Ira took out Rhinar. And then Steven, who on Rhinar, beat Amelia, which is on Kano. So getting some information here from our TO. So it looks like we're going to have... so yes, it's going to be Jacob going... Yeah, Jacob going up against Blake, I believe. Just update this one for you. Now the interesting thing is going to be here. So Jacob from New South Wales versus Blake from WA. And one of the things about Kano in Blitz, if you've sort of been following along with us throughout the entire day, Kano in Blitz a little bit less explosive because of the presence of no Aether Wildfire, but obviously the deck is still incredibly powerful. 20 life instead, which is going to be awesome because it means you can find it. But the interesting thing is going to be whether or not Briar has brought along a very key card in this matchup, which is going to be, weirdly enough, Shock Charmers. Shock Charmers is a card that essentially is used to amplify on hit effects by giving multiple attacks, but has Spell Void 2. Now, Spell Void 2 means that instead, you don't have to pitch anything. You can just break it. And if you break the Spell Void 2, it nullifies 2 damage. And it's a replacement effect. There's no priority given when you do so. So, definitely something to look out for. Another card that we do see sometimes in this matchup is Crown of Seeds from Briar. Because you have to remember, Briar is an Earth hero. Can run Crown of Seeds. So we'll see whether or not what actually happens. Shuffling coming out here. Kano and Blitz, definitely one of those decks that sort of one of those mainstays that folds in and out of sort of how do I put it? It just sort of appears and disappears in the meta a little bit as time goes on. Had multiple cards banned from it. No Stir the Aether Wind, no Snapback, no Aether Wildfire, and it's still just able to find the damage and sort of thing of being able to take the, I guess, back-to-back turns with Stormstriders. So we'll see what happens here. Briar just sort of shuffling them up, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the Spellfire Cloak coming out from Kano here. It's weird, right? Because it depends on how the Briar presents. You can actually kind of grind it out with Briar and nullify damage and just present enough where the Kano can't fully combo off. But also Briar could just go, cool, I'm just going to play whatever I need to. I'm going to find the Chanaman Heroic, just slam it down and start going to town. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, and there it is. Shock Charmers, Crown of Dominion. Look at this. So because of the new cards printed, we're sitting AB3, Spell Void 2. This is so hard for Kano to deal with here. And that's sort of the power of Blitz, where you have the ability to have a little bit more in that sideboard. Now, this isn't unwinnable, and that's sort of the point. The hardest part here, really enough, isn't the AB3, it's the Spell Void 2. Because you can always set up game states where he's got no cards in hand on his turn, but even so, it's just going to be a Scalding Rain for 4. So Kano starting us off. Probably didn't really expect AB3. Maybe, yeah, the Spell Void, but AB is going to leak a damage through. And then just pass. Oh, 2 damage, sorry. Scalding Rain already comes in for 3, so 4. Thought it came in for 3. So maybe it's 4, I'm not sure. It's been a little while since I've seen a red one, to be honest. So Fusion on the Bramble Spark with that new Unity card. There's an E-Strike there as well. He's probably going to play the Unity card, just give it the next thing +1, but more importantly makes the embodiment of Lightning. Now, there's an E-Strike in hand, which means that this could be one of those windows where we just see Jacob just go to town. No, just going to play the Raven We'll keep it nice and steady. Just going to be 7 here. Had to reveal a little bit of information. So 1 Arcane's going to feed through, make the embodiment of Earth. Not going to matter other than giving Jacob a priority window at the start. Not sure why that art moved a little bit there. Let me just fix that one up for us. And then just Rosetta-thon for 2 and 2. Goes to 3 here. Has 1 card left in hand. Should have 2 resources floating. Goes to pass and just allows to pass. So use that turn as a way of sort of like stripping cards. Needs to keep a full hand here to present some sort of damage. And now Jacob going to try his best to strip as much as he can here so he can kind of go for the combo off turn. Pitching the E-Pot, so does not want it. It's going to be a blue Voltic off the top. Activate Kano. No, activate the Crisp with the Aether Wave. It's going to be an Aether Flare this time. So Aether Flare is kind of like the mini Aether Wildfire. It's going to pump the next thing. This is using his action point here. So the Aether Flare coming in for 4 damage here. And then for whatever damage this deals, is going to then pump over to that blue Voltic Bolt. And this is sort of what I was saying about creating these windows where he's at 3 life, but it's only 18 on the Briar side. Briar decides to pitch some cards here to block this and then some of the Voltic Bolt. His next turns look a little bit scary. He can just swing E-Strike and present his entire life total. He can even go E-Strike, draw a card. So that way he's as safe as he possibly can be. But again, Kano can just go off in response to the draw trigger. I've been in the tank here for Blake, and he has to sort of figure out how he wants to navigate this next turn. He's actually going to pop the Spell Void immediately. So none of this damage is going to carry across, but if you're Jacob here, you're incredibly happy that this is being popped now. Because it means on this next turn, that, yeah, he's got a Voltic Bolt that's going to come in here. This is still 3 damage. Yeah, it needs the 3 dice. Yeah, it's going to be 3 damage coming through from this vault. I can imagine 2 of it's going to leak through, keeping the 1 up. It's going to have a card for Arsenal. I believe that was... No, it wasn't an Emerald of Scolding. So he's going to pay the 1. Yeah, going to take 2. So 16 here. Now, this is where it gets a little bit scary. You have an E-Strike in Arsenal. Okay? So it means he can just throw the E-Strike. Try and force some action. Snapdragons are available too. This is scary. You don't have that sort of safety net of being able to tap out and just pressure with the Shock Charmers here. That's a very red hand that we're seeing as well. Swarming Gloomveil, one of the cards. Also a Nimbalism and a Scarf for a Scar. Is that Ivophidia that I'm seeing on the far right? I don't know. I don't think so. But that Tome's probably going to be helpful. Now, there's a couple of interactions with that because Tome is not a wizard card. So if you Sonic Boom it, it's dead. But you can Kano it because it's a non-attack action. Kano just cares about non-attacks. It doesn't actually care whether or not it's a wizard card. But you can't, you know, go and search it off Lessons in Lava, for example. Take a bit of time to think of your Kano here. And this is the thing. Do you just send E-Strike? E-Strike for 7, 2 cards in hand. It's very difficult for the Kano play to bite. But you kind of... It's interesting with Kano because the lower health he gets, the more action he's sort of going to be forced into making whenever you present anything. So you've got 2 reds in hand. It's, with a little bit of more life on the Kano side, it's a little bit easier to bluff 2 blues, but sometimes you just have to pull the trigger. And that's sort of why we're in this sort of awkward situation where Blank really in the tank here needs to determine exactly how he wants to present this. Does he just want to present damage and say, you have to find it? Or does he want to try and fake him out? And I think this is getting towards the point of maybe just needing to pull the trigger. The other thing you can do, and this is where it gets real scary, right? Because the other thing, yeah, just gonna send the E-Strike. It's going for go again, so 5, go again. 2 cards in hand. We know they're reds, but our good friend Jacob he does not. See, a little bit of just hesitation here, and it's just gonna block. That's going to make him very happy because it's going to be now a Nimbalism. It's an E-Pot there, though, so probably wants to try and set up a turn where he just saves it. Now, Blake can sort of think to himself here, can I just swing this Nimbalism into Scar? And we know that Nimbalism into Scar kills him. If that is the E-Pot in hand, of course, because then the other card only blocks for 2, takes 5 and dies. And this is sort of where, if you're versing a Kane, you have to consider. He has 2 cards in hand and 1 in Arsenal. Yeah, he's just going to send it. Scar into Nimbalism. And Jacob's going to try and find something now. This is presenting 7 damage. He can... If that is a blocking card, he doesn't die here. But it's an E-Pot. I don't know how he's going to find the damage. He needs to find something. He can technically... What can he do? I think he has to Kano Ragamuffins it to the top. What, that becomes 4 damage. Kano. He's just going to blind flip it instead. Let's prognosticate, and that's going to be the damage. Oh... Really well played by Blake there, identifying the moment when he can just pull the trigger. And it is the red Emerald of Scolding as well. So, is there a line that we can see to win there? So, maybe. Because, well, he has nothing left. He's got Aether Flare. And it was definitely a blue on top. So, Aether Flare comes off the top of Kenny. You have 3 floating, 4 because of it. But let's say that activates it. So, you can play it. So, that's going to be 3... That's going to buff over to 6, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's not enough. But it is one of those things where, you know, both players felt like on a Rage's end. And it's always really interesting as well for those of you who haven't versed much Kano before. You see your opponent, or you see yourself sitting on 16 life, and you feel like, yeah, I feel good, I'm fine. And then your opponent just blasts you in the face for quite literally the entire... That right there is the second to last round. So we're going to see Blake on a Briar moving into our grand final. Sadly, Kano just not able to cut it there as well and make his way through. But still an excellent job in the PTI event. And we're going to take a very, very short break before we get into the grand finals, where I believe... Let me just double check. So it's going to be potentially a Rhinar and Ira versus Canis, versus Briar. We'll see. I'll be right back in just a couple moments, guys.
Briar, yeah?
Yeah, undefeated so far. Good Briar deck.
Yeah, apparently.
How's the king again?
I have to go for 2 AB3. So I just had.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our grand finals of the PTI Blitz event here at the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships for 2023. We're going to have Blake once again on the stream. He's just been sitting down, doesn't even need to leave. Of course, on Briar, going up against Steven. Steven, of course, playing Rhinar. Now, if we want to talk about heroes going unga bunga and smacking people in the face, this one here, this is the one to do it, I think. This is the one where we're going to see a lot of people taking a lot of damage. I don't think Steven's going to present any arcane barrier because you know what's better than blocking with a card? Killing them. So it's going to be very interesting to see. Rhinar, one of those decks that really can just like, you know, kind of grind it out and set up these endgame states if it needs to, strip a card or two and just make things awkward. Or it's going to rip your entire hand and present you like 40 damage. The big benefit that we're going to see to Briar here, the main thing I think that we're going to see is the fact that he has the fridge. He has so much like equipment available to him to be able to block with that it's going to be hard. But I mean, before we saw Fluke versus John be able to push through, you know, the Guardian fridge, which I think is actually at this point more. Guys, thank you so much for joining us here today. I know it's been a very long day for a lot of you guys sitting in chat and watching, so I do really appreciate it. Thank you as well to everybody. Just remember, this is brought to you by flukeandbox.com. Use the code OZNATS till the end of the day, over the weekend, to get 5% off any of your orders. Players just taking a bit of a time away. Not really sure what's going on. Probably just take a picture. Oh. Looks like we're getting some prizing, maybe? Looks like there's a very large Prism sitting in the background there. Watching over all of us. Not really sure what's going on here, but it looks funny. So these guys are playing obviously for a PTI, but also a gold foil black envelope. So it's going to be a cool card there as well. Players going to start shuffling up here. Try not to let the nerves get to them. One of the things that I recently have started doing as well is whenever I present my equipment, you put it in a pile because you can kind of tell now Rhinar potentially has the 2 claws, but I guess you could also be faking it as well. That's just his body pillow. Oh, I see. That's my bad. That makes sense. I don't know about you guys. I think that whenever you want to have good luck, that's what you should do. Bring your body pillows to tournaments, guys. Make sure you wash them, alright? But jumping into it, Rhinar versus Briar, we're going to see how this one goes along. This could go a little bit longer than I initially anticipated, but I wouldn't be surprised just to see people just throwing damage backwards and forwards. I guess the only thing to sort of consider and remember as well is you have to think about the life totals. You have to also think that actually Briar technically starts at 18 because if Reckless swings in the deck, that's unblockable damage, so we'll see.
Hello.
Players talking amongst themselves.
Tech video.
Just a bit of time as everyone's sort of fixing themselves up.
So you're high, so you get to pick, yeah? Yeah, I'll get picked. Yeah.
Here we go. Presenting the equipment now has started. Oh, and this is interesting. Crown of Dominion. So we're actually presenting here, looks like Royal Rhinar has the gold token available, which essentially means we could potentially be looking at some really big OTK turns here coming out from Steven. It's not something you expect. I for one thought that the slabbed card was going to be the Scabskin Leathers, but no, it's going to be that Marvel Crown Dominion. Look at that hand over there from Blake. I think, is that what I think it is? I mean, yeah, it is. Turn 0. It's a good way to start. It's going to make that embodiment of lightning. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just a pass. Yeah. So it's going to make the embodiment of lightning. Has a snatch. Going to chuck the one in the arsenal. And you got, being completely honest, Rhinar, you kind of got to kill him. You have to do as much damage as you can here because he is going to crack back with the ability to give 2 things go again. Now, he might brick, but I wouldn't be surprised if on this turn we're going to see Snapdragons committed and everything. CNC, couple of non-attack action cards there. Has the tome. So actually has a way of drawing even more cards if you would like. So Rhinar has to think to himself, how do I actually navigate this turn? Didn't draw the cash in, which I think is the thing he's looking for. Or the barraging beatdown. I actually think I saw 2 Earth cards here, so potentially he could go Snatch, Scar for a Scar, and actually pitch for the CNC towards the end as well. Make a rune chart CNC, and as a result, would be in a situation there where he has 2 Earth cards in his pitch, and he almost had the perfect opening hand as well. Well, Steven had the perfect opening hand if he was going first, because he's about to intimidate, and you're going to see if that's a blue card, he's about to intimidate every single card out of his hand. Unless that's a yellow card, and in that case, this whole thing comes crumbling down. It's going to be a massacre for 6. If he doesn't block with 2 cards, it's going to be for 10. I think he's just going to take the 10. But yeah, look, if that was a blue card there, that's like a guaranteed 18. Like, I think it's, off the top of my head, it's 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 damage now. He's going to block with the Aether Iron Weave, probably because he's going to want to use it on this turn. It's definitely it's a non-zero amount of damage. Now, the thing is that Steven doesn't necessarily die here. This is like a very important thing to consider. But there is definitely a lot of damage that's going to be coming cracking back at him. Goes to 11, plays 10. Do you know what the card's turned on now? Scar for a Scar. But this is it. This everything getting +3 off that Chinaman Heroic now. Look. Has a Reckless Swing in hand, which is a little bit annoying. But just going to start with a CNC. CNC for 6 with Go again. Now this one isn't Nats. This is just the PTI event. We've already finished Nationals. It's going to be blocking for what is this? So 3, 6. So it's going to take 3 over the top here. Yeah. It's going to be 9 Go again. Makes the embodiment of Earth. No card in Arsenal, so not a huge deal. Has a Reckless Swing in hand. This is really awkward now as well. Scar for 7 with Go again. Yep. So 7 Go again. Has the Reckless Swing in hand as well, which is what makes this really awkward. So regardless, the Snatch from Arsenal is going to draw a card. So it has 3 block worth of equipment, but it looks like he's going to commit 1 of it here and then Reckless Swing. Discard. So it's going to be 5. Take 2. Both players take 2. Going to break the Aether Iron Weave here. So it's going to be for 12 here. It's going to have Snapdragon Scalers. Draw a card. Regardless. I think this is death. Or is that a thought for 2 and 2? 12, 1, 2, and it goes to 1. Now, didn't manage to get both of the cards in the pitch, so it doesn't matter. He's at 1. He's got no arcane barrier. He just passes.
So whatever you win, I took 10 from snatch and then I drew from draw from snatch. 15. You took 10 from I took 10 from snatch and then into one.
I think, yeah, just having a bit of a discussion about how much damage he took. He used the boots to mitigate 2 of the damage off the snatch. But it goes to 1, has no arcane barrier. It's just gonna roll. Yep, I like it. Gambler's gloves it. Yeah, activate Gambler's gloves. He just wants to swing claw back. Yeah, 6. So it has 3 resources. Just gonna swing. Oh no! Break the. Yep. Break the copper. Then I guess swing claw. But you're versing down a Briar with 5 cards in hand. Still has 4 block worth of equipment. And you have no arcane barrier. So this writing's kind of on the wall for Steven here. Unless he can sort of find an Oasis Respite or something. Go runner. Swing claw for 3. Yeah, just chuck the equipment here. Take 1. Go to 8. No, can't get Reckless. I was going to say the Reckless swing was kind of a bit unfortunate there, but it legitimately did not matter. And look, that's the hand that he really wanted to find here. He's going to play Tome. Draw 3. Really wants to make sure he seals this one out. Because of those extra cards. And look what he found. He's going to... Oh my god. Okay. So at this point, pitches the blue. Finds the second man heroic. Makes the embodiment of lightning, has another CNC, so turns off any of the D reacts. Snatch instead, going to come in for 7 with go again. 3, 6, 7. Has made 2 auras. This is also going to be for 7 with go again, and then Rosetta Thorn will come through. Good games coming through as Blake with Briar playing the last 3 games of top 8 on stream as well, and is going to go through and be your champion. You heard it here from Steve as well. Not much I can do against that. Congratulations to Blake as well. He's going to be the winner. Wins himself a box of Balakay Unlimited and the gold foil as well. Hopefully he opens it up. Yes, he is. He's going to open up on the stream for us as well. More importantly, I guess, is that PTI. So should he choose, he can go to any of those events, be it the Pro Tour. I believe Worlds you can. I'm not 100% sure.
No, it's going to be a... Good luck, bro. I don't pull it from. Just pull it out. Just yank it out like I did.
Luminaris, oh my god. Gets himself a gold foil Luminaris. What a beautiful card. Obviously, only playable in Blitz, but that's sort of wonderful. That is an absolute stellar hit there. Couldn't be a legendary because I don't believe it was a legendary one. So, as far as it comes, that one there is a pretty great hit. But ladies and gentlemen, that is it. No one else is in the venue. We are done. That is going to be a wrap. Thank you guys all so much for joining myself and all the rest of us here at the Australian National Championships. I want to give a huge shout out as well. Blitzroll was better than CC. In the gold foil anyway, but I definitely think I'd be happier with that championship statue. But guys, it has been such a pleasure. I want to shout out to everyone in Sydney for running the event. I want to thank all the tournament organisers. I want to thank the judges. I want to thank anyone who competed. Massive shout out to LSS for providing us with not only such such an incredible game, but such an amazing way for us to actually go through and have such an awesome way of competitive organized play. Flukenbox.com. Also, thank you so much for having this stream. OzNats code for 5% off throughout the rest of it. My name has been Matt Brandwood. It has been such a pleasure and such an honor to bring all these games with you all throughout this time. Take care of yourselves. Be well. Enjoy the rest of the national seasons, and we'll see you guys at the calling. Take care, everyone.